directly to. He repeatedly urged Jiang Ye to be cautious and prudent. Those people were no good. Jiang Ye's trip there was likely fraught with danger. Fortunately, after hearing Jiang Ye's thoughts, Su Jinghua's concerns were eased. Still, he cautioned, nuclear weapons are no ordinary arms. Remember to use them with utmost caution. Otherwise, the consequences might be beyond what either of us can bear. After all, the title Earth Restarter for nuclear weapons. That title wasn't given lightly. Chapter 146, Landing in Chengdu City. Jiang Ye had his own considerations. Rest assured, old Su. Though the Yemen has been at war, I'm not the reckless type. I know what can be touched and what cannot. And even if hostilities break out, I promise you this, I will only target the Lighthouse Nation and Yisili. Innocents will never be harmed. Hearing this, Su Jinghua felt reassured. He had feared Jiang Ye might lose control in the heat of battle, unleashing nuclear weapons, a consequence too catastrophic to bear. The entire world would be plunged into crisis. Oh, and the Dragon Nation will be attending this joint conference, right? Jiang Ye recalled something. As one of the 5 great benevolent nations, the Dragon Nation simply couldn't be absent. Yes. Su Jinghua paused briefly before continuing, rest assured, we stand firmly with you at this joint conference. But as you know, your impeachment motion likely won't pass. Lighthouse Nation holds veto power. Although Longwei is a key participant in this matter. The final decision will still be decided by a vote. And the Lighthouse Nation's veto power is utterly disgusting. It guarantees Jiang Ye's impeachment won't pass. It might annoy Yisili and keep the public pressure on, though. This point, Jiang Ye was well aware of this. But Jiang Ye's objective never hinged on the General Assembly. He merely sought to use this incident to reignite the conflict and make it even more intense. Several days passed quickly. During this period, the Yemen kingdom launched several satellite rockets in succession, all proceeding smoothly. The Star Network was quietly taking shape. The Kingdom of Yemen was one step closer to possessing its own satellite navigation technology. Due to being too busy, Jiang Ye's plan to witness the satellite rocket launch has been temporarily shelved. But there's no rush. Over 40 satellite rockets. That would be ample time for Jiang Ye to return from the United Nations General Assembly and make up for this missed opportunity. Washington City, the capital of the Lighthouse Nation. Located in the Midwestern region of the eastern coast of the Beacon Nation. Setting aside all political correctness, it is a city of remarkable charm. It boasts a distinct 4-season climate, cool and slightly damp in winter, hot and humid in summer. For those who crave urban vibrancy and revel in modern culture and technology, this is their paradise. Today, the entire city buzzes with activity as the Global Union Assembly convenes in Washington City. Leaders from participating nations have been arriving in the city one after another. After Jiang Ye touched down, he boarded a special vehicle bound for the hotel. The hotel was located in Washington, D.C. Special District, adjacent to the Black House. Shortly thereafter, the vehicle came to a halt before a grand and imposing edifice. Outside the window, a bustling crowd filled the streets. Jiang Ye donned sunglasses and a hat to avoid being recognized. Henry opened the car door for Jiang Ye. Step out. Above the hotel entrance, a string of English letters came into view. The Hay Adams. That was the hotel's name. Translated, it was the Hay Adams Hotel. This hotel has a long history, having opened as early as 1928. For over a century, it has consistently been the preferred residence for world leaders and global elites. Its aristocratic decor rivals the opulence of palaces. It is conveniently located near the White House and many popular attractions in Washington, D.C. Henry picked up his luggage. He went upstairs. Jiang Ye's room was on the 7th floor. The hallway was carpeted with Ming-style rugs, and the walls on both sides displayed exquisite paintings. Any one of them was worth a fortune. Entering the room, a distinctive fragrance greeted them. The room was immaculately clean and tidy, fully equipped with every amenity. Jiang Ye walked to the window and reached out to open it. Outside lay the bustling street. One could imagine standing here at night, taking in the entire vibrant nightscape outside. Jiang Ye couldn't help but sigh. Money really does make a difference. Henry was conducting a thorough inspection of the entire room with various professional equipment. Cameras, listening devices. All checked. Nothing suspicious found. Henry packed up his gear and walked over from the next room. Alright, I'm going to lie down for a bit. You should head to your room and rest too. Yes, Your Majesty. Call me immediately if anything happens. To ensure Jiang Ye's safety, Henry's room was right next door. After Henry left, Jiang Ye had his character lie down, temporarily exited the game himself, and prepared to step outside for some relaxation. Staring at the screen for so long had strained his eyes. Fortunately, the gene-enhancing serum meant Jiang Ye didn't have to worry too much about damage. Thanks to his superhuman regenerative abilities, his blurred vision would quickly return to normal. Black House. President Obama, we've confirmed that the King of Yemen is staying at the Hay Adams Hotel. However, considering he'll likely inspect the room after check-in, we haven't installed any listening devices. Understood. Obama paused his work, deep in thought. Defense Secretary Mons, who had come to report, added, now might be a good opportunity. Should we hold off for now? Obama cut him off. We still don't know whether the nuclear bomb in their possession is real or fake. If something happens to him now, and the nuclear bomb turns out to be genuine, neither of us could bear the consequences. Mendez's expression darkened. Has that bastard Lons given any response yet? No, but he said he'd have definite information by this afternoon at the latest. Let's wait patiently. Right. That guy's efficiency remains as sluggish as ever. Enough of that. The king of Yemen has already arrived in Shangdan City and will stay for at least 2 to 3 days. We have ample time. That's true. Mons shifted gears. Then I'll arrange for the hitman. If the nuclear bomb info turns out to be false, we can strike immediately? Go ahead. Receiving the order, Mons flashed a sinister grin and walked straight out from Obama's office. Not long after, he appeared in a basement. This basement was vast in scale, divided into distinct zones: administration, training, mission planning, recreation, and rest areas. But this was no ordinary underground club. It was the secret underground assassin training base of the Lighthouse Nation. Yes. Almost everything that's officially forbidden, everything explicitly banned in the Lighthouse Nation. But as long as it benefits them, the Lighthouse Nation has always been secretly cultivating them. Assassins, spies, undercover agents. For someone of Moan's stature, these are all commonplace matters. Soon, Mode selected an elite squad from the troops currently in training. These assassins were the most elite troops they had ever trained. Codename, Wild Ghost. They had carried out several covert decapitation missions in the past, all with remarkable success. For instance, the highly publicized incident 2 years ago. The assassination of a high-ranking leader from a certain country in Jundong was carried out by this very decapitation squad. Muds gazed at them with unwavering resolve. I have a mission for you. Chapter 147, Tech Tree maxed out. When Jiang Ye opened the game again, Jiang Ye checked his attributes. His character's stamina was now maxed out. Why not explore Chengdu City? Jiang Ye had a sudden thought he'd never been abroad in his entire life. He might as well go see the world as his real self. Experiencing Chengdu City through the game's perspective versus actually stepping foot there in person would undoubtedly be different. With that thought, Jiang Ye activated the descent function once more, opening his eyes once more. Before him hung a crystal chandelier of exquisite craftsmanship. He found himself lying on a plush, comfortable bed, its sheets made of luxurious silk that felt incredibly soft to the touch. The quilt, though he couldn't identify its material, felt wonderfully cozy. A faint, delicate fragrance filled the room. It was the scent of Mingguei perfume. The most incredible feature was the room's automatic temperature control system, which maintained a consistently comfortable climate. The wealthy sure know how to live. Jiang Ye sighed in admiration. He rose from the bed. Jiang Ye checked his reputation points. Suddenly, he remembered something. He then opened the tech tree. Within the tech tree section, Jiang Ye located the upgrade option for the descent function. He had discovered this feature by accident not long ago. He only now realized the descent function could be upgraded. After upgrading, it could significantly reduce the consumption of prestige points. Combat system. Description: using this function, the host can descend into their avatar and operate it directly. Restrictions: requires prestige points and has a time limit. The longer the descent duration, the more prestige points consumed. Initial summon cost 800 prestige points. Subsequent reputation cost per minute 50. By the way, within the system, the descent function has always been referred to as the combat system. It's intended for the host to personally descend and engage in combat during emergencies. But Jiang Ye felt that, most of the time, his descent wasn't for combat. Therefore, he now refers to it as the descent function rather than the combat system. The current description of the descent function is as follows. Each descent requires 800 prestige points, with an additional 50 points consumed per minute thereafter. Calculating it this way, prolonged use remains unsustainable due to excessive consumption. However, upgrading the feature reduces the reputation cost. Upgrading the combat system to level 2 requires 50 prestige points. After upgrading, summoning now costs 750 prestige points, with subsequent costs dropping to 45 points per minute. Reaching level 3 requires 150 prestige points. Subsequent appearances cost 700 each, decreasing to 40 per minute. Level 4 requires 250 prestige points, with rewards of 680 per event, decreasing to 35 per minute. How does this work? Jiang Ye felt it was worth upgrading all at once. That way, using the descent feature later wouldn't hurt so much. Nor would he have to constantly worry about the time limit. Jiang Ye steeled his resolve. He spent nearly 3,000 prestige points to instantly upgrade the descent function to level 10. This reduced the reputation cost per use to 120, and subsequent uses would only consume 1 reputation point per minute. Calculating it this way, even if Jiang Ye used the descent function 24 hours a day, it would only consume around 1,500 prestige points daily. Completely acceptable. Recent exposés have steadily boosted Yemen Kingdom's visibility and reputation. As the momentum builds, daily prestige gains now consistently reach at least 3,000 to 4,000 points. Jiang Ye did the math. Even if he used the descent function non-stop, the daily prestige points he earned would not only be sufficient. There would still be surplus. Besides, Jiang Ye couldn't possibly use the descent function 24/7. He still needed to attend to matters on the other side. Otherwise, it would easily arouse suspicion. Jiang Ye walked to the window and glanced down at the bustling street below. Night was gradually descending. Warm lights glowing across the city gradually gave it a decadent, hedonistic feel. A knock sounded at the door. It was Henry. Your Majesty, would you like to take a stroll around the city? Get acquainted? after spending the entire afternoon in the hotel? Henry suggested. Sure. Jiang Ye put on sunglasses and a hat, making sure he wouldn't be recognized. They stepped out of the hotel. In the hallway, Henry recalled what had just happened and spoke up. Oh, right. I've already contacted the Lighthouse Nation to confirm our attendance at the joint conference. Good work. It's what I should do. They took the elevator to the hotel entrance. Jiang Ye and Henry stepped outside. Nearby shoppers in the mall or passers-by on the street, along with plainclothes officers who had been smoking outside the hotel entrance, immediately began moving purposefully toward Jiang Ye. Their eyes darted around constantly. While monitoring Jiang Ye's every move, they communicated in real time through semi-concealed earpieces. These individuals were not assassins. They were members of the Special Operations Squad, a reward from the system, who had come with Henry. On the surface, this visit to the Lighthouse Nation. Only Henry and Jiang Ye. But the actual number was far greater. After Jiang Ye checked into the hotel that afternoon, Henry instructed them to change into plainclothes. Then, without causing any commotion, to covertly safeguard Jiang Ye's security. In other words, at this moment, Jiang Ye and Henry appeared to be two ordinary people strolling down the street. But should any danger arise, over 30 elite special forces operatives, each possessing world-class combat skills, would mobilize simultaneously ensuring Jiang Ye remained unthreatened. Flags of various nations flew atop many iconic buildings lining the streets. As the political center of the Lighthouse Nation, the significance of Washington, D.C. cannot be described by prosperity alone. For the most influential institutions of the Lighthouse Nation, the Black House, Congress, the Supreme Court, and the vast majority of official agencies are all located here. It boasts numerous renowned historical sites, such as the Lincoln Memorial and the Washington Monument. Additionally, it houses numerous world-class museums under the Smithsonian Institution. Moreover, the city's cultural heritage is equally significant. Washington, D.C. is home to prestigious institutions of higher learning such as the University of Justice. In short, this is a city of significant global influence. A paradise in countless people's dreams. But, in Jiang Ye's view, it's actually just so not nearly as exaggerated as it seems in reality. Because all that prosperity is only for the wealthy. Wherever the wealthy go, it's paradise. As for the claims often seen online that the air abroad is sweeter and the moon rounder, Jiang Ye hadn't experienced that at all. On the contrary, Jiang Ye witnessed a peculiar scene. Having just crossed a street, the sounds of smashing and rioting echoed from nearby. Go check it out. Yes. Henry immediately went to investigate. Shortly after, he returned to Jiang Ye's side. It was a clash between the protest marchers and the Lighthouse Nation police. They were smashing police cars. Jiang Ye smiled. Interesting. It was obvious the protesters were mostly opposing the atrocities in Yisili. The Lighthouse Nation government not only condoned this but even enabled Yisili's genocide. This had sparked widespread discontent among Lighthouse Nation citizens. They didn't linger. Jiang Ye watched for a moment before leading Henry away from this trouble spot. They grabbed a quick Western-style meal outside. By the time they returned to the hotel, it was nearly 11 p.m. Just as they entered the hotel, a familiar figure appeared in Jiang Ye's line of sight. Chapter 148, The Humiliation of the World's Hegemon. This person was none other than the representative of Yisili at this United Nations General Assembly, Defense Minister McKinley. As for why Jiang Ye recognized him, knowing that Zhongdong's primary adversary was Yisili, Jiang Ye had instructed Charles to compile personal dossiers on all of Yisili's high-ranking officials. Given the importance of the defense minister position, Jiang Ye had specifically noted this at the time. Beside McKinley stood a middle-aged man with a mustache, carrying a suitcase. Upon spotting Jiang Ye, he nudged McKinley's arm. McKinley turned his head, and their eyes locked. It was him? McLean's expression flashed with surprise. He knew Jiang Ye was staying at this hotel. But the hotel was so large. Never expected they'd run into each other. What a small world. McKinley's eyes darkened, clearly filled with hostility. He was practically seething with hatred toward Jiang Ye. He wanted to rush over immediately and tear Jiang Ye to pieces. The two stared at each other like this. Neither made the first move to look away. For a moment, the hotel lobby was thick with tension. Minister McKinley. McKinley's assistant couldn't bear to watch any longer. Let's not stoop to their level. Oomph. McKinley finally snorted coldly before angrily shifting his gaze away. The Lighthouse Nation is investigating whether the Yemen kingdom's nuclear weapons are genuine. The results are almost in. If any evidence emerges that the kingdom of Yemen's nuclear weapons are merely a pretense, then Jiang Ye is as good as dead. McKinley believed. Moreover, McKinley himself believes the probability that the nuclear weapons are a decoy is extremely high. These are nuclear weapons, after all. Not some rotten cabbage. All these years, how many countries have tried and failed to develop them? The technological barriers are simply too high. From the very beginning, they've blocked the progress of too many nations. The predecessor of Yemen, the Houthi forces. Years of constant warfare. They were locked in fierce combat with the Yemen government forces. Under such circumstances, how could they possibly have the resources to develop nuclear weapons? Moreover, if they possess nuclear weapons, how could they have suffered defeat after defeat at the hands of the Yemen government forces, collapsing into disarray? Only one conclusion remains. The Kingdom of Yemen, desperate for its founding ceremony and international recognition. They went so far as to fabricate the lie of nuclear weapons. And through a series of deceptive tactics, deceived the entire world. Now all that remains is to wait for the moment when the truth is revealed. That will be the moment Jiang Ye steps through the gates of hell. Because this is the land of the free. Inside the elevator, Henry, known for his fiery temper, suggested, "Your Majesty, why not teach him a lesson?" "No need." Jiang Ye cut him off. "This is during the United Nations General Assembly session. I don't want any incidents. I have ways to make Yisili suffer far worse than just teaching him a lesson." Henry fell silent. Otherwise, Jiang Ye's single command. He immediately had men sneak into McKinlin's room and beat him senseless. Those bodyguards McKinlin kept by his side? Frankly, to super soldiers like Henry and his crew, rewards from the system, they were just a bunch of grunts. Killing them outright wouldn't even be a problem. But the chain of consequences that would trigger would be troublesome. For instance, the United Nations General Assembly would be forced to adjourn, halting the impeachment proceedings against Yisili. Jiang Ye still intends to expose Yisili's atrocities. Further exposed to the world. So that Yisili would truly become a rat everyone wants to beat. Delegates from various nations arrived in Washington, D.C., one after another. Not far from the Adams Hotel stood the Intercontinental, the Willard, Washington, D.C. This hotel is located at 1401 Pennsylvania Avenue, also near the White House. Located at 1401 Pennsylvania Avenue, it too is in close proximity to the White House. Like the H.J. Adams Hotel, it is one of Washington, D.C.'s premier super luxury hotels for hosting foreign prime ministers. President Yamamoto of Japan was currently in contact with President Obama. "Mr. President Obama, I have arrived at the hotel and will be punctually present for tomorrow's conference." His tone was filled with flattery, though separated by a phone screen. Yamamoto's expression within the hotel was one of fawning obsequiousness. Because South Korea has always been one of the loyal lackeys of the United States. To put it nicely, it's an ally. To put it bluntly, chicken-footed country is nothing but a dog kept by the lighthouse nation in the outer region. Got it. Remember what I told you before, when the time comes, you'll unconditionally side with the US. This is in your best interest too, understand? Obama. Of course, rest assured. By the way, I wonder about that matter we brought up last time. Half a year ago. As a defeated nation, the football chicken country cannot possess its own shipping lanes or maritime territories. To break this restriction, they have long fought for. They applied to the United Nations for ownership of a maritime route. This endeavor could only succeed with the lighthouse nation's approval. Other nations would simply refuse to recognize it otherwise. We're already considering it. We'll hold another meeting next week. If everything checks out, we can approve it for you. Obama pledged. Yamamoto immediately nodded in gratitude. Thank you, Mr. President. We humbly request your continued support in international affairs. As the most loyal ally of the Beacon Nation, we shall never betray your trust. Very well. The call with Yamamoto had just ended. Obama's personal secretary knocked and entered, carrying a thick stack of documents. He placed them on the desk and sorted through them. He brought Obama some good news. "Mr. President, Lawrence is on his way. He has already verified the matter you asked him to confirm." "Oh, excellent. Have him come see me immediately upon his arrival." Obama was visibly excited. His earlier drowsiness vanished completely. He asked his secretary to pour him a cup of coffee and settled in to wait for Lawrence. Over an hour later, Lawrence appeared at the door of Obama's office. "So, have the results come in?" Obama rose and walked toward Lawrence. "Mr. President, we conducted a comprehensive review using satellite imagery and the historical development of the Houthi armed forces. We are certain the Houthi forces lack the capability to independently develop nuclear weapons. This is most likely just a lie fabricated by the Yemen king. They simply don't possess nuclear arms." Lawrence stated with conviction. He admitted there was an element of gamble involved. But at this moment, he had no choice. He had to give Obama a definitive answer. Otherwise, he'd be in deep trouble. Good. Obama's breath quickened as the pent-up emotions within him finally found release in that moment. Jiang Ye. The mere thought of Jiang Ye filled him with seething hatred, a desire to flay him alive. Now, that thought could finally become reality. To think a single lie could deceive him for so long. The world's supreme ruler. He'd been bottling up this frustration for so long. The land of the Beacon has been founded for over 230 years. This is the first time. Chapter 149, the United Nations General Assembly. United Nations General Assembly. The abbreviated name for the United Nations Security Council. One of the 6 principal organs of the United Nations. Each time it convenes, it inevitably becomes the focal point of global media coverage. Jiang Ye arrived at the building where the General Assembly was being held. As soon as he stepped out of the car, he saw countless journalists gathered at the entrance. Ordinary media outlets wouldn't have access to such a venue. Only major global media outlets like the Marian Press, the St. Anton Post, the Fashion News Agency, and the Zaori News were permitted to cover events here. Stepping out of the car ahead of Jiang Ye was Yamamoto, the Prime Minister of the Republic of Taiwan. Countless reporters snapped photos of him frantically. But that was all they could do, take pictures. For the sake of future reporting. They harbored no particular affection for the Prime Minister of Footbasket Country. He was merely a lackey of the Lighthouse Nation. Anyone with eyes could see it. Behind the scenes, the Footbasin Chicken Nation resents the Lighthouse Nation. But lacking the capability to stand on their own, they cling to the lighthouse nation for survival, tail between their legs. No one respects a country like that. Yamamoto understood this well as he strode briskly across the red carpet toward the main hall. At that moment, Henry opened the car door from outside. Jiang Ye gave his suit one final adjustment before stepping out of the car. This morning, in preparation for the United Nations General Assembly, Jiang Ye had risen early, finished his morning routine, and then activated the descent function. Such an important meeting. He had to attend in person. Standing over 6 feet tall, Jiang Ye possessed a face like a meticulously carved work of art. His sword-like eyebrows swept diagonally into his temples, as dark as ink yet radiating a commanding presence. The moment he appeared, he instantly drew the attention of countless people. The camera, which had been lingering on the Prime Minister of Footbase and Chicken just a moment ago, suddenly shifted to Jiang Ye. The King of Yemen? Yes, it was him. The King of Yemen had finally arrived. As someone shouted out, the crowd erupted. Reporters raised their cameras, snapping photos frantically, as if trying to break their shutters. The Yemen kingdom was the hottest topic lately. Before arriving, the company had issued orders to focus on Yemen and monitor the King of Yemen's movements. Because Yemen was pure traffic. The only nation daring to confront Yisrael head-on, to stand firm against the lighthouse nation. How incredibly cool. Jiang Ye suddenly found himself bathed in the spotlight, getting a taste of what it's like to be a celebrity. Is he really that handsome? Wang Difu? The King of Yemen is this handsome? Could he be a model? His aura is absolutely unmatched. Unbelievable. I thought some model was walking the runway, but it's actually the King of Yemen? He's nothing like I imagined. Way too handsome. If it weren't for his royal status, he'd be a star overnight. Yeah, his features are flawless. Hollywood stars would have to step aside. Oh my god, how can there be such a perfect man in the world? Although the topic of the King of Yemen, though he's a huge international sensation. But Jiang Ye himself hasn't appeared on camera much. So many people haven't even seen Jiang Ye's photos. Seeing him in person this time, everyone was stunned. Handsome. So handsome. Westerners have always had an advantage in facial structure. Their facial features tend to be more sculpted. Yet Jiang Ye held his own completely, even surpassing them. Especially in terms of presence. His posture is impeccably upright, and every gesture radiates effortless elegance and composure. He looked like an aristocratic gentleman from the upper class who might raise a champagne glass to toast someone at any moment. It was utterly unimaginable that such a man could be the one leading the Houthi armed forces, carving out a niche in the chaotic wasteland of Jiangdong. He carved out a realm for himself. A man who made Shashi tremble in fear, who made the Italian-backed lighthouse nation cower. Yamamoto turned to look at Jiang Ye, the chicken pot nation. He'd always been curious about Jiang Ye, this figure capable of stirring up storms in Jiangdong. But since Footbase and Chicken Nation held little sway in Jiangdong, one could say it held none at all. Therefore, their opportunities to interact with the Yemen kingdom were few and far between. There was no animosity between the two sides. Yet Yamamoto knew that if the kingdom of Yemen was an enemy of the lighthouse nation, it must be his enemy too. Not a trace of goodwill flickered in his eyes. Yamamoto gave him a dismissive glance before turning his head away in disdain and striding straight inside. Jiang Ye naturally paid him no mind either. He believed that any normal dragon country citizen would harbor no affection for the Footbase and Chicken Nation. A bunch of scoundrels who prioritize petty courtesy over true loyalty. They put on one face in public and another behind closed doors. They refused to acknowledge the crimes they committed back then, trying to cover up the truth. Such a nation. Everyone should be free to punish them. Jiang Ye has arrived? Inside the building, Obama, who was conversing with leaders from various countries in the lobby, received the news. He hurriedly excused himself from the person in front of him. He headed straight for the exit. Encountering Yamamoto entering the building, Obama merely gave a perfunctory nod. This left Yamamoto looking extremely displeased. He had expected to be acknowledged, only to be ignored. But what could he do? This was Obama we're talking about. Yamamoto could only swallow his pride. Hello? It's a pleasure to see you here. Obama approached the entrance and headed straight for Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye extended his hand, shook it briefly, and said, "It's an honor to meet you." Jiang Ye knew exactly what Obama was thinking. Still, appearances must be maintained. The other party greeted him warmly. Regardless of whether Obama was a wolf in sheep's clothing, Jiang Ye couldn't afford to refuse him face. After all these cameras were rolling. It's easy to give people ammunition. Don't end up with a reputation for acting like a diva. That would be quite something. Exchange pleasantries. Obama gestured behind him. Come on in. The conference is about to start. Sure. The two men smiled as they entered the building. Ironically, anyone unaware might think they were on excellent terms. They entered the building. They arrived at the main hall. This was the venue for the upcoming joint conference, featuring a distinctive circular design. This symbolized unity and cooperation. The dome-shaped ceiling of the assembly hall was adorned with exquisite murals depicting humanity's pursuit of peace, justice, and progress. Seats are arranged in a fan-shaped pattern, accommodating thousands of people. Hanging on the innermost backdrop wall was the United Nations emblem, underscoring the solemnity and authority of the meeting. Jiang Ye observed world leaders divided into different factions. Each group was engaged in their own discussions. This was normal. Only nations with good relations and shared interests could find common ground in their discussions. Regarding this United Nations General Assembly, each nation held its own stance and perspective. However, they broadly fall into two camps. One faction is led by the Lighthouse Nation and its Western allies. The Lighthouse Nation issued prior instructions. When the impeachment motion gained momentum, they would cast opposing votes. These nations adopted a tacitly supportive stance. There was no alternative. Their national strength simply couldn't support defying the Lighthouse Nation. The other faction, of course, is like the Dragon Nation. They do not fear the Lighthouse Nation's tyranny. They are nations prepared to stand on principle and champion justice. But few can actually pull this off. Besides the Dragon Nation, only the Big Goose has the capability. Chapter 150, already a dead man. At that moment, outside the building, a sudden, unannounced commotion erupted, the clatter of shattering glass and crashing objects. The leaders of various nations, engrossed in discussion, were drawn to the commotion. Jiang Ye motioned for Henry to accompany him outside, and the two headed toward the entrance. Upon stepping outside, they saw the Italian defense minister, Yemen, entering the building under the protection of a group of bodyguards. Outside, crowds of citizens from various nations were visibly agitated. Some people, upon seeing McKinley, raised Palestinian flags high. Others even hurled objects, rocks or other items at McKinley. This was their way of protesting against the atrocities committed by Yemen. If not for the bodyguards surrounding him, McKinley would have been beaten to a pulp in no time. Israel, get out of Jongdong. Yisraelians, get out of Palestine and return the land. Israel is committing inhumane massacres. You monsters will face retribution. The people of Palestine are innocent. We firmly oppose Israel's genocidal policies. You are committing crimes. Voices echoed through the streets. Countless people waved flags and chanted. The scene was truly spectacular. If you look closely, you can see that Yemen's defense minister, McKinley, heard these voices. His face turned green. In truth, the people's opinion was already quite clear, proving that the majority remained clear-headed. But there was nothing to be done. The United Nations General Assembly is a mandatory procedure. Damn them. McLean finally made it into the building, his face grim, unable to hold back a curse. At this point, all nations participating in the General Assembly were essentially present. The General Assembly was about to commence. However, before it started, there were still a few formalities to go through. Before Jiang Ye arrived, he had crammed in some last-minute knowledge about the General Assembly. The General Assembly consists of 15 member states, including 5 permanent members and 10 non-permanent members. The permanent members are China, the United States, France, the United Kingdom, Japan, and the Republic of Ireland. These 5 nations hold veto power in the General Assembly. That is, for resolutions on non-procedural matters, if even one permanent member votes against it, the resolution cannot pass. This is precisely why Italy remains unconcerned. Even if the other 4 nations supported impeaching Israel, a single veto from the land of the free would suffice. The United Nations cannot take any action against Israel. Non-permanent members are elected by the UN General Assembly, serve 2-year terms, and see 5 members replaced annually. Non-permanent members possess limited authority. Specifically, they lack the veto power held by the 5 permanent members. However, non-permanent members also play a significant role in the decision-making process of the General Assembly. The United Nations General Assembly. It has consistently been the most crucial forum for maintaining global stability, without exception. Many international disputes are resolved through the General Assembly. Except for wars. In the realm of international cooperation, some initiatives are also advanced through the General Assembly. A few minutes before the session began, Jiang Ye was invited to take his seat. They say enemies always meet in unexpected places. The seat of McKinley, the representative of Yemen, was not far from Jiang Ye's. No sooner had he sat down, he noticed McKinley glaring at him with hatred. Jiang Ye certainly wasn't about to indulge him. He glared right back. In the end, McKinley backed down. Because Henry, sitting beside Jiang Ye, had a look in his eyes that sent a chill down his spine. That wasn't a normal gaze. It was like he was eyeing prey. This made McKinley realize that this was definitely a dangerous character. A man who hadn't claimed a few lives. No one would have that kind of look. Don't be fooled by these people's high positions and power. At the end of the day, they're still human. And humans fear death. McLean is no different. They don't have more lives than anyone else just because they're high up. What a coincidence. Just then, Jiang Ye felt someone tapping his shoulder. He turned around to find it was Lu Wen. Minister Lu, what a coincidence. Are you representing Longwei this time? Yes. As the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Longwa, he happened to be in the Lighthouse Nation for a few days on business recently. Naturally, the joint conference fell to him. Lu Wen leaned close and whispered into Jiang Ye's ear, don't get distracted later. Stay focused on your objective. Impeach Yemen directly and denounce their atrocities. You've prepared all the evidence, right? Jiang Ye nodded. Absolutely. All the video and photographic evidence came from Hamas. They clearly show how brutal Israel is in Gaza. Bombing civilians, bombing hospitals. Even refugee camps weren't spared. Were it not for Hamas's backing by the United States, any single piece of evidence would be grounds for capital punishment. This UN General Assembly session will be broadcast live. Alright, make a good impression. When you need us, you'll see I'll step forward to speak. Lu Wen finished speaking and returned to his seat. Across the room, McKinley, was also using the final moments to whisper with the Lighthouse Nation officials beside him, exchanging words. He kept glancing over at Jiang Ye's direction, seemingly brewing a plan. Dawn. The gong signifying the official commencement of the United Nations General Assembly suddenly sounded. Delegates from all parties fell silent. The atmosphere in the hall instantly turned solemn. The chairmanship of each General Assembly session rotates among member states. This time, it was the turn of the Korean nation. The previously unremarkable South Korean delegate motioned for silence before announcing the specific procedures and rules for this session. After that, since this impeachment motion was initiated by the Kingdom of Yemen, the South Korean representative motioned for Jiang Ye's side to submit the impeachment petition. Jiang Ye exchanged a glance. Henry took the impeachment documents and handed them over. Don't worry, we've got your back. Obama tilted his head and murmured to McKinley. McLean glanced at the impeachment papers, then looked at Jiang Ye. He sneered. Before the meeting began, Obama had already informed him of the Yemen kingdom's nuclear weapons fraud. This meant that both the Lighthouse Nation and Israel no longer worried about the threat of the Yemen kingdom's nuclear weapons. The previously mentioned assassination mission could proceed as planned. Therefore, in McKinley's eyes, Jiang Ye was already as good as dead. Let him gloat for a while longer. I'll see how long his laughter lasts. McKinley thought to himself. At that moment, the representative of the Korean nation began reading the impeachment document before the assembled nations. The Kingdom of Yemen strongly condemns the actions of Yisrael in the Gaza Strip and hereby formally submits a motion to the United Nations to impeach Yisrael. Key demands. Israel must immediately cease all indiscriminate killings of innocent civilians and compensate Gaza for all damages incurred during this period. Israel's grave violations of international law warrant full accountability from the United Nations. The masterminds behind these atrocities must be apprehended and held responsible. Furthermore, Israel must submit to global oversight. A few minutes later, after reading the impeachment document, the South Korean representative looked around at the assembled nations. It was now time for each country's delegate to voice their opinion. Chapter 151, Insane and Unscrupulous. As the nation facing impeachment, throughout the entire reading, McKinley wore a look of contempt, clearly unwilling to accept the verdict. After the reading concluded, he turned his gaze toward the Lighthouse Nation. This was a signal for the Beacon Nation to speak on his behalf. Yet Obama showed no intention of speaking, instead turning his gaze toward the representative of the land of the morning calm, Yamamoto. Everyone knew. The Lighthouse Nation and Italy were closely aligned. The two nations were in cahoots. Having just read the impeachment documents, he immediately stood up to speak for Italy. His motives were far too obvious. This would inevitably provoke widespread discontent. This was different from previous UN General Assemblies. This meeting is broadcast worldwide. It's being broadcast live globally. Hundreds of millions, even billions of users could watch the impeachment proceedings across various platforms. Even if they couldn't completely clear themselves of suspicion, it shouldn't be so blatant. The role of the Foot Basin Chicken Nation is now fully revealed. Ahem. Yamamoto raised his hand. After receiving permission, he stood up and addressed the microphone. What I wish to say is that this impeachment by the Kingdom of Yemen carries the intent of smearing others. We all know the people of Yisrael have endured profound suffering. To fundamentally prevent such tragedies, one must ask, why do these horrors persist? I urge everyone to carefully consider who was Yisrael's true enemy. The crowd's expressions twitched. They stared at Yamamoto as if he were an idiot. Do you even realize what you're saying? The atrocities committed by Yisrael are witnessed by the entire world. Multiple waves of targeted bombings displaced the people of the Ghassan region, leaving the dead and the wounded wounded. What do you mean by smearing? Yamamoto, shamelessly persisting, declared, yes, Hamas has always been Israel's true enemy. Hamas initiated the attacks on Israel's border, killing hundreds and destroying numerous buildings. Israel's actions were merely defensive, compelled by the need to protect its own citizens. Instead, Hamas in Gaza is reaping the bitter fruit of its own actions, forcing ordinary Gazans to pay the price. Shouldn't we be condemning these real culprits? If the Kingdom of Yemen seeks to impeach Israel, then I believe the United Nations should first resolve the Hamas issue, eradicating this terrorist organization from the face of the earth. Yamamoto set down the microphone. He stared expressionlessly at the South Korean representative. The South Korean representative froze. His expression seemed to say, "Holy, you can actually do that? We're both dogs of the Beacon Nation. Why are you the one putting on such a show?" Obama shot Yamamoto a look of approval. Yamamoto's expressionless face finally broke into a sycophantic smile. Though the smile vanished almost instantly, global netizens were all in an uproar. Netizens worldwide were in an uproar. So real. So real. What a good dog, he knew to smile at just a glance from his owner. That damn smile is absolutely professional. No wonder it feels so familiar. Isn't that the same sycophantic vibe you see in dramas, like the dog-like sycophants fawning over emperors in ancient palaces? TSK. Someone, bring the bones. That smile, anyone with a shred of backbone could never master it in a lifetime. How disgusting. What nonsense are you spouting? Why did Hamas attack the Israeli border? Shouldn't you first investigate what Israel did first? Hamas is fighting for national dignity and justice. It's Israel that invaded their territory, committing genocide, a bunch of damned murderers. The representative of the Foot Basin Chicken Nation concluded. Next, it was time for other nations' representatives to speak. The South Korean representative scanned the audience and noticed the Chinese representative raising his hand. Lu Chen stood up, adjusting his attire slightly. He spoke with measured confidence. Regarding the remarks just made by the representative of the football chicken nation, I have some points to convey. First, the theme of this meeting is the atrocities committed by the Yisili nation. We should focus on this core issue rather than diverting the discussion. Shouldn't we concentrate our debate on whether the current actions of the Yisili nation are justified? If they are not, then as representatives of the United Nations, we all have the right to mediate and, from a humanitarian standpoint, prevent further catastrophe. We all know that under several rounds of Israeli bombing, the Gaza Strip has suffered countless civilian casualties. They deliberately target hospitals, leaving no survivors, sparing neither children nor women, all of which is backed by irrefutable evidence. Slander. Pure and simple slander. McLean stood up, visibly agitated. We have already issued statements. All our attacks target the terrorist organization Hamas. As for the civilian casualties in hospitals, those were merely accidental strikes. Who can guarantee they never make mistakes? Our own mistakes. Yet they make others pay with their lives. Once again, everyone witnessed the shamelessness of the Italian American. And what's more, no one believes Yisili's claim of an accident. Once was a mistake, but every time? Luan refused to indulge him, retorting, "The king of Yemen possesses certain things that I believe will interest everyone present here in the entire world." Jiang Ye understood. He stood up and produced a videotape. This is evidence of Yisili's crimes. I request to release it publicly here and now. Everyone watched. Though the Korean representative leaned toward the lighthouse nation, he had no choice but to agree. The video played out before the assembled crowd. In the footage, Yisili's fighter jet, after bombing civilians, directly turned toward the hospital. Without a moment's hesitation. Such a clear objective? You're telling me it was an accident? This is utterly shameless, it's clearly deliberate. Gaza's medical infrastructure is already severely compromised under Israeli blockade. Destroying the hospital means that any infection among Gaza's population risks becoming fatal without timely treatment. Bombing hospitals, then refugee camps, places filled with people who lost their homes to bombing. You tell me this is an operation against Hamas? Yeah, right. Do you think Hamas deliberately gathers in one place just so you can bomb them? Live stream viewers. Breaking the 1 billion mark. Tens of thousands of comments flood the screen every second. The video isn't censored. The bloody scenes left many physically ill, unable to watch. And yet, Yisili actually claimed it was a mistaken accidental bombing. One time was an accidental bombing. But every single time an accidental bombing? This clearly fails to convince the public. Beyond this, I possess footage of Yisili openly destroying Gaza's power plants, reservoirs, and other infrastructure. Jiang Ye's lips curled into a smile. Therefore, I have every reason to suspect that Yisili is resorting to any means necessary to annex Palestine territory. They've lost their minds. Their true objective may well be to exterminate the entire population of Gaza. The moment these words were spoken, the entire General Assembly Hall fell into a deathly silence. Chapter 152, The Story of the Half-Million Marco Bread. With just a few words, Yisili was branded with crimes of genocide and mass slaughter. They also openly violated international law, a violation of basic human morality. Warmongering. Any one of these charges alone is a capital offense. Even if the perpetrator is Yisili, backed by the United States, the gravity of these crimes is too severe. Once proven, Yisili's fate afterward will be nothing to envy. Nonsense. McKenlin stood up, his face flushed. You say we want to seize Palestine territory? Excuse me, but over 2,000 years ago, our ancestors lived in Jungdong. That land was ours to begin with. What's wrong with that? Oh? And what proof do you have? That Bible you're clutching? Jiang Ye laughed. If that's the case, could I just write a book and claim Yisili as my territory? Besides, if events from over 2,000 years ago still hold sway, then I'd like to ask everyone here, if the Dragon Nation were to produce the ancient text Chanhaging, how would you respond? The expressions on every face in the room became utterly priceless. Holy crap? You can play that game? Across the table, Yisili's representative, McKenlin, froze solid in place. His brain seemed to have crashed, leaving him speechless for a long while. How could he possibly counter that? On screen. Damn, ha! That's hilarious, a straight-up game changer. Representative Yisili was dumbfounded. Yeah, if the Bible can be used as evidence, then I'll claim the classic of mountains and seas as an ancient world map. In ancient times, we Chinese roamed the world. Does that mean the entire planet was our territory? And there's an ancient saying, wherever the sun and moon shine, it's Han territory. Shouldn't you all just move off the planet? Exactly. If a crappy Bible counts as evidence, then you'd either have to move off the planet or pay rent to the entire Chinese nation. Turns out, you have to fight thieves with their own logic, no point reasoning with them. Hilarious. Yisili is a tough nut to crack. Kicking that iron plate of the Yemen? You'll regret it, ha! Watching the bewildered expression on the face of the Ukrainian defense minister, everyone burst out laughing. When dealing with thugs, you can't reason with them. Otherwise, it's like a scholar meeting a soldier. You can't reason with them. Use their own bandit logic against them. McKenlin was furious. He pointed an accusing finger at Jiang Ye and snapped, "Oh? So you want to uphold justice, do you? So what if I do?" Jiang Ye remained calm, stood in stark contrast to McKenlin across from him, like an elegant gentleman facing a shrewish harpy. A classic scene. A stark contrast, plain and simple. Hilarious. The other guy didn't even have time to catch his breath before he was done for. Ha. Absolutely brilliant. King Yemen is my ultimate mouthpiece. So satisfying. May Yisili die a horrible death. Over in China. A trending topic was born just for this. King of Yemen, the ultimate spokesperson. The trending topic shot to the top of the charts at lightning speed, drawing massive attention from Dragon Nation netizens. And the show was just getting started. McKenlin clutched his aching heart and, in desperation, began digging up old grievances. If you put it that way, he continued, we Yisili were once victims of severe persecution too. If you're so righteous, why didn't anyone save us back then? Why did you just stand by and watch us Yisili people get slaughtered and persecuted? Why didn't you righteous folks speak up and condemn it? At this point, McKenlin's demeanor shifted abruptly. Because this was a fact the entire world had to acknowledge. They had been victims. Millions were slaughtered. If one were to calculate it that way, he might even say the entire world owed them a debt of gratitude. He believed the Yemen kingdom led by Jiang Ye was nothing but a bunch of hypocrites. They merely sought to exploit this opportunity, using the banner of justice to suppress them. As for Gaza and his kind, they weren't genuinely trying to help them at all. With that said, the mood grew heavy. The bullet comments suddenly shifted in tone. Come to think of it, it's true Yisili had it rough back then, even worse than Gaza today. They were victims of history too. War has no right or wrong. As far as I know, the Yisili people have been displaced for over 2,000 years, never having a fixed homeland. That part is truly tragic. Yes, they've been driven out countless times. If only so many people had spoken up for the Yisili back then. They must have hated the war too. Jiang Ye scanned the room. No one seemed inclined to speak. McKenlin hoped to elicit sympathy, but unfortunately, Jiang Ye wouldn't give him that chance. Excuse me, but don't you know why you were massacred back then? What do you mean by that? McKenlin glared at Jiang Ye with venom. What I mean is, do you want me to dig up all your dirty laundry from back then too? Who doesn't know how to dig up old dirt? It's about who's more ruthless. Jiang Ye cleared his throat. He looked solemnly at everyone, giving the live broadcast camera a particularly meaningful glance. Everyone, I believe you've all been exposed to the content Mr. McKenlin just mentioned through news and television since childhood. Nearly all such reports portray Yisili as the ultimate victim, innocent, a casualty of war. But let's not forget. Who controls the majority of the media in this world? This statement made countless people realize something was amiss. It's Yisili. Yisili controls nearly every major media outlet worldwide. Both the well-known and obscure ones bear its influence. As the saying goes, what you see is what others want you to see. I wonder how many people have heard this phrase. This statement was addressed to the audience before the live broadcast. The attendees were all high-ranking officials from various nations. The breadth of information they access is beyond the imagination of ordinary people in a lifetime. They grasp the bulk of the truth. Jiang Ye needn't explain, they understood exactly what he meant. As for the viewers watching on screen, influenced by film and television news, much information remains inaccessible to them. This is why, after McKenlin revealed their victim status, many were swayed by this emotional appeal. The tone of the live chat comments shifted dramatically. What the hell do you mean by that? Seeing Jiang Ye about to expose something, McKenlin began to panic. Jiang Ye shot him a glance. But he ignored him. Instead, he continued, when the Jews were displaced, the Will state took in some Italians. What happened next? The Italians leveraged their business acumen to operate usury operations within the Will state, amassing wealth recklessly. This indirectly triggered an economic crisis, leaving Will state citizens unable to afford food. Do you recall the story of 50,000 marks for a single loaf of bread? Jiang Ye's gaze held a meaningful glint. Fell upon McKenlin. Chapter 153, The Crimes of Italy. McKenlin's thumb trembled violently beneath his sleeve. His chest heaved as he gasped for breath. His face was completely flushed. Those words struck straight at the core of McKenlin's pain. Why was the Will Nation so ruthless back then? Ultimately, they brought it upon themselves. The Will Nation had taken them in during their time of need, allowing them to enter its territory and survive. And what did the Yisili people do in return? When the Will Nation faced its own crisis, not only did they refuse to lend a hand, instead, they resorted to usury. This led to a series of bankruptcies among the citizens of the Kingdom of Will, ultimately causing the entire nation's economy to collapse completely. The origin of the saying 50,000 marcos for a loaf of bread. This very story. Otherwise, how could the Italian state have harbored such deep hatred toward the Italians, launching a frenzied campaign of retaliation afterward? These events, long concealed by the Italians, many people remain unaware of them. They remain ignorant of the underlying reasons. Just minutes ago, those who felt sympathy for Yisili as victims, their worldview just got shattered. What the hell? This too? No, I was just feeling sorry for you a second ago, and now you're telling me you brought this all upon yourself? Damn it, Israel really is a bunch of devils. May you all burn in hell, amen. Interesting. Very interesting. Could this Israeli defense minister explain himself too? I knew it. Why would Israel suddenly attack Israel? Turns out this is why. Makes perfect sense. What a fierce nation. The Israel people deserve to vanish from this world. The truth is out. Online sentiment toward Israel has instantly reversed. So-called sympathy vanished completely. vanished into thin air. This is a people whose vices are etched into their very bones, into their very genes. They are not worthy of sympathy. Otherwise, ordinary people would never commit such inhuman atrocities as those that occurred in Gaza. You! McKinley's voice trembled with fury, his face contorted in rage. McLean, calm down. Seeing him on the verge of losing control, Obama hurriedly intervened. Jiang Ye paid no heed to McKinley. Continue exposing Yisili's historical atrocities before the entire world. You like digging up old skeletons, don't you? Jiang Ye will let you dig it up thoroughly. As everyone should know, the various misdeeds committed by the Isarites throughout history are not uncommon. For instance, around 1650 BC, the Ejeri welcomed them into their lands, fostering ethnic harmony and offering them shelter. Yet when the Hyksos invaded Ejeri, the Isarites turned on their hosts, aiding the invaders instead. Jiang Ye's mouth went dry. Jiang Ye calmly took a sip of water. As for other instances, such as your conflict with the Bas Empire in the 5th century BC, the events with the Loma Empire in 135 AD, and incidents involving your Yisili people during the Song dynasty and the Dragon Kingdom? Not to mention modern history, the very first people to sell opium to the Dragon Kingdom were the Yisili. Every single word. Each word condemns the Yisili people's myriad misdeeds. All of it beyond redemption. Were these deeds committed by any other people, it would be enough to condemn that nation to eternal infamy. The reason Italy has not is the power of controlling the media and public opinion. And now, through Jiang Ye's narration, Yisili's past deeds were laid bare before the world. The representatives from various nations in the Grand Hall remained silent. Yet their spirits were already greatly stirred. These revelations, Jiang Ye dared to make public. The days ahead for the Yisilians won't be easy. At the very least, their filter of playing the victim and feigning innocence would be shattered in the eyes of the world. Will be shattered completely. Good grief, you wouldn't believe it until you heard it. The Yisler have quite the record. What a disgusting people. Don't you ever reflect on yourselves? I think I understand why the Italians have been displaced for over 2,000 years, wandering the world. It's not without reason. Destroy them. I support the humanitarian erasure of Yisili from this world. It's for global peace. The so-called beacon of freedom has been aiding and abetting the oppressor all along. How ironic that your slogans preach freedom, democracy, peace, and equality, yet you've consistently backed butchers. Enough. They're all cut from the same cloth, the Lighthouse Nation and Israel alike. Neither is anything to admire. The only difference between the land of the free and Israel is that the Lighthouse Nation never directly participates in wars. They merely stir up conflicts from behind the scenes, profiting from the chaos. But fundamentally, whenever war breaks out, it means someone must pay the price. To call them birds of a feather couldn't be more fitting. The Ilan and Sheikh clans have fought for so many years, developing into sworn enemies. This is a classic example. McKinley was utterly enraged, veins bulging on his forehead and neck. His eyes glowed red. His fists clenched so tightly his knuckles cracked. Minister McKinley. At that moment, a fiery-tempered delegate whispered into McKinley's ear, "The online discussion about us has completely spiraled out of control. We can't continue like this. We need to wrap up the meeting immediately." The meeting had only been underway for half an hour. Jiang Ye had successfully steered the conversation to this point. How could this continue? Yisili might well become a villain for the ages, forever tarnished in people's minds. This time, Yisili was genuinely terrified. McKinley trembled with rage, stars dancing before his eyes. He felt as though his blood might boil over and he might faint at any moment. But he knew he had to bring this assembly to a close. Enough! I have no idea what nonsense you're spouting. Every word you've uttered is pure fabrication, utterly baseless and absurd. McKinley cleared his throat. His voice was hoarse as he declared, "I hereby reiterate that our military operations in Gaza are solely aimed at eliminating the terrorist organization Hamas. They are undertaken for self-defense and to safeguard the security of our Israel people. We call upon the global community to unite in opposing Hamas. We pledge that once Hamas is eradicated, Israel will cease all actions against Gaza and immediately withdraw its forces without the slightest hesitation." The same shamelessness. All that talk, yet nothing has changed. Because whether Hamas is eliminated, it's entirely up to Israel to decide. If they choose, any Gazan can be labeled as Hamas. Then slaughtered to the last. All right. Representatives of all nations, if there is nothing further to discuss, we shall now proceed to the vote. McLean's gaze swept across the entire hall. Chapter 154, The Demeanor of a Hegemon. The representatives exchanged glances, none willing to speak. The Lighthouse Nation was no exception. Because everything they wanted to say had already been voiced by the South Korean representative. Seeing this, the Korean representative spoke up. "Very well. Since no one else wishes to speak, I hereby declare the voting session open. On the question of whether to support the Kingdom of Yemen in its impeachment of Italy. Those in favor, cast your vote. Those opposed, cast your vote. Thank you for your cooperation." The voting session. It was essentially a game of political maneuvering. Especially for smaller nations, fearful of offending anyone, they could only follow the major powers' lead. Some nations immediately began reading the room. At this moment, Obama, representing a major power, cast the first opposing vote. Seeing this, several smaller nations naturally followed suit with their own vetoes. For instance, countries like the Footbasket Chicken Nation, Holland, the Philippines, Samoa, Norway, Rabbit Ireland, and the Westwax Nation. Meanwhile, nations like the British Empire, Germany, the United States, and France, which possessed relatively greater strength, not classified as small nations, also cast opposing votes. Because most of them, too, are dominated by the lighthouse nation. Some neutral nations chose to abstain. Only 2 nations voted in favor, the Dragon Nation and the Big Goose. Without a doubt, this impeachment effort ended in failure. Even if every single country present had voted in favor, the lighthouse nation's veto power still stood. The vote is in. I hereby declare that this impeachment has failed due to insufficient votes. Representative of the Republic of Korea, announce the outcome of this assembly loudly. Damn it, this is rigged. Are these countries blind? Didn't they see Gas's plight? Didn't those blood-soaked paintings stir your consciences? You heartless bastards. United Nations? Put. This so-called United Nations is nothing but a joke. It's lost all credibility. Dissolve it. I knew this outcome all along. Might as well treat it like a joke. Sigh, this world is too dark. The executioners roam free, while the true victims cry out in agony. But instead of salvation, they get nothing but the executioner's mockery. Reality. Countless people cannot accept this outcome. They'd give anything to storm the United Nations. Flip the table. Then point at the representatives of each country and ask if their hearts are black. Ha! McKinley's long-suppressed emotions finally found release. The look on Jiang Ye's face held a certain mockery and derision. Well, after all that ranting? Did anyone even listen? In the end, it all comes down to the same result. You're still too green to take me on. The representatives of various nations. Their gazes settled on Jiang Ye. A faint sense of impending trouble hung in the air. This felt like trouble brewing. Could Jiang Ye's fiery temper really tolerate McKinley shouting like that? This was the same man who, during the founding ceremony, had dared to shoot down an Italian fighter jet without fear of triggering war. Sure enough. The next second, Jiang Ye stood up abruptly from his seat. He advanced step by step toward McKinley. With the boost from his gene-enhanced serum, Jiang Ye's physical prowess, combined with his naturally imposing presence, was something most people simply couldn't withstand. McKinley felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down on him. It felt as though the next second, Jiang Ye would be charging at him, smashing his skull with a single punch. What do you think you're doing? McKinley, who had been laughing just moments ago, now stammered in terror. This is the United Nations Assembly. Mind your behavior. Jiang Ye couldn't help but laugh. Is that all? Rest assured, I won't harm you. After all, we Yemen Kingdom people aren't as reckless as those from certain other nations. Everyone's taut nerves finally relaxed a little. They'd thought Jiang Ye was about to make a move in front of the whole world. Luan said to Jiang Ye, don't stoop to their level. You know this impeachment won't pass. Jiang Ye didn't reply. He merely gave Luan a reassuring look. Ladies and gentlemen, I care little about the failure of this impeachment. But here, I must announce, due to the atrocities committed by Yisili and Gasha, which, thanks to your efforts, remain unchecked. As he spoke these words, Jiang Ye's gaze deliberately swept over the many nations led by the lighthouse nation that had cast opposing votes. Ahem. This left Obama and others feeling rather awkward. They hastily averted their eyes from Jiang Ye's gaze. They deliberately avoided the cameras. This scene was witnessed by billions watching the live broadcast worldwide. It proved the saying, the more guilty one feels about something, the more instinctively one avoids it. Therefore, the Kingdom of Yemen has decided to provide varying degrees of support to the people of Gashan. The concept of support here. Jiang Ye remained vague. He didn't specify whether it would be in the form of daily necessities, life-saving aid. Nor did he specify whether it would be weapons. McKinley's expression immediately darkened. They knew about the Kingdom of Yemen's covert support for Gasha. They just lacked proof. Yemen had always operated in the shadows. Now it seemed they were preparing to show their hand, ready to openly assist Gasha. Jiang Ye's meaning was straightforward. Since the nations intend to continue aiding the tyrant, Jiang Ye won't hold back either. He will employ equal measures to aid Gasha in confronting Yisili. Furthermore, let me make this clear, any nation that dares to intercept or obstruct the supplies and aid we provide to Gaza henceforth will be regarded as an act of war. Jiang Ye fixed his gaze directly on McKinley. Yes. This message is meant for Yisili. Ever since the first wave of bombing struck the Gaza Strip, some nations have begun airlifting aid to Gaza. But Yisili intercepted most of it. These nations could do nothing against Yisili and had to give up. Therefore, this statement is less a declaration, but rather a warning to all of Israel. In that instant, countless viewers watching the livestream were swept up in the excitement, feeling that Jiang Ye was utterly charismatic at that moment. He was the only one daring to issue a direct warning to Yisili, declaring in front of Yisili's representatives that any attempt to obstruct them would be an act of war. That sheer presence. That sheer force of will. The more they listened, the more they sensed the bearing of a future global ruler, coupled with an indescribable dominance. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! How can someone be this cool? So damn commanding, it got my blood pumping. I even got up and did a few push-ups. A real man, bold and fearless. I'm completely blown away. That sheer audacity is unmatched. That warning, I bet he's the only man in the world who dare say something like that. Don't ask why I'm kneeling while watching the livestream. Alright, I'm Wu Yinju from Shuzhou. I admit it, when it comes to being handsome, if the king of Yemen says he's second, no one dares claim first. Damn, so manly. Love it, love it. Wonder if the king of Yemen is married? I'm a 30-60 any chance? Chapter 155 The National Treasure is Fake? Global fanbase. Countless handsome men and beautiful women are captivated by it. You can't blame them. After all, Jiang Ye himself is handsome and charismatic. King of a nation. Marrying Jiang Ye meant becoming a princess. Isn't that far more prestigious and desirable than any so-called alpha male CEO in TV dramas? You want the peach. Even if you weren't married, you wouldn't stand a chance. Forget about it. Exactly. With her current status, even if Louis Fei showed up, he'd still be climbing the social ladder. Of course. A man who can stand at the United Nations and go toe-to-toe with so many nations. What does Louis Fei amount to? Theoretically, someone at his level wouldn't be lacking for women. At the conference venue, some nations couldn't help but silently applaud Jiang Ye. Outwardly, they bow to the beacon nation. But guess what? How many are genuinely sincere rather than cowering under the lighthouse nation's tyranny? The answer is, almost none. No country wants to grovel before another. They simply lack the opportunity to rise up. What Jiang Ye did today is exactly how they imagine themselves so damn cool. I wonder if they'll ever get the chance in this lifetime to stand their ground like Jiang Ye did. Jiang Ye's words left McKinley red-faced. This wasn't even a provocation, it was a blatant warning, pointing directly at Yisili's nose. He was telling Yisili, if they wanted war, the kingdom of Yemen would absolutely oblige. On the international stage, Yisili's standing has always been pivotal. If he fails to respond decisively this time and rein in Jiang Ye's momentum, Israel's prestige among the nations of the world will be significantly diminished. This would unmistakably signal to the world that Israel is no longer the unrivaled force it once was in the Shandong region, a nation that could act without restraint, taking on multiple adversaries without ever tasting defeat. Yisili had placed great importance on the respect they commanded in the eyes of nations. With that deterrent in place, other nations would harbor fear towards you, let alone declare war. Even if attacked, they wouldn't dare entertain thoughts of resistance. But once that deterrent is removed, the moment the divine light bleeds, it ceases to be divine. And Yisili was never a god to begin with. He's merely a tiny nation propped up by the lighthouse nation's might to maintain his status as Zhongdong's little tyrant. King of Yemen. McKinley demanded, you don't seriously think we Yisili would fear your Yemen kingdom, do you? Don't forget just months ago, you were nothing but a bunch of second-rate trash. Trash? McKinley intended to belittle Jiang Ye with this. Too bad Jiang Ye couldn't care less. You got beaten so badly you couldn't find your way back, not even trash-worthy. So what exactly are you? Put. Ha! That's hilarious. What a ridiculous logic. Seriously, does Yisili, who got beaten so badly by Houthi, even have the right to speak? This guy's mocking others, but he's digging his own grave. Yemen King's mind works way too fast, ha! Seeing McKinley's face turn ashen, netizens couldn't hold back any longer and burst into laughter. This moment cemented McKinley's status as a complete clown in the public eye. He pointed at Jiang Ye, frozen speechless for a full minute. Fine, if you can't speak, then don't. Jiang Ye shook his head. I'm starting to doubt this guy's IQ. How did he even become the Minister of Defense for Yisili? There really was no one else. Could such trash actually rise to power? McKinley felt like pulling out his teeth and gnawing them to pieces. I don't want to waste my breath arguing with you, but don't blame me for not warning you. If the Kingdom of Yemen ships supplies to Gasha and we discover it, we will take appropriate measures. This time, McKinley was clever. He left them a way out. Provided, of course, that they actually discover it. In other words, when necessary, they could choose not to discover it, thus avoiding conflict with the Kingdom of Yemen. The expressions on the faces of the representatives from various nations were truly something to behold. When had Yisil ever been so timid? The answer is almost never. Only other nations would compromise with Yisili. This time, however, they took the unprecedented step of actively seeking a face-saving exit for themselves. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. It feels like witnessing history in the making. The birth of the Yemen kingdom. Perhaps it truly will have a profound impact on this world. Obama frowned. In his view, Jiang Ye was being a bit too overbearing. He stood up, stepping in to ease the tension for McKinley. Let's discuss this properly. We invited you to this joint conference to give you, as the new king, an opportunity to make your presence known. Don't let things escalate to the point where everyone ends up unhappy. That wouldn't benefit either of us, understand? At this point, Obama suddenly changed the subject. By the way, regarding the matter of weapons of mass destruction, nuclear weapons, for instance within the Yemen kingdom, would you like to take this opportunity to clarify things for everyone? The issue of your Yemen kingdom fabricating evidence? What? Nuclear weapons? Fabrication? The representatives from various nations heard this and their eyes widened like copper bells, their faces filled with shock. They wondered what Obama meant by this. Was he implying that the Kingdom of Yemen's nuclear weapons were fake? But during the founding ceremony, the Yemen kingdom's nuclear weapons had indeed been displayed. Before the Yemen king arrived in Washington, D.C. for the conference, the kingdom had officially released information about its nuclear arsenal, flexing its muscles before the world once more. It doesn't seem fake at all. Live stream. Fake? Are you questioning the Kingdom of Yemen's capabilities? What's the meaning behind this? Did you get some intel? Why else would you say something so out of the blue? Why do I keep feeling like something big is about to happen? Wait, what? Yemen's nuclear weapons are fake? Even though I'm a fan of the Yemen king, I have to say the credibility of this is seriously questionable. Nuclear weapons aren't something you just whip up on a whim. I've had my doubts before, but since everyone else seemed to buy it, I didn't bother arguing. Holy crap, big news! The internet exploded instantly. This is huge news. As the Yemen kingdom's national treasure and global deterrent, it's fake? Who would believe that? McKinley stared at Obama in stunned disbelief, then erupted in wild elation. It seemed the findings from the lighthouse nation had arrived. The kingdom of Yemen's nuclear weapons are indeed fake. This changes everything. With nuclear weapons in hand, the kingdom of Yemen possessed the capability to deter the entire world, including the lighthouse nation. But once deprived of this ultimate weapon, the kingdom of Yemen's current military strength is far from invincible. Whether the kingdom of Yemen can be annihilated depends entirely on the price they are willing to pay. Moreover, Jiang Ye is currently in Shangtan City. Whether he can even leave this city is another matter entirely. Chapter 156, Nuclear Gamble. United Nations General Assembly Hall. The expressions on the faces of the representatives from various nations resembled those of onlookers watching a spectacle. Shock upon shock. Was Yemen actually faking its nuclear weapons? So, did Yemen deceive the whole world before? That's explosive. Many nations present have considered doing the same, claiming to possess nuclear weapons to intimidate the lighthouse nation and its allies, to protect themselves. Take Iraq, Syria, and others as examples. If these nations truly possess nuclear weapons, they wouldn't be embroiled in constant warfare under the influence of the United States. But they all know this is unrealistic. The process of developing nuclear weapons is too arduous, and they lack the necessary industrial capabilities and required elements. Any attempt to fake it would be exposed instantly. And the other side would use the pretext of suspecting you possess weapons of mass destruction to attack you. So if the Yemen nuclear hoax is real, then Yemen's king is truly a master strategist. They couldn't help but admit it. Impressive. At this point, everyone is curious how this will play out. If this turns out to be a hoax, the Yemen kingdom will face dire consequences. Indeed, without the threat of nuclear weapons, the lighthouse nation in Sicily could join forces with Western powers to crush Yemen without restraint. No matter how resilient Yemen might be, I doubt it could withstand such pressure. Countless hearts tightened with tension. The unfolding events were utterly unexpected. At the conference, among the viewers watching the live broadcast, countless eyes turned to Jiang Ye, wondering how he would respond next. Meanwhile, Jiang Ye, he remained utterly composed, not the slightest bit flustered. Since you claim our Yemen kingdom's nuclear weapons are fake, proving it is actually quite simple, just declare war on us. Our kingdom can withstand a nuclear war with the lighthouse nation. Both sides will exchange blows, and the world will naturally witness whether the Yemen kingdom's nuclear capabilities are real or fake. He spoke as if discussing a trivial matter. Meanwhile, all the other representatives, the masses of all nations, were no longer composed. Their expressions turned as if they'd seen a ghost. Initiate. Nuclear war? Had they heard correctly? Nuclear war has always been considered taboo by nations worldwide. Even the mere mention of it is met with deep apprehension. Because nuclear weapons are too powerful, too terrifying. Beyond the immediate shockwave upon detonation, which alone is sufficient to obliterate everything in its path. The subsequent nuclear radiation can transform a thriving land into a barren wasteland where not a blade of grass grows. It is a weapon capable of, in an instant. This is the terrifying weapon that can erase countless living beings from this world. Even the beacon nation, the world's dominant power. When facing nuclear-armed nations, certain aspects of its stance become timid and submissive. Fearing the other side might be madmen, choosing to go down with them. And now, Jiang Ye has openly declared before the entire world, threatening to launch a nuclear war. Obama was startled, feeling his back already drenched in sweat. He had concrete intelligence. The CIA chief had confirmed it. The claim that Yemen possessed nuclear weapons was false. But Jiang Ye was too calm, too composed. He began to doubt whether the intelligence had been botched. This guy is definitely trying to intimidate us, don't let him fool you. Meanwhile, a high-ranking official from the Beacon Nation, seeing Obama visibly flustered, hurried to steady his nerves. Obama was the face of the lighthouse nation. The whole world is watching. Obama panicked. This scene was witnessed by the entire world. Where would the lighthouse nation's face be placed? Indeed, Obama carefully reviewed the entire journey of the United States from its founding to the present day. They'd fought their way to power, proving that the king of Yemen absolutely has nerves of steel. Knowing it was fake, yet remained so calm, so composed. Everything suddenly made sense. Obama quickly regained his composure and replied, launching a nuclear war is no trivial matter. You shouldn't speak lightly of such things. Since your Yemen kingdom is still young and unfamiliar with the rules of the United Nations General Assembly, I won't hold it against you. Saying this was also a way to save face for himself. Jiang Ye smiled. Afraid? You? What are you afraid of? Obama hadn't expected Jiang Ye to be so unyielding. Nuclear weapons could destroy the world. We refrain from using them for the sake of global harmony and peace. But you? You're always threatening to start a nuclear war. Do you want all of humanity to go down with you? When did I ever say I wanted all of humanity to go down with me? This guy sure knows how to deflect. The lighthouse nation suspects us, right? I'm just making a unilateral wager with you lot. If you don't dare, then forget it. Delegates of all nations. All eyes turned to Obama. Obama was flustered. He hadn't expected that his attempt to save face for both sides. But the other side turned out to be so stubborn. Now he was left with no face before the entire world. At that moment, Yamamoto of the Foot-Basin Chicken Nation, standing nearby, darted his eyes around. Realizing this was a golden opportunity to impress his master, he immediately stepped forward. Enough! Yamamoto Yoshimasa spoke with righteous indignation. Your kingdom truly is a bunch of warmongering fanatics. Don't think we're actually afraid of you, we'll take your bet. Oh? Jiang Ye looked meaningfully at the Foot-Basin Chicken Nation. What? Admitting you have nuclear weapons now? At this remark, delegates from various nations turned to Yamamoto with solemn expressions. Other nations possess nuclear weapons. Unusual. But it wouldn't draw much attention. If you possess this thing, it's your advantage and others can't say much. But Japan is different. As a defeated nation under international law, not only is it forbidden for a defeated nation to possess nuclear weapons, it cannot even establish its own military. They can only establish a self-defense force. They possess no airspace or maritime rights. Possessing nuclear weapons is strictly forbidden. All nations worldwide possess the right to supervise the bathtub chicken nation. And there's one more rule. Once it is determined that the football chicken nation poses a potential threat to the world, as one of the 5 benevolent powers, has the right to carry out humanitarian annihilation against this nation. Live chat comments. Wow, they're practically confessing without being asked? Hilarious, this guy seems mentally challenged. Fun times ahead, huh? That Foot-Basin country really is no good. After all these years, they still haven't changed their rotten ways. Let's wipe them out already. Exactly. This is where the 5 benevolent ones' oversight powers come into play. Just launch it already, no need for further discussion. I'd love to see this guy's reaction right now. Ha! Bastards! You lot shouldn't push it too far. So what if we have them? We're just defending ourselves. Since ancient times, our Foot-Basin nation has always been peace-loving. Peace-loving warmongers? You? Are you trying to make me laugh myself to death? Your Foot-Basin nation loves peace? The biggest joke of the year. Have you all forgotten the heinous crimes committed by the Foot-Basin nations back then? We stand firm in our commitment to the humanitarian annihilation of this nation. Chapter 157, Nuclear Test Launch, Foot-Basin Nation. Comments from netizens around the world. In an instant, the entire Foot-Basin chicken nation became the target of universal condemnation. Some North Korean netizens tried to make excuses. But soon, they were torn apart by netizens until they didn't even recognize their own mothers. Openly violating the treaty is one thing. A defeated nation dares to rant? Challenging netizens worldwide? The voice of the Foot-Basin nation online was quickly drowned out. They couldn't keep up with the backlash, they simply couldn't. After all, among nations that understand history, there are almost none that hold a favorable impression of the Foot-Basin nation. Yamamoto. What does this mean? You Foot-Basin nations secretly developed nuclear weapons? Lu Wen stepped forward to speak for Jiang Ye. Dragon Nation and Foot-Basin Nation have always been at odds. A natural animosity exists between them. No dragon country citizen would stand idly by at this moment. Realizing he'd said the wrong thing, Yamamoto broke out in a cold sweat. He stood frozen in place, utterly flustered. My apologies, we haven't developed nuclear weapons. What I meant was, I'm certain the Kingdom of Yemen couldn't possibly possess nuclear arms. The wager I proposed was, didn't the Kingdom of Yemen claim they had them? How about this, conduct a public test launch? Wouldn't that settle it? A slip of the tongue? As the head of a nation, does he think he can brush it off so easily? Does he not take responsibility for his actions? Lu Chen wasn't about to let him off that easily. Big Goose followed closely behind. Yes, you'd better explain yourself properly about that incident. Don't think you can brush it off so easily. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. Foot-Basin Nation as the Beacon Nation's lapdog. And the Beacon Nation is the Big Goose's sworn enemy. The Big Goose won't give Foot-Basin country a friendly look. Following closely behind. Representatives from other nations. Yes, explain this, or this matter won't end. President of the Foot-Basin Nation, I believe you understand what it would mean if your country possessed such weapons of mass destruction? Don't try to change the subject. Countries like White Goose, Chosen, and Pakistan. These nations all align with the Goose or Dragon bloc. Naturally, they'll speak up. Yamamoto, helpless, could only cast a pleading glance toward Obama. Obama pondered for a moment. Everyone, I ask you to remain calm. The Foot-Basin Nation cannot possess nuclear weapons. You just say it doesn't exist? The Goose representative looked disdainful. We don't want to hear his nonsense. Obama patiently explained, first, North Korea cannot possess nuclear weapons because our country has always maintained strict oversight in this area. If they had nuclear weapons, we would have been the first to discover it. It's impossible, we'd only find out now. This statement. Many present still believed it, including Lu Wen and the Goose representative. The reason was simple. Though Foot-Basin Nation is the Beacon Nation's lapdog, the Beacon Nation couldn't possibly cover for them on this matter. Because the nation most fearful of Japan possessing nuclear weapons isn't the Dragon Nation, nor could it be the Big Goose. It was the land of the free. Everyone knows this. The Foot-Basin Nation harbors immense ambition. For years under the Lighthouse Nation's control, it has secretly sought every means to break free from its grip. Therefore, once the foot-basin nation acquires nuclear weapons, it will gain the confidence to challenge the lighthouse nation. For the beacon nation to maintain control over the foot-basin nation will become nearly impossible. Ladies and gentlemen, it is impossible for foot-basin nation to possess nuclear weapons. I hereby pledge on behalf of our lighthouse nation that should foot-basin nation acquire nuclear arms, we will bear full responsibility. Obama stood up, his gaze fixed on Yamamoto. Apologize to everyone, and this matter is settled. Next, we'll continue discussing the Yemen nuclear weapons fabrication scandal. That's the core issue here. Jiang Ye had derailed the topic with a single remark, and he needed to steer it back on track. Yamamoto solemnly bowed to all representatives. He bowed deeply. Everyone, I apologize. My earlier remarks were my mistake. I failed to explain clearly to all of you. I sincerely apologize here. Yamamoto finally breathed a sigh of relief. This incident nearly caused a major disaster. Fortunately, the lighthouse nation came to his rescue. All right. Obama tapped the table and declared, now let's continue discussing the Yemen kingdom's fraud. Yamamoto agreed, yes. Either conduct a test launch or apologize to everyone present here and provide full compensation for all the wars caused by the Kingdom of Yemen. The Kingdom of Yemen possesses no nuclear weapons. It poses no threat. Forget attacking the Yemen kingdom. If the lighthouse nation really wanted to, it could annihilate them. And before doing so, Yamamoto knew the lighthouse nation would exhaust every means to squeeze every last drop of value from the Yemen kingdom. Previously, the Kingdom of Yemen engaged in several campaigns against Yisili. For instance, shooting down Yisili fighter jets. It had secretly aided Gaza in attacking its borders. Using these actions as justification, they demanded reparations from the Kingdom of Yemen. This served as the perfect pretext and justification. The lighthouse nation was difficult to mention. Yamamoto's initiative at this moment was also an act of currying favor with the lighthouse nation. When the master is pleased, that's why he'd toss a bone. Facing Yamamoto's proposal, Jiang Ye's eyes sharpened as he stared intently at Yamamoto. Agreed, he declared. But the test firing location must be Japan. If they want to play games, Jiang Ye will see it through to the end. Whether the Kingdom of Yemen possesses nuclear weapons, Jiang Ye knows better than anyone. Just hope the foot-basin nation doesn't cry when the time comes. Hearing this, Yamamoto nearly screamed in shock. What? What? Where'd all that confidence of yours go? Rest assured, our Kingdom of Yemen has no nuclear weapons. We're bound to lose this bet. How about it? Jiang Ye's eyes sparkled with amusement. Want to be the first to stick your neck out? We'll let you stick your neck out all you want. No way. How can they choose our tiny country as a test site for such a dangerous thing? Yamamoto shook his head like a rattle. What's the matter? Not sticking up for your master anymore? Aren't you fond of showing off? This is a golden opportunity to impress your master. Jiang Ye's lips curved into a smile. Scared, huh? Next time you bark, make sure you follow through. If you ever piss off your master, he might stop feeding you dog food. Live chat. Put. Ha. Hilarious, straight to the point. Truly the King of Yemen shows no mercy whatsoever. So bold. Love that attitude. Serves him right. Loves to show off, but now he's backing down. Ha. Yeah, showing off comes at a price. I think this proposal is solid. Since everyone's wondering if the Kingdom of Yemen has nukes, a test launch will prove it. And since the foot-basin nation loves to show off, let them be the test site. Yeah, we've already had one, so what's another? Ha. Are we going to recreate the highest temperature in the history of the foot-basin nation? Hell's joke. Netizens worldwide erupted in wild cheers. This infuriated the foot-basin nation, especially the hell joke a collective wound for all its citizens. They're all gnashing their teeth in fury. Chapter 158, The Bet of the Century, a historic moment. The atmosphere at the conference suddenly turned strange. All eyes fixated on Yamamoto, his face flushed crimson with fury. He fought back the urge to curse, snapping, "Who says I won't? Fine. Since you want to wager, I'll take your bet." Agreed. The big fish had finally taken the bait. Jiang Ye felt a deep sense of satisfaction. The foot-basin nation had committed so many despicable acts in the past that Jiang Ye harbored absolutely no goodwill toward them. This time, let this be revenge for the past. For the countless martyrs and predecessors who came before, he would vent his fury. To prevent the foot-basin nation from reneging, Jiang Ye laid down the rules first. Let's get the unpleasant part out of the way first. Since you've agreed to this wager, you must also agree that after this test launch, whatever consequences arise, the Kingdom of Yemen bears no responsibility. You alone are accountable. Yamamoto was already seething with rage. Jiang Ye's provocation pushed him over the edge, completely clouding his judgment. Fine. But if your nuclear weapons turn out to be fake, you'll have to pay us compensation. As for the amount, let me think about it. He feared the Yemen kingdom couldn't afford it if the demand was too high. But if it's too little, he'd feel deeply unfair. Stop thinking about it. I can give you whatever you want. I'll step down immediately and hand over the kingdom to you. The Yemen kingdom was conquered by Jiang Ye himself. In that sense, it wasn't unreasonable. Yamamoto stopped thinking, his expression turning peculiar as if sensing something amiss. Obama raised his hand, requesting a private conversation with Yamamoto. The Korean nation agreed. His lighthouse dad, of course, dared not refuse. Yamamoto, you needn't worry. Our CIA operatives have conducted thorough investigations multiple times. There's no way they possess the raw materials or elements needed to produce nuclear weapons within their borders. I'm sure you're well aware of the immense difficulty involved in manufacturing nuclear weapons. Jiang Ye's decisive tone. It rattled Yamamoto. After all, he was far too composed. He didn't seem to be lying at all. No matter how confident Yamamoto felt inside, panic inevitably crept in. Obama tried to steady Yamamoto. Whether the Yemen scam could be exposed depended entirely on Yamamoto's gamble this time. All right. Yamamoto gritted his teeth and replied, "My apologies, President Obama. It's just that he was so confident, making it seem so real, that I momentarily lost my bearings. I know building nuclear weapons isn't a simple matter. The Foot Basin nation has attempted to develop nuclear weapons countless times. The national treasure. It's not called that for nothing. They still hoped nuclear weapons would turn their fortunes around. But all these years have passed. They still haven't succeeded. Not to mention that since its founding, it has been embroiled in war almost continuously. Only in recent months, under Jiang Ye's leadership, briefly restored peace to the Yemen kingdom. This guy's got nerves of steel, don't let him fool you." Obama reiterated his warning, "People like them are madmen," nearly feigning composure. Yamamoto pondered. "Given all the insane things Jiang Ye has done, that makes perfect sense. I know what to do, Mr. Obama." At the conference, Obama and Yamamoto returned to their seats. Yamamoto Yoshimasa declared sternly, "Ladies and gentlemen, I accept the wager just proposed by His Majesty the King of Yemen. Your presence here and the live stream audience serve as our evidence." Everyone unconsciously swallowed hard. Such a huge wager. This is going to be good. Support. Support +1. This is the first time I've ever wished a country possessed nuclear weapons. The Japanese, long live the Kingdom of Yemen. Yemen absolutely must have it, don't screw this up. Is the Foot Basin nation about to set a new record? Hopefully soon, their record will become 0-3, ha. Netizens in the Dragon Kingdom are cheering with joy. Never before have I wished so fervently for a nation to possess nuclear weapons. The assembly plunged into a 5-minute debate. Delegates from various nations formed groups for discussion. The discussions were extremely heated. This was a global sensation. Some delegates began contacting their home countries, instructing them to prepare for war. Given the situation, they were deeply concerned that a full-scale war might erupt. After all, nuclear weapons were involved. Who could guarantee the situation wouldn't spiral out of control? The 5-minute discussion period ended. Jiang Ye returned to his seat from the Dragon Nation delegation. "I've already decided on the test site. We'll target the Ishihara Island base in the Foot Basin nation. I'll give you some time now to notify nearby residents to evacuate in advance." Ishihara Island Base. Located south of the Hachiho Islands in the Ryukyu Archipelago, 410 kilometers from Naha City, the capital of Okinawa Prefecture, and approximately 2,000 kilometers from Tokyo. However, it is only about 270 kilometers from Longguotai City and approximately 170 kilometers from the Diaoyu Islands. Due to its unique geographical position, bordered by the Pacific Ocean to the east and the East China Sea to the west, it is a crucial battlefield along the so-called southwest defense line of the Foot Basin nation. From a military strategic perspective, it also serves as a frontline outpost for monitoring the activities of the Dragon Nation's Navy and Air Force. Therefore, the Ishihara Island base has been a potential flashpoint in numerous internationally sensitive incidents and situations between the Foot Basin nation and the Dragon Nation. In a sense, its existence poses a significant threat to the Dragon Nation. It is also jointly constructed by Japan and the United States. It is a crucial strategic stronghold for the maritime defense line. Earlier, Jiang Ye and Liu Tang discussed the matter. Lu Xun proposed using this location as a test firing site. Lu Xun was unaware whether Jiang Ye truly possessed nuclear weapons. Nevertheless, he engaged in earnest discussion with Jiang Ye. Regardless, he sensed Jiang Ye's seriousness. This was no game. The only regret was destroying this base could break the so-called maritime blockade that Lighthouse Nation and Foot Basin Nation were attempting to establish against Dragon Nation. However, the base was too far from the residential areas of the Foot Basin Nation. Even if nuclear weapons were deployed, it would likely fail to achieve the same impact as those two bombs back then. Of course, from another perspective, it would avoid harming too many innocent civilians, thereby minimizing international condemnation. Avoiding plunging the Foot Basin Kingdom into a global storm of condemnation. That could be considered a positive outcome. Whatever. He was convinced in his heart that the Kingdom of Yemen could never possess nuclear weapons. Yamamoto showed no restraint. As long as it wasn't the downtown areas of Japan's major cities, he wouldn't even consider it. Today, before everyone's witness, remember your promises when the time comes. Obama worried Jiang Ye might back out. Jiang Ye had made it clear. He'd step down and let their man become king, no objections. This meant, soon, the Kingdom of Yemen would fall completely into their hands, allowing them to take control of everything in the kingdom. During his months in power, Jiang Ye had already laid a solid industrial foundation for the Kingdom of Yemen. Civil infrastructure. Even transportation infrastructure was well developed, needing only further refinement. They have the potential to transform Yemen Kingdom into the pivotal city of the Jiangdong region, adding a formidable force to their presence in Jiangdong, solidifying their influence in Jiangdong. Then, no nation or individual shall ever again challenge the Lighthouse Nation's influence and standing in Jiangdong. Chapter 159, a nation born yet already on par with superpowers. Enough with the nonsense. Jiang Ye crossed his arms, thoroughly disliking this dithering attitude. 15 minutes to go. Get ready. Jiang Ye glanced at the time. Since it was the first launch, it required a bit more preparation time. A collective sinking feeling washed over the group as they waited patiently. Those 15 minutes felt like an eternity. It felt like the longest 15 minutes of their lives. The live stream audience kept growing. Because they could witness history. If only the nuclear weapons of the Yemen kingdom were real. The Foot Basin nation was about to become the first and only country with a 0-3 record. Just thinking about it was thrilling. Over in the Dragon Kingdom, countless media outlets scrambled to cover the story. The topic surged to the top of the trending charts, firmly holding the #1 spot. And its heat continues to rise at a breakneck pace. Under the global spotlight, 15 minutes finally came to an end. Within the territory of Yemen, less than 7 kilometers from the main city, within a missile silo, a hypersonic missile propelled a nuclear warhead. Soared into the sky. Your Majesty, the launch is complete. It is now heading toward the designated target. Understood. Jiang Ye hung up the phone. The one who just reported the situation was Charles. Ha, quite the elaborate charade, even hiring someone to play along? Jiang Ye had set the call to speakerphone. Yamamoto heard it and let out a derisive laugh. He believed this was merely Jiang Ye's last desperate struggle. Soon enough, he'd have his moment of humiliation. Is that all? The representatives from various nations also looked surprised. Many of these non-nuclear states were unaware of the process of launching nuclear weapons. They felt it was far too hasty. Launching a nuclear bomb isn't like going grocery shopping. How could it be accomplished so casually? It all seemed a bit too unreal. Even the nuclear-armed nations were taken aback. Because the process of launching a nuclear weapon is indeed not that simple. Unless it's been pre-programmed long in advance. It can be launched with the push of a button. Otherwise, from communication to completing all preparations and then launching it simply couldn't happen that quickly. So it seems the claim that the Kingdom of Yemen possesses nuclear weapons is indeed false. Yeah, I said it. If our country doesn't have them, why would they? Now we'll see how he handles the fallout. This situation will likely become very difficult to resolve. What a madman pretending so fiercely, but now he's about to be exposed, isn't he? Delegates from various nations whispered among themselves. Deep down, they didn't hold much hope for Jiang Ye. They believed the Kingdom of Yemen was bound to lose this time. Jiang Ye sat calmly in his seat, unfazed by the murmurs around him. Yamamoto roared with laughter. Is this how you plan to fool us? If you're going to put on a show, at least make it convincing. Ha! His arrogant expression, truly embodying the phrase a petty man who has come into his own. Besides, he hadn't even gotten his way yet. Jiang Ye shot him a glance, propped his feet on the nearby footrest and crossed his arms, closing his eyes to rest. He felt that exchanging even half a sentence more with this guy was a waste of time. Time would prove everything. Yemen airspace. A hypersonic missile carrying a nuclear warhead with a yield of 10,000 tons. At this moment, it was streaking through the clouds at over Mach 3, ascending into the upper atmosphere. Its speed not only held steady but accelerated. 35 Mach. 4 Mach. 45 Mach. Lighthouse Nation. Nyo City. Department of Defense. This is a specialized department dedicated to the security affairs of the Lighthouse Nation, whose responsibilities include coordinating and overseeing the nation's military forces and defense-related matters. Primary responsibilities include monitoring all manned and unmanned aircraft within Lighthouse Nation's airspace, including outer space, ensuring the security of Lighthouse Nation's airspace, preventing incursions by hostile nations, detecting and identifying all aerial objects that may pose a threat to the Lighthouse Nation. This includes aircraft, missiles, and space-based objects. Report any anomalies promptly to the Lighthouse Nation headquarters building. Maintain overall control and surveillance of Lighthouse Nation airspace. Defense of Lighthouse Nation's airspace. However, this agency is unique, as the Prime Minister of the Lighthouse Nation and the Prime Minister of Ghana serve as its joint commanders-in-chief. The unit commander holds at least the rank of 4-star general. At this moment, the office building was ablaze with lights. Just moments ago, they received orders from Obama to utilize satellites and all technological means to monitor the airspace over Yemen. If any unidentified flying object exited Yemen's airspace, they were to report it to him immediately. Upon learning of the wager, Admiral Mack of the Lighthouse Nation, who was in charge, he thought the whole thing was a bit far-fetched. How could Yemen possibly possess nuclear weapons and conduct test launches toward the Foot Basin nation? It was utter nonsense. If nuclear weapons were that easy to develop, the world would have descended into chaos long ago. Would we even be here today? Mike yawned, drowsiness washing over him, just as he was about to leave for some rest. Hurried footsteps echoed outside. Something's wrong, General Mike. What is it? Seeing the other person's frantic state, Mike's face was full of impatience. Did Yemen really launch a nuclear weapon? Don't be ridiculous. That's impossible. The anxious-looking technician from the Lighthouse Nation's Department of Defense blurted out, just now, we detected an unidentified flying object launching from Yemen's territory and it's heading straight for the Foot Basin nation. Mike's eyes widened. What? What is it? Unconfirmed for now, but it's moving extremely fast. If it's a missile, it's at least hypersonic. Check it. Check it now. Yes, sir. Mike froze in place. A hypersonic missile? Are you kidding me? He'd rather believe it was a mistake by their staff. But the results quickly proved Mike wrong. After a series of technical analyses and troubleshooting, The findings left Mike speechless with shock. On the complex control panel, the technician operated while explaining, based on our technical analysis, this is highly likely a hypersonic missile. No, it must be a hypersonic missile, as its current speed has already exceeded. The technician's pupils suddenly contracted, as if they had glimpsed something terrifying. Hurry up and tell me. Don't beat around the bush. Mike urged impatiently. His heart was racing. The maximum speed of this hypersonic missile has already exceeded Mach 956 and is still accelerating. We estimate its final top speed could surpass Mach 10, possibly even Mach 15. If its current acceleration trend continues, breaking Mach 20 is also within the realm of possibility. Mike was questioning his entire existence. 20 Mach? As is widely known, the current intercontinental missile launch capabilities of top-tier nations like the Lighthouse Nation, the Baguette Nation, and the Big Goose Nation are only around Mach 20. How could Yemen possibly possess technology on par with these first-tier nations? Mike's brow furrowed like twisted rope. The more he thought about it, the less sense it made. If not Yemen, then who else could it be? Chapter 160, unless Ultraman shows up. The technological advancement nations have achieved today. Today's technological achievements are built on mountains of sweat and piles of money. But Yemen? Starting from absolute nothing. Unfathomable. Absolutely unfathomable. In desperation, Mike urgently relayed this news to Obama. The situation was urgent and could not be delayed. Obama nearly froze in shock upon receiving the news, repeatedly verifying its authenticity. After receiving Mike's repeated assurances, Obama's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally dropped. Yamamoto, we've just detected a hypersonic missile with a terminal velocity likely exceeding Mach 15 heading toward the United States. Get your air defense units to respond immediately. Yamamoto, who had been lost in fantasy just a second ago, was struck dumb by the news. He stared at Obama in utter disbelief. A collective gasp rippled through the entire hall. What? Over 15 Mach? Could it be? The faces of the representatives from various nations paled. Could this be the nuclear weapon launched by the Kingdom of Yemen? Does Yemen really possess such technology? Delegates exchanged glances, seeing nothing but pure astonishment in each other's eyes. Yamamoto had no choice but to urgently relay the news back to the Footbasin Nation. Ministry of Defense, Japan. Dongjing. The sudden news threw the entire defense ministry into chaos. Some technicians felt their scalps tingle. They had just taken control of the missile tracking data from within the territory of Yemen. This is bad. The maximum speed has now reached Mach 13. Senior officials turned ashen-faced. Intercept it. Find a way to intercept it. Regardless of what that thing was or whether it carried a nuclear warhead, he couldn't let it actually land. Because the Ishihara Island base holds immense strategic value for the Footbasin Nation. Its strategic location serves as a crucial link in the maritime island chain for containing the Dragon Nation. It enhances military reconnaissance and early warning capabilities, while deploying weapons boosts military intervention capacity. It is a crucial component of the military, political, and economic strategic layout of the Footbasin Nation. Currently, approximately 600 personnel from missile and anti-aircraft units are stationed on the island. Additionally, Lighthouse Nation and Footbasin Nation previously conducted a joint military exercise here. Consequently, some Lighthouse Nation soldiers remain stationed here. Approximately 4,070 personnel. To establish this base, the Footbasin Nation has spared no expense in recent years. Take recent years as an example. Japan's annual expenditures on military facility construction and force enhancement on Ishihara Island alone has reached tens of billions. They wouldn't dare take that risk. We can't intercept it, it's too fast. It's already beyond our interception capabilities. The technician's face was etched with bitterness. His hands frantically manipulated various control panels, but no matter which interception method was selected, the calculated success rate approached zero. How could this happen? Our air defense systems have always been cutting edge, haven't they? The defense minister's face was ashen, his lips unnaturally pale. His body, weighing nearly 200 pounds, shuddered with each tick of the clock in the control room. Yes, but the speed of this hypersonic missile was simply too fast. It had already reached Mach 1756, with its final velocity projected to exceed Mach 20, far surpassing our interception capabilities. Even the THAAD system of the Lighthouse Nation couldn't intercept it. The technicians weren't faring much better. His mind was completely blank at that moment. How could this happen? How could such a thing be launched at them? Clearly, he was unaware of the events unfolding at the United Nations General Assembly. The defense minister of the Footbasin Nation roared again, I don't care. Figure it out. I don't care what methods you use, just intercept it. Under no circumstances can this thing land at our base. The area around this base is uninhabited. It wouldn't cause significant casualties. But the economic damage would be real, not to mention the high-tech precision equipment at the base. Not to mention the entire world is watching. The test launch wager agreement only stipulated that the Kingdom of Yemen chose the launch site, it never said they couldn't intercept it. If this thing is intercepted, the subsequent explosion would reveal whether this hypersonic missile carried a nuclear warhead. The technician stared at him speechless. The Ishihara Island base does possess some air defense capabilities. Deployed weapons include the Type 12 anti-ship missile. These missiles have a maximum range of 240 kilometers and utilize the latest data link and guidance technologies. Mid-flight guidance relies on US GPS, while terminal guidance employs inertial navigation and active radar homing. It is effective against standard missiles. However, it is utterly ineffective against monstrosities capable of speeds up to Mach 20. Even the Tomahawk cruise missiles imported by the Footbasin Nation from the Lighthouse Nation, though capable of striking land targets across vast surrounding areas with a range of 1,600 kilometers. But its speed remains too slow, only reaching Mach 0.72. They are subsonic missiles. Still not up to the task. Only one option remains. That is their RHW Dark Eagle series hypersonic missile. This missile boasts a maximum range of 2,300 kilometers. However, despite its maximum penetration speed exceeding Mach 9, the first-generation version has a strike accuracy of 10 meters. It was nowhere near the insane 20 Mach level. Keep in mind, this is already the most formidable interceptor missile the Footbasin Nation can field. There's simply no other option. All that's left is to hope Ultraman descends. Otherwise, he couldn't think of any other way to intercept this hypersonic missile launched by the Kingdom of Yemen. United Nations General Assembly. Jiang Ye glanced at the time. The distance from Yemen to the Footbasin Kingdom was approximately 8,000 kilometers. At 20 Mach, that's hypersonic speed. It would take less than 20 minutes to travel from the Kingdom of Yemen to land on the territory of the Footbasin Nation. 10 minutes had already passed. Jiang Ye looked at Yamamoto with a calm expression and smiled faintly. You have a few more minutes. I wish you luck. Yamamoto was so enraged he nearly choked on his breath, his eyes rolling back as he passed out. He still clung to a sliver of hope. I doubt that was a nuclear warhead. It could have been a regular missile. Don't try to fool me. Yamamoto blared viciously at Jiang Ye. Our wager stipulates, unless the destruction is caused by a nuclear warhead, if you don't possess nuclear weapons and instead use other missiles to damage our base, you'll still have to pay compensation. Jiang Ye found himself both amused and exasperated. Yamamoto's words sounded like he was practically hoping Japan would get hit by a mushroom cloud. Jiang Ye nodded. Agreed. As the deadline drew nearer, representatives from all nations held their breath in suspense. Obama's camp wasn't idle either, preparing for the truth to be exposed. They would immediately detain Jiang Ye. He absolutely couldn't let Jiang Ye return to the Kingdom of Yemen. Shiraishi Island Base. Woo! The shrill air raid siren echoed across the entire island. Scattered across the island, soldiers from the Footbasin Kingdom instinctively lifted their gaze towards something in the vast night sky. Moments later, a single point of light grew larger and larger in their pupils. Boom! Chapter 161, Nationwide cheers as Footbasin Nation's record is broken. 600 to 700 Footbasin soldiers stationed at the Ishihara Island base, along with nearly 100 Lighthouse Nation soldiers. A blinding white light suddenly engulfed them, forcing them to shut their eyes. Immediately after, a scorching heat wave swept over them, vaporizing everything in an instant. Those closest to the blast center briefly felt the intense heat before their bodies vaporized under temperatures of millions, even tens of millions of degrees before they could even scream. A massive mushroom cloud rose into the sky. The dark island was lit as bright as day. The entire Ishihara Island base was reduced to ruins in an instant. Everything within the base, missiles, equipment, weapons, ships, vanished into nothingness. The intense shockwave. It also caused powerful tremors to occur in areas several kilometers, even tens of kilometers away from Ishihara Island. The shockwave shattered windows and doors, causing severe burns to numerous citizens of the Footbasin Nation whose skin was directly exposed. Ah! What the hell just happened? Were we hit by a meteorite? What's going on? Is someone attacking us? Wah, help me. I don't want to die. Help! The wails of the Footbasin Kingdom's people were heart-wrenching. The entire Footbasin Nation was shaken. Hundreds of millions fell into collective panic. Dongjing, Daban, Shenhu. Major cities across the Footbasin Nation collectively plunged into unprecedented chaos. Vehicles careened out of control, crashing into one another. People scream in terror, their voices chilling. The Footbasin Nation is in chaos, utter chaos. These scenes left the nation's high-ranking officials with bloodshot eyes, nearly choking on their own panic. Some with weaker constitutions fainted on the spot. Though this explosion did not occur in the heart of any of their cities, the direct losses incurred was utterly unacceptable to the Footbasin Nation. An island base constructed at a cost of hundreds of billions, even trillions, was destroyed. This did not include the various advanced equipment and missile weapons within the base. Hundreds of base personnel were killed outright. Near the island, at least hundreds more suffered severe burns. Countless structures collapsed, destroyed beyond repair. A simple figure cannot possibly describe the totality of all losses. At the conference, delegates from all nations witnessed the scene unfolding at the Ishihara Island base in the Footbasin Nation through satellite imagery. Though the images were blurry, but these were satellite images. Visible even from space, one could imagine just how explosive the scene must have been. Silence. The entire conference hall fell into a deathly silence. Yamamoto's face darkened, and he remained speechless for a long while. If you looked closely, you could see his chest heaving violently. This worried the other representatives from the Footbasin Nation and the Lighthouse Nation standing nearby, fearing Yamamoto might suffer a heart attack. In the live stream's comments section, the scene was equally thrilling. So satisfying. So satisfying. Ha! Footbasin Nation finally got what it deserved. Breaking records again, so satisfying. Absolutely perfect. My greatest wish has actually come true. I hereby declare, from now on, the kingdom of Yemen is forever the god. Enough said. Do you even know how damn excited I am right now? I want to kowtow to the Yemen king. Ahem, so many people died in Footbasin Nation and you're still this happy? Seeing so many people gloating over their misfortune breaks my heart. But I gotta ask, why aren't the survivors celebrating too? Don't they have keyboards? Ha! You didn't spare the Footbasin kingdom either. History has proven today will be a historic moment. Let's all congratulate Footbasin Kingdom on achieving a glorious 030 record. Congratulations! Countless people are cheering. The Kingdom of Yemen, forever the legend. They've just made the Footbasin Kingdom break their own records. This day will surely go down in history. Some people would have loved to kowtow to Jiang Ye after all. Eliminating such a menace for the people is no small feat. In the old days, this would have been enough to build a shrine in his honor. As for heartache? So-called humanitarianism? Sorry. Throughout history, it's clear that the people of that Footbasin country are not human at all, so there is no such thing as so-called humanitarianism. If they truly were, they wouldn't have committed so many heinous crimes back then, crimes deserving of universal condemnation. A nation with such a disgraceful record is truly rare in the world. Someone posted a comment in the bullet chat section. It immediately garnered widespread agreement. Thumbs up. Like one. Well said indeed, so today we celebrate together. Ahem, everyone, don't forget this bet was promised by the president of the Footbasin country himself. So don't blame others, they brought this upon themselves. Exactly. That's the most brilliant part. If neither side had made this bet, the Kingdom of Yemen openly launching a nuclear bomb, it would have triggered global panic and been labeled an unstable factor. Consequently, it would be internationally designated as a terrorist entity. Subsequently, it would face a global crackdown. It would be difficult for them to maintain a foothold in the international community. But who can blame them? From the very beginning, both sides had established an agreement. Don't think it's just a matter of not having a signed contract. The representatives at the conference, the billions watching the live broadcast worldwide, all served as witnesses. This witness is far more effective than any written agreement. So even though the losses this time were devastating, it only adds insult to injury for the already crumbling economy of the Footbasin nation. But according to the rules, they still can't do anything to the Kingdom of Yemen. Not even the most basic compensation was out of the question. The assembly remained utterly silent. The Footbasin nation is only relatively humble before superpowers like the Lighthouse Nation, the Dragon Nation, and the Big Goose. But on the international stage, the Footbasin nation is actually no weakling. On the contrary, if Footbasin nation's geographical position were placed in Europe or the Americas, Footbasin nation's strength would be sufficient to dominate nearly every other country. Thus, with Yamamoto remaining silent, representatives from other nations dared not speak out either, fearing they might provoke Yamamoto, already at the peak of his anger, and have him turn his wrath toward them. At this moment, it was Jiang Ye who spoke first, breaking the silence in the room. Everyone. Jiang Ye tapped the table lightly with his hand and continued, it seems this wager has come to an end. Thank you all for bearing witness. And I must say, it has been a pleasure playing such an enjoyable game with the Footbasin nation. Pleasant. Jiang Ye deliberately emphasized the word. He did it deliberately to provoke Yamamoto. Yamamoto, already pushed to his absolute limit, could no longer contain himself and finally erupted. Damn it all. Yamamoto leapt from his seat and charged straight toward Jiang Ye's position. Jiang Ye narrowed his eyes. Suddenly, one of Obama's bodyguards sprang into action, grabbing Yamamoto by the arm. At nearly 2 meters tall, Yamamoto was carried back like a little chick before him. Obama hurriedly interjected, Mr. Yamamoto, I understand you're furious, but please calm down. Chapter 162, The Lighthouse Nation, caught between a rock and a hard place. Obama felt uneasy inside. After all, it was their Lighthouse Nation that had provided the intelligence about the lack of nuclear weapons. So if they were to pursue the matter, the Beacon Nation couldn't escape responsibility either. This left Obama in an extremely awkward position, very awkward indeed. But he knew that Yamamoto openly clashing with the Kingdom of Yemen at the conference was absolutely not a good thing. He must stop him first, the rest can be addressed later. Yes, Mr. Yamamoto, please remain calm, do not act impulsively. Several representatives from the Footbasin nation spoke up to dissuade Yamamoto. Yamamoto briefly regained his composure. What a pity. Jiang Ye sighed inwardly. He had already prepared everything just as Yamamoto charged forward, he was ready to send him to the west. After all, who started it? Under the effects of the gene-enhancing serum, Jiang Ye's punches and kicks possessed such force, could easily kill a grown man. Especially someone like Yamamoto, a high-ranking official with no exercise routine, dependent on others for daily care, his body hollowed out by booze and debauchery. As for the consequences? We just witnessed the nuclear weapon. Guess what the consequences would be? The answer is no consequences. Besides, Yamamoto struck first, everyone saw it. Jiang Ye was merely forced to retaliate. He just accidentally killed the other guy. At worst, it was an accident. Yamamoto still doesn't know that the towering American who blocked him directly saved his life. Japan. Yamamoto, that good for nothing. How dare he gamble with our nation's security for some bet with Yemen? Has he lost his mind? Japan's top officials were furious. Though Yamamoto is the president of the Footbasin nation, In their words, he should be the emperor. But this time Yamamoto committed a grave error. They have the right to impeach him or even unite to force him out of office. Bad news panic in cities like Tokyo and Osaka remains unresolved. Many are exploiting the chaos to stir trouble and the situation is spiraling out of control, requesting military deployment to suppress the unrest. One mess follows another. While we're still debating Yamamoto's actions, key cities have already collapsed. Quick! We absolutely cannot let the riots continue. Get this resolved immediately. The high-ranking officials were sweating profusely with anxiety. They were stuck between a rock and a hard place. In short, they were restless. If this isn't handled properly, the entire nation will face immense challenges. First, the destruction of the Ishihara Island base. This base was a crucial link in the first island chain designed to contain the Dragon Nation. With the Ishihara Island base gone, it means the entire first island chain they built with the Lighthouse Nation collapses on its own. The Dragon Nation didn't lift a finger. Yet the blockade has been breached. Then all the construction and investments on the island were destroyed in an instant. The losses are astronomical. Not something the Foot-Basin Nation can shoulder in the short term. Finally, there's the panic among the populace. This is currently the most difficult issue to resolve. Such a major incident demands a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, public outrage will be impossible to quell. The entire nation would descend into chaos. Just as the leaders of the Foot-Basin Nation were scratching their heads in frustration, unsure of what to do, the conference was drawing to a close. It was drawing to a close. The Korean representative, seeing that the American delegation remained silent, hesitated to declare the meeting closed. If he didn't speak up, Jiang Ye would speak for him. Alright, everyone, I believe it's time to conclude this joint assembly. The impeachment failed. Jiang Ye couldn't care less. This meeting had yielded substantial gains. Not only did it further expose the evil nature of Yisili, increasing their public pressure. They've been condemned by the entire world. It also served as a lesson for the Foot-Basin Nation. To be honest, Jiang Ye never intended to teach the toilet bowl country a lesson from the start. They brought it upon themselves. They love to stick their necks out. So teaching them a lesson was fitting. As a lackey state of the Lighthouse Nation, Jiang Ye's confrontation with the Beacon Nation would inevitably lead to a showdown with the Foot-Basin Nation. This serves as an early warning shot. After this incident, the entire Foot-Basin Nation will be terrified to even utter the words Yemen Kingdom. Will be haunted by nightmares. Yamamoto's gaze fixed on Jiang Ye, his eyes blazing with fury. And? That's putting it mildly. You bombed our Ishihara Island base, this isn't over. Is this guy out of his mind? Jiang Ye watched him with amusement. What? Didn't we agree beforehand that you'd bear the consequences of this test launch? Trying to back out now? That may be so. The Foot-Basin Nation suffered too great a loss. If we don't make up for some of those losses here, Yamamoto knew the Foot-Basin Nation wouldn't be able to recover from this blow for a very long time. So be it. Face matters less than Japan's development. I don't care. If you bastards don't give me a perfect solution, this won't end here. Yamamoto clearly intended to stir up trouble. Jiang Ye certainly wasn't going to indulge him. This live conference is being broadcast globally, the whole world is watching. Plus, all the representatives here witnessed everything. You want to act recklessly now? At 18, you're slapping everyone in the face? Jiang Ye shot a meaningful glance at Obama. President Obama, what do you think? Me. Obama was at a loss, never expecting Jiang Ye to throw the conflict his way. If he spoke up for Foot-Basin Nation, it would mean they, having previously pledged to act as witnesses, were openly reneging on their promise. The whole world is watching. After the fact, it became clear how badly the Lighthouse Congress was criticized. Obama's global reputation. Actually, it's not too shabby. All these carefully cultivated personas would crumble to dust. But if you speak up for Jiang Ye, don't forget. The bombing of the Foot-Basin Nation was due to faulty CIA intelligence, compounded by his own incitement. So Jiang Ye's maneuver leaves him caught between a rock and a hard place with no right move to make. In the end, it was the Korean representative who stepped forward to bail out his boss. Mr. Yamamoto, please calm down. You lose, you pay. This matter can only end with your crushing defeat. Don't keep making a fuss, it's not good for either side. Yamamoto shot the Korean representative a glare. Put. Nice try. That's only because it wasn't your country getting bombed. Otherwise, Yamamoto was certain. This guy might be even more irrational than he is. With Korea breaking the ice, representatives from other nations began voicing their opinions one after another. Well, this time we'll let it slide. After all, so many are watching. President Yamamoto, as the head of state, you mustn't lose your composure. Exactly. Calm down. We trust that with Japan's capabilities, recovery will surely be swift. Exactly. We have faith in you. Should Foot-Basin Nation require assistance, we at Bolin are prepared to offer partial support. One after another. Completely quashing Yamamoto's notion of acting recklessly. Because if he keeps messing around, it wouldn't just be going against Yemen, it would be going against the entire world. Just you wait, this debt, our country will settle sooner or later. Yamamoto spat out a threat. His face ashen, he stormed out of the United Nations General Assembly. Chapter 163, War Maniac? Threats? Jiang Ye smiled. He was quite eager to see what tricks the Foot-Basin Nation had up its sleeve. One more or one less makes no difference. It would be convenient to deal with them alongside the lighthouse nation and Italy. These nations are all tied together. If we don't confront them now, as the kingdom of Yemen grows in the future, we'll inevitably have to deal with them. For Jiang Ye, it's only a matter of time. Next, the United Nations General Assembly formally concluded. The representative from the Korean Peninsula delivered the closing remarks. The delegation from the Beacon Nation, led by Obama and others, stood up and walked out immediately. Jiang Ye saw no reason to linger. He rose and departed. Outside the building, Obama and McCain appeared within the journalist's view. Reporters frantically pressed their camera shutters. But with Jiang Ye's arrival, all lenses instantly shifted from Obama and McCallan to Jiang Ye. The reporters' expressions turned frenzied. Some in the back rows couldn't help but jump up repeatedly just to catch a glimpse of Jiang Ye. Your Majesty, would you mind saying hello to us? May we ask, Your Majesty, what is the secret behind the transformative changes you've led in the Kingdom of Yemen over the past few months? Could you share your insights from this joint conference? How did the Kingdom of Yemen acquire its nuclear weapons? Rumors suggest you developed them independently, while others claim they were gifted by another nation. Is this true? Could you briefly comment? Obama and McCain, two political heavyweights, usually commanding attention wherever they go, they now stand beside Jiang Ye, reduced to mere bystanders. When some reporters were taking photos, they even worried the two were blocking the camera and deliberately waved them aside to get a shot of Jiang Ye. Both men looked awkward. They exchanged a glance. Then they slunk away in their car. Everyone, mind your step and stay safe. The crowd is too dense. Jiang Ye kindly offered a reminder. Everyone felt unexpectedly touched. The king of Yemen actually reminded them to stay safe. Such a prominent figure. He didn't put on any airs at all. How incredibly approachable. Everyone's admiration for Jiang Ye shot straight up again. Handsome. High status. A true super tycoon. And approachable. He was practically everyone's dream man. Jiang Ye stepped into the car as the crowd watched him go with lingering regret. Your Majesty. No sooner had he entered the vehicle than Henry urgently relayed intelligence. A group of assassins has appeared in the vicinity of our estate. Preliminary assessment indicates they belong to a covertly cultivated assassin organization from the Lighthouse Nation. They possess formidable capabilities and extensive assassination experience. Years ago, the notorious assassination of Zhengdong's prominent leader was carried out by this very group. It caused quite a stir at the time. I wonder if you recall it. Assassins? Interesting. For reasons unknown, the Lighthouse Nation previously concluded we lacked nuclear weapons and resolved to assassinate us. These assassins were likely deployed back then and never withdrawn. Henry smiled faintly. You're quite right. That's exactly how it was. So Jiang Ye needn't worry now. Because the matter of Yemen possessing nuclear weapons. It's been confirmed. If Jiang Ye were to die in the Lighthouse Nation, the entire country would face nuclear annihilation the very next moment. Jiang Ye wouldn't believe those high-ranking officials would dare to play such a game. On the contrary. Not only would they dare not kill Jiang Ye, they'd have to watch their backs constantly, ensuring Jiang Ye faced no danger on American soil. Take care of these people and dump their bodies at the White House gate. Jiang Ye had his temper too. Since they'd shown their murderous intent, there was no way he could let this group return alive. It would also serve as a warning to the Lighthouse Nation. Henry immediately ordered his men to carry out the task. With the super soldiers enhanced by Jiang Ye's system rewards, dealing with these assassins posed no problem. By the way, Your Majesty, there's one thing I don't understand. After giving the orders, Henry suddenly recalled something, and curiosity compelled him to ask. Speak up. Why didn't they choose a higher yield nuke for the test? And they could have picked a much denser area like Dongjing. After hearing Henry's words, Jiang Ye frowned. This guy is even more ruthless than I am. Among the super soldiers rewarded by the system, compared to Alpha and Maxon, Henry was undoubtedly the one with the strongest war instincts. He was the type who'd act first and talk later. And when he did act, it was always with ruthless, merciless force. This was evident in the battles Jiang Ye had previously assigned him to command. Take the assault on the original Yemen government forces, for instance. Alpha and Henry both led troops. Alpha's side focused on rapid advancement, disregarding deserters and temporarily holding key figures for post-battle interrogation. Henry's side, however, left nothing standing in their path, slaughtering nearly everyone they could kill. Regarding this, Jiang Ye had little to say. He merely marveled at how vividly the personalities of the characters rewarded by the system were. The character rewards from the system were remarkably vivid. Jiang Ye explained, Henry, what kind of person do you think I am? Henry pondered seriously. Your Majesty possesses great foresight, knows his limits, understands strategy, and masters tactics. In short, I consider you exceptionally well-rounded, especially in governing the nation. This was no flattery. Henry's nature was such that, even though Jiang Ye was his superior, he would only speak the truth. Of course. This did not diminish Henry's unwavering loyalty to Jiang Ye. He harbored no treasonous thoughts whatsoever. He's simply straightforward by nature, the kind of person who speaks his mind. Anything else? Jiang Ye pressed further. There's also. Henry pondered earnestly again, this time for a full 20+ seconds, before suddenly recalling something. One more thing, His Majesty the King is incredibly bold in battle. Throughout modern history, the first nation to dare wage war against the world's greatest power immediately after its founding was the Dragon Nation. Shortly after its founding, It dared to turn against the Soviet Union and clashed with all four major powers. The second was Jiang Ye's Yemen kingdom. Yes. Out of all the nations in the world, only two. Jiang Ye's stance toward the outside world is also exceptionally hardline. The United Nations Assembly. He stood firm against McKinley, declaring his intent to provide support to Gash. Facing the imminent threat of a joint international crackdown led by the lighthouse nation, Jiang Ye showed no sign of flinching. He fully embraced the stance that war was the ultimate option. Henry knew Jiang Ye better and understood that he was fundamentally rational. He never acted impulsively or recklessly. But to the outside world, Jiang Ye's image might well be that of a true warmonger. And this, in fact, was Jiang Ye's deliberate strategy. Precisely because he knew the true nature of Western nations all too well. One must remain unyielding in external dealings. The slightest hint of weakness and they'll see you as an easy target. This is a cardinal sin. Thus, Jiang Ye consistently projected an image of the Yemen kingdom as fearless and aggressive, ready to fight if challenged. But this approach has a downside. If taken too far, it can backfire. Chapter 164, The Slaughter Begins. Take Henry's question as an example. Deploying higher-yield nuclear weapons in the heartland of the Foot Basin Kingdom would inflict greater damage. Take the bustling districts of Dongjing, for instance. One strike. Dongjing would be obliterated, instantly claiming tens of millions, even hundreds of millions of Foot Basin lives. It would leave the nation of Foot Basin unable to raise its head ever again. But the consequence of such an action would be that every nation on earth would realize the king of the Yemen kingdom is a madman, regardless of right or wrong. A man capable of coldly watching hundreds of millions perish at his hands without batting an eye is inherently dangerous. Because no one can guarantee that at some point he might do something to threaten the entire world. Who could live peacefully knowing a ticking time bomb exists in this world? When the inevitable happens, even the Dragon Nation would likely have to reassess its relationship with Yemen from its own perspective, redefining bilateral cooperation, even severed diplomatic ties, and so on. At that point, Jiang Ye would truly become the target of everyone's criticism. So the logic is simple. Jiang Ye aims to establish a bold, fearless, and uniquely Yemen kingdom style for the world to see. Avoid being seen as a soft target by other nations. At the same time, he must carefully manage the balance. Let the world know that while Jiang Ye is a madman willing to wage war against any nation, he remains a madman with moral integrity and reason. He would address matters objectively. Spare the innocent. He is not the unstable psychopath everyone imagines, one who threatens to drag the entire world down with him at the slightest provocation. This time, Jiang Ye handled it exceptionally well. The choice of test firing location was carefully calculated. First, the Ishihara Island base is not a residential area. Blowing it up would only destroy the Japanese military base, wiping out their high-tech equipment on the island, without causing excessive civilian casualties. This point, even Luwen found Jiang Ye's approach ruthlessly effective. After hearing Jiang Ye's explanation, Henry had an epiphany. He finally realized how superficial his own thinking had been. What appeared to be a simple matter actually contains such profound wisdom. Thousands of years of history in the Dragon Kingdom have produced countless anecdotes. Centuries of warfare have gradually evolved into intricate battlefield intrigues and diverse tactical maneuvers. If you have time, you should read more of these books, they'll benefit you. Jiang Ye smiled. He patted Henry on the shoulder. In terms of combat prowess, Henry was undoubtedly a super soldier. But he was, after all, a military commander. His literary skills were lacking. If he could make up for it later and become an all-around warrior, that would be perfect. Henry, Alpha, and Max all possess strong learning abilities. Yes, Your Majesty. Jiang Ye's approval. This left him flattered and overwhelmed. Later, in the car, Jiang Ye reviewed the latest financial statements from the Kingdom of Yemen sent by Charles. The economy was showing steady growth. Newly discovered oil fields, natural gas deposits, gold mines, and copper ore sites had all commenced full-scale extraction. As a result, the economy had grown by another 13% compared to the previous week. What did this mean? Consider that many nations struggle to achieve even 10% annual economic growth. Yet the Kingdom of Yemen achieved a 13% increase in just 1 week. This directly highlights the immense potential of the Kingdom of Yemen's future. On his way back to the hotel, the Adams Hotel, on a nearby street, Hull was leading several people toward the hotel. Hull. He was also a super soldier rewarded to Jiang Ye by the system. When Jiang Ye selected his squad leader, Henry served as the overall commander. For the sake of convenience in management, Henry himself selected several squad leaders. Hull was one of these sub-team leaders. Just moments ago, Eyre received Henry's instructions and obtained the list of assassins targeting Jiang Ye. His mission was to eliminate every single one of them here. Your Majesty, the spies you arranged are truly effective. They even managed to obtain the assassin list. In the carriage, Henry marveled once more. It's nothing. Jiang Ye stared out the window at the bustling street scene, a picture of prosperity. His tone was leisurely. It's called using their own methods against them, the favorite trick of the lighthouse nation. Henry chuckled. The spy Jiang Ye had dispatched last time. It was said one had infiltrated the lighthouse nation's upper echelons, gaining initial access to classified information. If the lighthouse nation discovered they're being used by Jiang Ye using their own specialty, the covert espionage they secretly pride themselves on, to gradually erode their internal structure step by step, how would they feel? Their expressions would certainly be priceless. Henry's gaze swept over the assassin list once more. 12 names in total. This time, they infiltrated the hotel posing as hotel staff, security personnel, and hotel management. Their plan was to strike the moment Jiang Ye returned to the hotel. These assassins hadn't withdrawn yet. Could it be that the higher-ups in the Lighthouse Nation had forgotten about the assassination attempt on you, forgotten to recall the killers? The thought flashed through his mind. Henry found himself both amused and exasperated. It was possible. That was the most probable scenario. Because if not, it would mean the Lighthouse Nation wants to be wiped out by nuclear bombs. Obviously, that was impossible. Henry closed the list and casually slipped it into his pocket, a fleeting glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. The slaughter began. The Hay Adams Hotel. As Hull and his men entered the lobby, their gaze swept across the room and immediately locked onto 3 figures. Hull exchanged a knowing glance with the others. Everyone dispersed throughout the lobby with clear assignments. A few minutes later, Hell, holding a glass of red wine, swiftly approached a killer disguised as security personnel in the lobby. Half a meter away, he feigned a fall, leaning into the man. A blade concealed in his palm instantly sliced across the target's throat. My apologies, truly my apologies, for soiling you. Let me make it up to you this way, I'll accompany you to the cloakroom. From an outsider's perspective. Red wine splashed all over the man. Heldan hurriedly apologized, dragging the assassin toward a quieter corner. As a fast-paced city, people paid little attention to matters that didn't concern them. They merely glanced briefly before hurrying on their way. Once they reached the corner, as soon as Hull released his grip, the man's body went limp and slumped to the ground. As for the blood on his neck, he temporarily covered it with a towel. Then, from somewhere, he produced a large black plastic garbage bag, the kind hotels use for trash, and swiftly stuffed the body inside. He then opened the nearby elevator, tossed the body inside, and pressed the button for the 7th floor. Meanwhile, on the 7th floor of the hotel, Special Forces operatives disguised as garbage collectors had already loaded the body onto a cart. After collecting several more bodies from other locations, they casually pushed the carts laden with corpses out the hotel's main entrance. The entire operation took less than 10 minutes. All 12 assassins were disposed of and transported out of the hotel without a trace. Chapter 165, A Blatant Provocation. As for surveillance, Pearl had already instructed his people to hack into the hotel's surveillance system and replace all recorded footage. The entire operation unfolded like clockwork. Seamless. The news reached Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye merely nodded. Minutes later, he returned to the hotel and went upstairs to rest. Upon entering his room, Jiang Ye deactivated the descent function and returned to his university's single apartment. Phew. Jiang Ye lay on the bed, taking a deep breath. His mind felt a bit dazed. Jiang Ye believed this must be a side effect of the descent function. Because every time he used this ability, it was manageable for a short time. But if used for extended periods, he could distinctly feel it placing a significant burden on his mental state. Could it be due to the body not adapting? Jiang Ye wondered if using it more frequently to let the body adapt, would such side effects completely disappear? Never mind. He'd sleep on it. Setting his phone aside, Jiang Ye casually pulled a corner of the blanket over his stomach. A habit almost every Dragon Country person had. Covering your stomach while sleeping. The conclusion of the United Nations General Assembly. Delegates from various nations gradually departed Chengdu City, returning to their respective countries. For all nations, this was undoubtedly the most astonishing General Assembly they had ever witnessed. Even nuclear weapons were brought into the discussion. Today will surely go down in history. The most frustrated parties, aside from the Footbasin Nation, were the Lighthouse Nation. After leaving the conference, Obama remained sullen upon his return. Oh, right, the assassin business. He kept saying he felt like he'd forgotten something, and now he finally remembered. CIA Deputy Director Lance repeatedly emphasized the nuclear weapons fraud in the Kingdom of Yemen. The Lighthouse Nation's Defense Secretary Mons has likely already deployed the hitman. And he knew the Yemen Kingdom's nuclear weapons were the real deal. Jiang Ye must not die, absolutely must not die. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare claim it before the world. But judging by this test launch in the Footbasin Nation, achieving a hypersonic speed of 20 Mach, the entire Lighthouse Nation would inevitably be buried alongside Jiang Ye. Because at that speed, interception is impossible. Not even the captain of the Lighthouse Nation could do it. He dialed a call immediately, urgently contacting Mons. Meanwhile, on Mons' end, upon receiving news from Obama, he too broke out in a cold sweat. He had anticipated this situation before Obama did. But when he tried to contact the assassins, he discovered they were all offline, utterly unreachable. What did you say? Mons, you should know what it means to drop the ball at a time like this. Obama demanded angrily. If Jiang Ye was truly killed, neither he nor Mons would likely survive the day. Mendez wiped away a cold sweat. I'm sorry, Mr. President. I have no idea why this happened. These are highly trained assassins, they wouldn't disobey my orders. The lack of contact must mean they encountered an unforeseen incident. Mons paused, then decided to wait a little longer. Rest assured, Mr. President. I'll notify you the moment I have any news. Bang! Obama hung up the phone in a rage. Bad news never comes alone. No! Today's troubles weren't just one thing, there were so many they made his head spin. When had the land of the free ever been so pathetic? Never. Since its founding, no one dared underestimate the Lighthouse Nation's formidable strength. Yet recently, because of the kingdom of Yemen, the lighthouse nation has suffered repeated humiliations, a disgrace, an utter disgrace. Bad news, Mr. President. Obama decided to personally resolve the matter. He picked up the phone again, but before he could dial, someone burst into his office. What's going on? Why the panic? Obama was in a foul mood. If this guy didn't give him a reason he found acceptable, he'd be in for it. Earlier, someone dumped several trash bags outside the White House gates. We initially suspected bombs, but after inspection, that possibility was ruled out. When we opened them, we found they were filled with bodies. Obama's face went pale instantly. What was found outside the Black House? Bodies stuffed into black garbage bags? This is the Black House, the highest seat of power in the lighthouse nation. How could this happen? Take me to see it. Obama left his office to find the perimeter of the Black House temporarily sealed off, with strict orders prohibiting unauthorized entry. Obama saw the bodies. Several faces grew increasingly familiar the longer he stared. But he couldn't place them. He wanted to slap himself in the head, trying desperately to recall. Suddenly, Obama's eyes widened. Was it them? His expression turned panicked as he called Mons, ordering him to come immediately. About 10 minutes later, Mons arrived at the scene. Quick, take a look. Do you recognize these people? In the brief time since, the body had already been placed in a proper body bag. Mons froze. These people were all underground assassins we secretly trained. How could they all be dead? Who killed them? Oomph. Ayoba snorted coldly. No need to guess, it must have been Jiang Ye. It seems he'd long harbored suspicions about us. He didn't come here unprepared. Ayoba didn't know whether to feel fortunate or sorrowful. Sadness was that their mission had clearly failed. The facts proved that Jiang Ye had even more formidable people by his side. The assassin they'd painstakingly cultivated at great expense was no match for the enemy. Fortunately, the assassination failed. Jiang Ye remained unharmed, and the lighthouse nation would not face the threat of nuclear annihilation. This bastard is utterly arrogant and reckless. Mons was seething with rage, his jaw twitching with fury. Killing their assassins was one thing, but to deliver him to the Black House? This was a grave provocation. It seemed like he was using this opportunity to tell them that the lighthouse nation was no match for the Yemen kingdom. With matters having reached this point, Obama had no choice but to order the body disposed of immediately. This matter must not be made public. Otherwise, it would damage the reputation of the land of the free. Returning to his office, Obama remained silent for over 10 minutes. Once again, the kingdom of Yemen had dealt him a crushing blow. This bitter humiliation was simply unbearable. The conference concluded. The next day, Jiang Ye departed from Shangdan City, boarding a private jet back to Yemen. No sooner had he landed, he received some good news. All ground control stations for the satellite navigation system had been completed. The next major step was to launch the remaining dozen or so satellites. Once all satellites are deployed into outer space, with all data connections and transmissions confirmed error-free, and undergo minor adjustments, theoretically, the Kingdom of Yemen will officially possess its own satellite navigation technology. Jiang Ye was thrilled. High-precision satellite navigation technology would not only address domestic navigation deficiencies and fill existing gaps. Selling this technology could also generate substantial annual revenue for the Kingdom of Yemen. Chapter 166, Successors Emerge, Dragon Nation's future looks bright. Meanwhile, at the Dragon Nation Aerospace Department, after conducting repeated tests on the Stargate alloy provided by Jiang Ye, it was finally confirmed. This alloy could be applied to most currently known spacecraft. Upon receiving the news, Sun Jiadong, he enthusiastically submitted a proposal for its mass production. It is certain that the future of Longwa's aerospace industry will undoubtedly take a giant leap forward. Sun Jiadong then excitedly contacted Jiang Ye to share the good news. Mr. Sun, this is truly wonderful. As a citizen of Longwa, it is my honor to contribute to the nation. Jiang Ye remained calm upon hearing this. Ha! Sun Jiadong chuckled, it's truly rare to have such awareness. By the way, Jiang Ye, I mainly wanted to discuss applying for a patent with you. Patent? Yes. This material is the only one of its kind globally, possessing such immense potential value. Once patented, who knows how much profit it could bring you. Sun Jiadong had already learned from Wang Deming. Jiang Ye was a man indifferent to fame and fortune. Last time he contributed to the oil development project, he didn't ask for any rewards. This time, it's different. Even if Jiang Ye refuses, he must find a way to ensure Jiang Ye receives his due. Because in his view, it was what Jiang Ye deserved. Besides, who else could apply for this patent but Jiang Ye? He could have applied for it himself, or easily found someone else to apply on Jiang Ye's behalf. But Sun Jiadong wasn't that kind of person. Even if he did, he would still need Jiang Ye's consent. Speaking of patents, Jiang Ye also recalled. With this groundbreaking aerospace technology material, if the patent were successfully secured, Jiang Ye himself could easily land on the billionaire rankings in no time. Because outside of Longwa, foreign nations would spare no expense to acquire this material at any price to avoid falling behind Longwa's aerospace program. Moreover, Starflight alloy possessed superior properties compared to any other metal material of its kind. Perhaps beyond aerospace applications. This material could also shine in other fields. For instance, its exceptional compressive strength, durability, structural stability, and formidable insulation properties. With minor modifications. Could it be applied to tanks, fighter jets, thermal weaponry materials, or even aviation? In short, the market value potential of Starflight alloy is boundless. Jiang Ye applied for the patent, and the benefits extend far beyond financial gain. Reputation, status, and a certain degree of influence. Jiang Ye had indeed considered this issue. Applying was certainly a good move. But the same problem remained, he still had an entire country to manage on Jiang Dong's side. Jiang Ye worried he couldn't juggle both responsibilities. After all, Yemen was in its prime development phase, and Jiang Ye didn't want to miss this opportunity. As for the financial and status benefits that patents could bring, with the game system in place, did he really need to worry about all that? He could always come back for more later. After much deliberation, Jiang Ye declined the offer. To avoid appearing abrupt, he proposed an alternative request. Mr. Sun, let's forget about the patent. Instead, I'd like to trouble you with one favor, transfer the patent rights for Starflight alloy to the state. Jiang Ye paused before continuing. If you insist on giving me something, a house would suffice. Sun Jiadong's eyes widened. He had expected Jiang Ye to be overjoyed upon hearing this news. But to his surprise, Jiang Ye remained unmoved. Instead, he wanted to hand over such groundbreaking technology to the state? What immense patriotism that must be. What kind of selfless devotion. Sun Jiadong felt a surge of emotion. Countless martyrs and predecessors had once sacrificed themselves resolutely for the nation's progress, laying crucial foundations for the motherland's development. They would surely be deeply gratified to see such worthy successors. Would surely feel profoundly gratified. They would surely sigh with relief, knowing that the Dragon Nation has capable successors. No problem, I'll have them arrange it for you right away. The house was merely Jiang Ye's excuse. His contributions were simply too immense. Refusing anything would only leave Sun Jiadong feeling guilty. That's precisely why Jiang Ye made this request. Sun Jiadong was no fool. He understood Jiang Ye's true purpose. Thank you for your trouble, old son. Sun Jiadong had one reason in mind. Truth be told, Jiang Ye really did want a place of his own. After graduation, he wouldn't have to rent a place anymore. Jiang Ye certainly had the means to afford it now. Academician Wang had already mentioned it. The 100 million in his account, aside from research funding, covered Jiang Ye's daily expenses and necessities. Everything could be charged to the card. With higher-ups handling the arrangements, Jiang Ye was spared the hassle. Just 2 hours later, Jiang Ye received a call from someone claiming to be from a real estate agency. They wanted to show him some properties. Jiang Ye hadn't expected things to move this quickly. He temporarily closed the game. He got up and headed to the agreed-upon location. The location was a coffee shop. When Jiang Ye arrived, the other party had been waiting for quite some time. Sorry to keep you waiting. No problem. We still had a few minutes before our agreed time. I arrived too early. The person who greeted Jiang Ye was a young woman who looked under 30, dressed in a black uniform with a pencil skirt. She was quite beautiful. Her lips were rosy, her teeth pearly white, and her features exquisitely delicate. Most importantly, she had a great figure, the curvy type. She could easily become an internet sensation if she posted online. Then the conversation turned to viewing properties. Only then did Jiang Ye learn. Mr. Sun had arranged for him to stay at Tianyuan Villa. This was the city's renowned villa district, a haven for the wealthy. The wealthy and powerful, even if they didn't live here, would own 1 or 2 properties in the area. As for the price, rumor had it that as early as 2 years ago, the average price per unit at Tianyuan Villa had already reached over 40 million. Now, it's only become more staggering. You can take a look, there are 6 different floor plans for you to choose from. I wonder which one you prefer. Jiang Ye was startled. Still choosing on site? Mr. Sun's connections are a bit too powerful, aren't they? Truly an authority in Longgua's aerospace field. Jiang Ye had once seen an online joke. It claimed that if an ordinary person could establish even the slightest connection with someone of his caliber, they'd have hit the jackpot for life. He had scoffed at it back then, thinking it was exaggerated. Now he finally understood it wasn't an exaggeration at all. Out of China's 1.4 billion people, how many could possibly hold a position in the industry equal to that of old Sun? Let me put it this way. Jiang Ye could probably count them on one hand. In the end, he chose a large flat-roofed apartment. Compared to a detached villa, Jiang Ye preferred the spacious layout of a flat-roofed unit. It offered greater convenience and comfort. Next step. He took a car to inspect the actual site environment. The location was relatively close to the city center, surrounded by bustling activity. Everything was within reach: shopping malls, office buildings, large supermarkets, and shopping centers. Living there would be incredibly convenient. The listed price for this spacious flat was around 70 million. Chapter 167, Securing the Luxury Residence. At this price point, it would be considered a world-class luxury property anywhere globally. Get out. Guided by the staff, Jiang Ye began touring the entire mansion. Stepping inside, what met his eyes were soaring ceilings and dazzling crystal chandeliers. The space was vast. The overall ambience exuded grandeur and luxury. The entire house featured top-tier finishing materials, exquisite wall decorations, and luxurious furniture. A gym, game room, private cinema, and even a small swimming pool on the balcony. Jiang Ye couldn't help but marvel at how the wealthy truly know how to live. Swimming without leaving home. Who could even dream of such things? Poverty truly limits one's imagination. Of course, Jiang Ye's favorite part was the spacious viewing balcony. Imagine standing here at night, overlooking the city lights below. Just picturing it makes you smell the scent of privilege. Mr. Jiang, this neighborhood boasts high-end shopping malls, luxury hotels, and Michelin-starred restaurants, everything you need for living and entertainment. Additionally, after you move in, we'll provide professional property management with 24/7 attentive service to ensure your life is comfortable and worry-free. During Jiang Ye's property viewing, the real estate agent showing Jiang Ye around, a young woman in a pencil skirt, attentively provided details. Jiang Ye nodded. Alright, I'll take this one. Yes. Do I need to sign anything? Yes, you'll need to sign an agreement. I'll have someone deliver the property deed and other documents to you later. It took half an hour. Jiang Ye signed all the paperwork. Then he wouldn't have to worry about anything else. The rest would be handled seamlessly by personnel arranged by Sun Jiadong and Old Master Sun. Jiang Ye didn't need to worry about it. Jiang Ye hailed a cab back to campus. On the way, he received a call from Wang Hai, who invited him to play basketball at the court. 20 minutes later, they met at the school gate. Besides Wang Hai, several other classmates from school were present. Ever since Jiang Ye moved into the single apartment assigned by the principal, he had spent less time hanging out with Wang Hai and the others. There was nothing to be done about it. Jiang Ye now focused primarily on gaming, spending most of his time immersed in it. Man, you're one lucky bastard. On the way to the court, Wang Hai slung his arm around Jiang Ye's shoulder. He developed some kind of thing and actually got assigned a single occupancy apartment in the academy. After saying that, the others chattered away non-stop. Yeah, I'm so jealous. I'd give up the dorm in a heartbeat. I want that apartment too. Envious whispers filled the air. When did you enter the competition? Such a big deal, and you didn't tell us sooner? If I'd known, I would have entered too. Jiang Ye felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. He'd just been modest and hadn't gone into details with them. Did they really think a little invention could attract this much attention? You guys, maybe next lifetime. Get lost. Jiang Ye joked. Wang Hai shot him a look. A tweet popped up on his phone, and after reading it, his brow furrowed. Back to his military enthusiast self again. Damn it, I just have this feeling things are about to go south. Wang Hai looked up at the group as he walked and said, have you guys been following the United Nations lately? The Kingdom of Yemen launched a nuclear missile at the Footbasin Nation. Though the yield wasn't huge, the damage this time is absolutely unbearable for the Footbasin Nation. I just saw that a high-level delegation from the Footbasin Nation is visiting the Lighthouse Nation. No need to guess, they're definitely brewing a plot against the Kingdom of Yemen. Speaking of that, Wang Hai couldn't help but feel a deep sense of respect. He truly admired the Kingdom of Yemen's audacity and resolve. You see, ever since Footbasin Nation surrendered in 1945, the global community had implemented strict controls over nuclear weapons, these weapons of mass destruction. An unspoken consensus had emerged. That is, nuclear weapons would never be used lightly unless absolutely necessary. Even the so-called warrior nation Russia has had to exercise restraint in the face of various provocations from Western nations. For the consequences of nuclear use, the consequences would be unbearable for everyone. But the Kingdom of Yemen is different. They just go ahead and launch. They'd turn the Footbasin Nation's record into 0-30. If this were any other leader or nation, Wang Hai doesn't believe they'd dare to act this way. For that sheer boldness, that audacity, he couldn't help but admire it. I heard the King of Yemen visited Longguo last time. Too bad he went to the imperial capital, otherwise I'd have damned well wanted to meet him in person. Wang Hai was transformed into a devoted fan. Jiang Ye just smiled without saying a word. Wonder what this guy would think if he knew the King of Yemen was actually himself. At that moment, Wang Hai glanced at Jiang Ye. He sighed again. Hey Jiang Ye, you really do look just like the King of Yemen. If you didn't look closely, you'd be hard-pressed to tell them apart. The others began to cheer. Lately, the internet's been buzzing mostly about how the Footbasin Kingdom keeps breaking its own records. And the Dragon Nation people harbor a natural hatred toward the Footbasin Nation. They're bound to pay extra attention. Even those uninterested in military affairs know Yemen has a fierce-looking king. Yeah, cosplaying him at a comic convention would definitely be a hit, huh? The resemblance is uncanny. Rumor has it the Yemen king has Dragon Nation blood. Could your ancestors be related? Holy crap! You've got me thinking it actually might. Better go check your family tree. Jiang Ye, are you even speaking human? Come on, cut the crap. Let's play ball. I'm gonna crush you guys today. Inside the gym, everyone wore expressions of disdain. Smash you? That damn competitive streak of his is kicking in. Jiang Ye stripped off his shirt. Ever since using the gene enhancers, he'd been holding back when playing with them. Now he was ready to let loose. To test his true strength. A dozen minutes later. Holy? Jiang Ye? Am I dreaming? When did you get this good? Wang Hai and the others were stunned. Bent over, gasping for breath, beaten to a pulp. All they could see in their minds was Jiang Ye overpowering them and dunking with such flair. This wasn't the Jiang Ye they knew. Jiang Ye shook his head. He'd wanted to interact with them as an ordinary person, but all he got in return was distance. I'm done pretending. If I'm not good enough, I'll just practice more. Jiang Ye shrugged. It wasn't meant as genuine mockery. This kind of banter was common among guys. This left Wang Hai and the others completely baffled. They all protested. They demanded a rematch. Unsurprisingly, they got crushed again. This time, they were thoroughly convinced. They couldn't help but admit defeat. Jiang Ye was like a sudden evolution, utterly insane. After the final battle. After grabbing late-night snacks off campus with Wang Hai and the others, Jiang Ye finally headed back to his apartment. The moment he arrived home, he received a text from the real estate agency. The agent immediately followed up with a call requesting a simple verification. After Jiang Ye assisted them with the process, the agent's sweet voice chimed in, "Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Jiang. Congratulations, you're now an official homeowner at Tianyuan Manor." Chapter 168. The desperate dog jumps over the wall. Ever since the United Nations General Assembly concluded, the world remained unsettled for a long time afterward. To guard against potential threats, began secretly forming alliances for mutual support. Others expanded their military forces and mass-produced weapons, preparing for any potential upheaval. Back in the Foot Basin Nation. After Yamamoto's return, likely due to his failure regarding the gamble at the United Nations General Assembly, he was suspended from duty. Even if the Japanese leadership hadn't suspended him, Yamamoto himself would have found it difficult to remain in his position. The losses were too great. Even if he committed seppuku, it wouldn't make up for 1/10,000th of the damage. Meanwhile, another development captured global attention. Was that Japan had dispatched a high-level delegation to visit the United States. As for what they discussed, it's obvious without even thinking. It concerns matters pertaining to the Kingdom of Yemen. And indeed, that was precisely the case. After meeting with President Obama, Yamada Ken, the lead representative of the Foot Basin delegation, began pouring out his grievances. "Mr. President Obama, as you know, our nation has suffered immense losses this time. Yet the Kingdom of Yemen remains unpunished. We cannot let this grievance go unavenged." Yamada Ken's words carry two meanings. First, he sought aid from the Lighthouse Nation. After all, who else but the Lighthouse Nation had declared with absolute certainty that Yemen lacked nuclear weapons? They're the ones suffering the consequences now. Second, he was warning Obama that if the Beacon Nation remains silent on this matter, Japan would consider taking revenge on its own and going to war with North Korea. Obama was caught in an awkward position. For a moment, he didn't know how to respond. Regarding compensation, he would certainly provide appropriate reparations to the Foot Basin Nation. Don't underestimate the Foot Basin Nation just because it's their lapdog. Who knows if this dog, when pushed too far, might turn and bite its master. Therefore, appropriate compensation. It would ease domestic pressure in Foot Basin while reducing their animosity. But he worries that the price he offers might be deemed too low. Obama quickly changed the subject. "We know you despise the Yemen kingdom, but now is not the time for war. It wouldn't benefit either of us. Jiangdong, the situation is already chaotic enough. Fortunately, with the intent color force present, even in chaos, they maintain maximum control. But if the Foot Basin kingdom intervenes, who knows how things will unfold? Especially if large-scale warfare erupts between the two sides. The entire Jiangdong region would descend into utter chaos. Other nations would seize the opportunity to intervene and make their moves. Countries like the Dragon Nation and the Big Goose. The Lighthouse Nation craves war as it profits from conflict. But if such a conflict were to erupt in a completely chaotic and uncontrollable Jiangdong, how much they could still command would be highly uncertain. After the war ends, who knows if they might suddenly find themselves kicked out of the Jiangdong chessboard by the Dragon Nation or other powers. Therefore, he must prevent the Foot Basin Nation from engaging in large-scale conflict with the Yemen kingdom. The Lighthouse Nation supports them. It's not about letting the Foot Basin Nation stir up trouble worldwide. Rather, it's to help them exert pressure in the Jata region to control Jata. Here's the plan. Obama paused for a moment. You know, the Yemen kingdom does possess nuclear weapons. If we go to war with them, aren't we afraid of being bombed by nuclear weapons again? At this point, Yamada Ken's face turned ashen. He retorted, "Mr. Obama, that's precisely why I have a request." Obama felt an ominous foreboding. Yamada Ken continued, "Please lift the restrictions on us and allow us to develop nuclear weapons." Are you out of your mind? Obama refused without hesitation. "You are a defeated nation under global supervision. How could we possibly allow you to develop nuclear weapons? The Japanese have never been trustworthy. Allowing them to develop nuclear weapons would be disastrous. Once the Foot Basin Nation gains leverage to negotiate with the Lighthouse Nation, it would become unrealistic for the Beacon Nation to control the Foot Basin Nation. This is our only way to counter the Kingdom of Yemen." Yamada Ken insisted. Obama stood up, patted Yamada Ken on the shoulder, and reassured him, "The United States bears significant responsibility for this incident. Rest assured, however, that in the near future, we will make the Kingdom of Yemen pay a far greater price. Regardless of the circumstances, we must stabilize Yamada Ken first." Obama knew some of those Foot Basin country people were extreme downright madmen. Without persuading him, he might just shoot you in the dark. And there's another point you likely haven't considered. Can you even get past the Dragon Nation and the Big Goose? They absolutely won't allow you to possess nuclear weapons. Once you start developing them, you'll only give them a reason to strike you, won't you? Mr. Obama, Enough. The Beacon Nation and the Foot Basin Nation are allies. Your development benefits us too. But our approval alone isn't enough. We must consult the Dragon Nation and the Big Goose. Yamada Ken fell silent. His goal achieved, Obama walked to the window with his hands behind his back, gazing out at the scenery. He patiently assured him, "Rest assured, I said it before, I won't let the kingdom of Yemen off easy. Their days are numbered. Go back and await news. At the first sign of movement, I'll notify you. When the time comes, capture the king of Yemen alive. You can do with him as you please." "Very well, Mr. Obama. I trust you will keep your word." Yamada Ken bowed. He then strode out of the Black Palace office. Normally, the Foot Basin Kingdom wouldn't dare act so brazenly. But this time, they were truly desperate. Obama could only play it safe for now, to prevent desperate dogs from biting. Otherwise, no one would be happy in the end. About half an hour later, Obama arrived at an underground interrogation room. The lighting was dim, and the decor was gray. The overall atmosphere felt oppressive. Obama stood behind the iron door, peering through a palm-sized window at the person being interrogated inside. The subject was none other than CIA Deputy Director Lance. This major blunder by the CIA brought shame upon the Lighthouse Nation and inflicted heavy losses on the Footbasin Nation. A colossal blunder. Following the incident, Lance was immediately placed under investigation. The matter of Yemen being non-nuclear. Lawrence had repeatedly confirmed this. "I said it has nothing to do with me. I could never defect to Yemen, and they offered me no benefits whatsoever." Lawrence was strapped to a chair. His expression was manic, screaming like a madman. Obama pushed open the door and walked in. Several interrogation staff members, seeing this, voluntarily stepped aside to make room for Obama and temporarily left the interrogation room. "Speak up. If you didn't, why did you feed us false intelligence? It led to that fatal blunder at the General Assembly." Obama's tone was stern. He sat down without waiting for a response, his gaze fixed intently on Lance. This exerted immense pressure on Lance. Chapter 169 officially released. Lawrence, who had been brimming with defiance moments ago, deflated completely the instant he saw Obama. He lowered his head. His eyes were unfocused as he spoke weakly. "I don't know what happened either. But after our investigation, there are absolutely no factories or facilities producing nuclear elements within the Yemen Kingdom, nor any traces of nuclear weapons manufacturing. We also investigated all interactions between the Yemen Kingdom and the Dragon Nation over the past few months and found no evidence of the Dragon Nation shipping nuclear weapons to the Yemen Kingdom." "What about the Big Goose?" "That's even less likely. The Big Goose and the Yemen Kingdom only have diplomatic relations on the surface. Their private relationship is mediocre at best. Moreover, the Yemen Kingdom is a newly established nation. To the Big Goose, it represents an unstable factor. The Big Goose would absolutely never provide nuclear weapons to Yemen." Lawrence looked utterly innocent. "President Obama, please believe me. My loyalty to the Beacon Nation is unwavering. This error was purely accidental, absolutely not intentional on my part." Lawrence's eyes were bloodshot. He had barely rested at all in recent days. He'd been enduring both physical and mental torment. Sleepless nights had become the norm. Obama voiced the final question weighing on his mind: could it possibly be the wolves? This was the scenario Obama deemed most probable. The Yemen Kingdom was formerly known as the Houthi Armed Forces. And the Houthi Armed Forces were originally established with funding from Elang. If Elang had provided it, we would have known immediately. Lawrence chuckled wryly. "You've forgotten we planted quite a few of our own people within Elang's upper echelons, haven't you? Why has Elang, all these years? Why has Elang never dared to challenge the Lighthouse Nation's hegemony in Zhengdong? Because in many aspects, Elang's internal operations. In many respects, it has long been controlled by the Lighthouse Nation. They never had a chance." Obama sighed, realizing he'd gleaned no useful information, and prepared to leave. "You'd better stay put here. Until the truth comes out, you'll face imprisonment." Obama glanced back at Lance. "This is for our own sake, and for the sake of the entire Beacon Nation. This matter is far from over." After leaving, Obama secretly notified CIA personnel to continue investigating the nuclear weapons issue in Yemen. They were determined to uncover the underlying reasons. Know your enemy and yourself, and you will win every battle. And many recent events have already plunged the Beacon Nation into a deeply passive position. The only way to clear this up is to regain the upper hand in the standoff with the Kingdom of Yemen. Several days have passed since the incident. Yet online discussions about this matter show no sign of abating. The most viral trend was the meme about the Footbasin Nation's record-breaking performance. The Footbasin Nation was nearly fuming with rage. But what can they do? The meme creators come from all corners of the globe. It's a worldwide phenomenon. They're powerless to stop it. As for the Ishihara Island base, subsequent tests revealed that radiation levels there now exceed safe limits, making it unsuitable for prolonged human habitation. Therefore, the plan to rebuild the Ishihara Island base has been put on hold. The Footbasin Nation has plans to elect a new Tian Huang. Of course, these are merely rumors. Whether they hold any truth remains unknown outside the inner circles of the Footbasin Nation. Not long after, Dragon Nation announced the development of a new material, Star Navigation Alloy. First, it's going to shake the entire Dragon Nation. Holy crap? Does this mean our country's aerospace technology is about to make huge strides? 666. Who's the genius behind this? It probably wasn't just one genius, but an entire research team. Our aerospace industry has lagged behind foreign countries for so many years. I wonder if this material technology can help us catch up. According to official data, this material called Starflight Alloy is truly mind-blowing. If its performance holds up, China's space station could be completed at least a year or two ahead of schedule. Since foreign countries won't let us join the International Space Station, we had no choice but to build our own. People used to mock us, saying we could never develop our own space station. Well, now I can't wait to see what they say when it's finally completed. Ha! Countless Chinese citizens are filled with excitement. The aerospace industry is a crucial technology that many nations are racing to develop. It also serves as a crucial indicator of a nation's strength. Undoubtedly, the emergence of this material technology will enable the Dragon Nation to take a historic stride forward. Official announcements reveal that Starflight Alloy will debut at the Imperial Capital Tech Expo in 2 weeks. This announcement has sparked immense anticipation and curiosity. News quickly spread overseas. The initial reaction from nations worldwide was skepticism. If aerospace materials were that easy to develop, humanity would have already flown beyond the solar system. Thus, many concluded, this must be just another trick from the Dragon Nation, a deliberately orchestrated publicity stunt. Reading the online reports, Jiang Ye smiled. Sure enough, these foreigners remain as arrogant as ever. They think the Dragon Nation could never surpass them. Well, over the past 2 centuries, the Dragon Nation had fallen so far behind them. So much so that many foreigners carry an innate sense of superiority toward the Dragon Nation's people. They look down on the Dragon Nation. And they despise the people of the Dragon Nation even more. Jiang Ye was curious. When the pride and arrogance ingrained in these foreign dignitaries is shattered by reality, how will they handle it? In any case, we'll see. Over the past few days, all 40+ satellites had been successfully launched. Jiang Ye had also completed his mission, bearing witness to the achievement of satellite rocket launches. With this monumental feat accomplished, along with the successful establishment of all ground control bases, this signifies that the Kingdom of Yemen has now truly become the second nation after the Lighthouse Nation to possess its own global satellite navigation system. Your Majesty, after no more than another week of system testing and performance tuning, this navigation system will be officially operational. Would you like to name it now? Let's call it Yemen Navigation. Jiang Ye had chosen the name casually, having decided on it from the very beginning. The name isn't important. Practicality and usability are what truly matter. Then Jiang Ye outlined the profit model for the satellite navigation system once it officially launched. Lately, Jiang Ye had received numerous calls from the Lighthouse Nation, and they were personally made by Obama himself. But the reason? Surprisingly, it was to persuade the Kingdom of Yemen to voluntarily abandon its nuclear weapons. They claimed it was for the sake of global peace, for the harmony of all humanity, and to contribute to the world. The existence of nuclear weapons posed too great a threat. Plus, he worried North Korea's technology wasn't advanced enough to properly maintain them, fearing it could lead to a major disaster. Jiang Ye was speechless. Was he being treated like a 3-year-old? Jiang Ye's stance was firm. Destroy the nuclear weapons? Fine. If they're going to make such grand, righteous declarations, then as one of the world's most nuclear-armed nations, shouldn't the United States be the first to declare the destruction of all its nuclear weapons? Shouldn't it first declare its intention to eliminate all its own nuclear arsenal? One sentence. Obama was left speechless, at a loss for words. In multiple phone calls, Jiang Ye always gave this response. Thus, each meeting ended in discord. Chapter 170, Airdrop Gaza. After multiple rejections, the Lighthouse Nation had, unusually, gone quiet. Jiang Ye learned from the news that the other side had carried out a complete overhaul of key personnel within the CIA's upper echelons. The deputy director was imprisoned. The CIA director was under investigation. Evidently, this incident had dealt a significant blow to the Beacon Nation. Charles sought out Jiang Ye. Your Majesty, here are the latest intelligence reports from our agents. Would you like to review them yourself, or shall I summarize them for you? Summarize it for me. Jiang Ye had no time to read through it slowly. Recent interactions between the Footbasin Nation and the Lighthouse Nation have intensified, raising suspicions they're secretly plotting against the Yemen Kingdom. Additionally, this morning, President Yisili met with Obama. The outcome, Lighthouse Nation will supply Yisili with advanced weaponry within 3 months. We suspect Yisili intends to escalate the Gaza conflict, aiming to breach Gaza's defenses in one decisive strike. Furthermore, to prevent international aid for Gaza, Israel issued a warning at 10:25 a.m. to 32 nations worldwide. Any country disregarding their stance and providing assistance to Gaza will face severe retaliation from Israel. Oh, and one more thing, to prevent other Arab nations from retaliating against Israel for its atrocities in Gaza, the Lighthouse Nation intends to deploy the USS Eisenhower carrier strike group to the Mediterranean within 1 to 2 weeks. Israel's ambitions are no small matter. If there were any lingering doubts about Israel's motives for invading Gaza, whether it was to completely occupy Palestine, now it's almost certain. They are indeed encroaching on Palestinian territory, seeking to further expand Israel's borders in the east. Prepare for action. We're deploying reinforcements to Gaza. Jiang Ye ordered. If intercepted, launch an immediate offensive without seeking my authorization. Yes. Want to completely occupy Palestine? Jiang Ye will shatter Yisili's grand delusions. After loading the cargo, several transport planes took off from Yemen carrying various supplies. Food, purified water, and other essential supplies. Jiang Ye had a video released. It showed the transport planes taking off and flying toward the Gaza Strip. The moment it was released, it caused a huge stir internationally. Damn, that's badass. I declare, the boldest nation has emerged. Just as Yisili issued warnings to 32 nations, Yemen immediately began providing support, clearly slapping Yisili in the face. The people of Gaza finally have hope. The king of Yemen deserves a place in the ancestral temple. So moved. Both are nations, yet one is a shameless aggressor, a perpetrator of genocide and inhumane atrocities, while the other offers aid in times of need. I just want to know, why such a stark difference between these two nations? Enough said. Yemen rocks. The king of Yemen rocks. I believe that with everyone's efforts, we will surely crush Yisili's conspiracy and defend Gasha's legitimate human rights. The king of Yemen is my idol. The bravest man in the world. This heroic feat once again propelled the kingdom of Yemen into the global spotlight. Jiang Ye has even earned a new title. The bravest man. Now look at those nations that constantly preach slogans like freedom, equality, harmony, and benevolence, yet remain indifferent or even complicit in the face of brutal atrocities. Don't you feel a shred of shame? How ironic. How ironic. What's even more ironic is that people in many countries actually take their so-called slogans at face value. They believe the moon is rounder abroad. The air is sweeter. It must be said that this long-range cultivation technology is something many countries will never achieve in their lifetime. Do you think Yisili will intercept it? I believe they definitely will. Otherwise, it would be slapping Yisili in the face. How could they show their face afterward? I agree they will, though it'll likely be a symbolic interception, no real action. What are you thinking? Yisili just issued a warning statement. The kingdom of Yemen clearly did this on purpose. They absolutely must intercept it. Just wait and see. The debate over whether Yisili will intercept. It has sparked endless debate. Overall, opinions are divided. But most people believe Yisili will only conduct a symbolic interception. Only a minority of hardliners believe Yisili will definitely intercept, and with forceful measures. For instance, violent interception methods like shooting down Yemen's transport aircraft. This news has intensified the public pressure on Yisili. Should we intercept? At the meeting, Defense Minister McKenlin looked around the room. Someone immediately stood up to voice their opinion. Intercept them. We must intercept them. This is a blatant slap in the face to Yisili. Moreover, if Yemen continues to support Gaza and strengthens their resistance, it will significantly delay our progress in capturing Gaza. Yisili's current strategy is to, ignoring all public opinion, capture Gaza as quickly as possible. What will condemnation matter then? They will have achieved tangible military gains. And how many people will remember what happened online? In a few years, when all this is forgotten, who would remember today's Gaza? What did Yisili ever do? History. But it's written by the victors. And Yisili has ample media resources at his disposal. Clearing his name afterward would be all too easy. But the moment this proposal surfaced, it immediately faced opposition from certain quarters. No, we absolutely cannot intercept it. The only way to stop it would be to shoot down the Yemen kingdom's transport plane, but that would be tantamount to declaring war on them. Don't forget they possess nuclear weapons. If it were any other country, he wouldn't be so hesitant. But this is the kingdom of Yemen. They might just nuke us. Yisili is no bigger than the palm of your hand. One mushroom bomb landing there. It would be utterly destroyed. All those years of Zhongdong's strategic planning ruined in an instant, all for nothing. They dared not gamble, they couldn't bear the consequences. But the problem followed immediately. Not intercepting it. Wouldn't that be openly admitting Yisili fears the Yemen kingdom? Back down? That would be a loss of face. Strategically speaking, if Yemen discovers they dare not intercept, they will continue to supply Gaza indefinitely. This would significantly delay their invasion progress. This matter was debated for hours without any clear resolution. Finally, a report came in. It stated that the Yemen kingdom's transport aircraft had successfully reached Gaza and delivered supplies. Only then did the discussion conclude. Everyone felt awkward. So awkward it made their scalps tingle. They'd been debating so passionately, yet the operation had already been completed elsewhere. How could they have missed it? Lu Wen, looking thoroughly embarrassed, announced the meeting was adjourned. Gaza. The baptism of war had left over 2 million Gazans displaced. They now dwell in ruins, their lives filled with despair. Among them were the elderly, children, and women. The entire city seemed shrouded in gloom. Lifeless and devoid of vitality. But then, someone gasped in astonishment as countless airdrops rained down from the sky like a torrential downpour. Chapter 171, The Eternal God of the Yemen Kingdom. Some people rubbed their eyes in disbelief, thinking they were hallucinating. But when they opened their eyes again, they realized this was no dream. It was real. Instantly, countless people were overcome with joy. Those who had been lying in the ruins, starving and near death for days due to the scarcity of supplies, somehow found the strength from somewhere. They forced themselves to stand. They rushed toward the spot where the supplies had been dropped. Their eyes, clouded by war, suddenly brightened, filled with radiance. For they had seen hope. Soon, a large crowd gathered at the drop site, awaiting the arrival of the airborne supplies. Minutes later, supplies began to fall one after another. The people of Gashan eagerly rushed to open them, eager to see what was inside. Some remained wary, fearing it might be a plot by Yisili, planting bombs inside. Fortunately, after they had opened all the supplies, what appeared before them were not bombs, but an abundance of daily necessities. In terms of food, they found bread, flour, rice, instant noodles, and many other ready-to-eat items. It wasn't exactly delicious, But for the starving people of Gaza, these were nothing short of heavenly delicacies. When you're starving to death, who cares about luxuries? Even a single piece of bread was incredibly precious here. There were also various brands of purified water. After Israel imposed the blockade on Gaza, it destroyed the only remaining freshwater treatment plant here. This has made fresh water in Gaza exceedingly precious. Great, is that the Yemen flag? At that very moment, someone discovered a Yemen flag among the supplies. This immediately caught the attention of countless people. First, their hearts warmed. Then, a profound sense of gratitude and appreciation welled up in their hearts toward the kingdom of Yemen. These supplies arrived at just the right moment. Who knows how many lives they might save among the people of Gaza? People began distributing the supplies in an orderly manner. Women, children, and the elderly. They were given priority to receive supplies, and additional portions were allocated based on actual needs. As for the majority of men, though equally anxious, they restrained their impulses. Some even took positions to manage the situation and maintain order at the scene. On the periphery of the crowd, a photographer raised his camera, capturing this heartwarming scene. This individual is a reporter for the International News Agency. The International News Agency. Not affiliated with any single nation, but under the United Nations. Therefore, in terms of stance, the International News Agency is a neutral media outlet. It does not favor any particular country. This has earned the International News Agency a solid global reputation and a large following. The Gaza issue is now the global focus. Bob is confident this video will soon become an international sensation. Back in his studio, Bob immediately began editing the footage, then wrote the full context of the incident above it. As a neutral journalist, Bob didn't need to please anyone, so he could state the facts as truthfully as possible. And as a compassionate human being, Bob possessed the conscience he should have. After arriving in Gaza himself, seeing the ruins and devastation here, he had long been dissatisfied with Yisrael's atrocities. He had assumed this situation would inevitably end in tragedy. After all, no nation in the world could sanction Yisrael or the Lighthouse Nation. But who could have foreseen that today? As the transport planes of the Kingdom of Yemen landed in Gaza and dropped so much aid, Bob seemed to see hope of the people of Gaza. This is what true human harmony should look like. Not like the scum of Yisrael, a scourge to the entire world. Striving for perfection, the video editing took over 2 hours. Fortunately, seeing the meticulously edited video he'd created, Bob wiped the sweat from his brow. It all felt worth it. He switched tabs and swiftly uploaded the edited video online. Upload successful. After finishing these steps, Bob didn't leave. His eyes remained glued to the screen. Every few seconds, he clicked the refresh button. For the first few times, the view count remained stuck at 0, and Bob showed little reaction. Video uploads have a brief delay. After about 10 seconds, Bob clicked refresh once more. The video views suddenly skyrocketed from 0 to tens of thousands. Only then did Bob show a look of relief. The International News Agency had a global reach, with its follower count ranking among the top 20 media accounts worldwide. It already had terrifyingly high traffic. Bob had also tagged the video with Gaza and the Kingdom of Yemen, making it easier for the video to gain even more traffic. 1 minute later, the video surpassed 200,000 views, garnered 120,000 likes, and received over 80,000 comments. 10 minutes later, views hit 1.5 million, likes reached 970,000, and comments surged past 500,000. Bob was frozen in front of the screen. While the International News Agency had high traffic and a large fan base, it was still astonishing for a video to achieve such staggering numbers within 10 minutes. This seemed to indirectly indicate that people worldwide were deeply concerned about Gaza's situation. Bob felt deeply gratified. He scrolled through the comments section and felt even more reassured. Goodness gracious, Yemen Kingdom is nothing short of a savior. You could practically feel the excitement of the people of Gaza upon seeing the airdrop supplies through the screen. Yemen Kingdom, forever the gods. Are there really that many refugees? So many are barely clothed. Yisrael, you need to see this. What exactly have you done in Gaza? It's heartbreaking, so many emaciated, especially the elderly and children. I can't imagine how they survive in such conditions. ISIS must be held accountable for all their actions. The backdrop is heartbreaking. Their once beautiful homeland, destroyed like this. Are all Israelis demons? The Kingdom of Yemen is truly a beacon of light in this dark world. This time, they've indirectly saved countless lives. This is what people should truly admire. Yemen Kingdom, forever the god. Fall in line. The Kingdom of Yemen is forever the god. YYDS. The comments section is flooded with YYDS dominating every corner, clearly showing the world's excitement upon seeing the video. While people fiercely condemn Yisrael, they're reminded once more of the greatness of the Yemen Kingdom. On this planet where nations scheme against each other and stop at nothing for profit, the Kingdom of Yemen resolutely ignored Yisrael, risking war with the world's dominant superpower, the Lighthouse Nation, to support Gaza. Truly a refreshing breeze in this filthy world. The deeply moving comments in the discussion board brought tears to Bob's eyes. Driven by pure passion to become a war correspondent. For years, he exposed the hidden crimes committed by certain individuals, allowing people to witness the brutality of war firsthand. He has always been on the front lines. Chapter 172, Status and Influence. During this time, he faced death countless times, hovering on the brink of the grave time and again. He shed blood and sweat. Most ordinary people would have given up long ago. But Bob, fueled by unwavering resolve, has persevered to this day. After seeing the comments section, he became even more convinced that what he was doing was right. Jiang Ye's aid this time was motivated by humanitarianism. But he hadn't anticipated. Before he could even arrange for global media coverage, someone beat him to it. And the effect was surprisingly good. Who released it no longer mattered. The objective had been achieved. As the news gained traction, when Jiang Ye checked his reputation points again, he discovered his reputation points had already surpassed 200,000. This was a significant gain, enough to consider developing something substantial next. Meanwhile, on Yisali's side, upon seeing Bob's video, the entire leadership including Lu Wen nearly fainted from rage. Their international reputation had taken another nosedive. Meanwhile, the Yemen kingdom gained massive attention and widespread support. This script. They couldn't even count how many times they'd seen it play out recently. How did the Yemen king become such a marketing genius? Is he planning to turn the kingdom of Yemen into a celebrity nation? Yet the real headache for Yisali was yet to come. Earlier, many online discussions speculated whether Yisali would intercept supplies destined for Yemen. At the time, many believed that Yisali's unusually firm stance this time, and directly warning other nations, and would certainly prevent the kingdom of Yemen's supplies from reaching their destination. But as it turned out, the majority were wrong. The supplies sent by the kingdom of Yemen not only reached Gaza but were delivered openly and transparently. Post-delivery footage was even uploaded online. Combined with Yisali's declaration that any nation providing aid to Gaza would be considered an adversary and in severe cases, a declaration of war. This was a brutal slap in the face for Israel. Online, a flood of mocking voices began to surface, targeting Yisali. Is this really Yisali? Nothing special. I thought Yisali was so formidable, but it turns out they only dare bully defenseless Gaza. Exactly. Why don't they dare attack the Yemen kingdom? Are they scared? Or worried they can't win? Ha! Hilarious. A bully who picks on the weak Yisali should vanish from this world sooner rather than later. It'd be a blessing for everyone. Support. 1. According to Yisali's claims, the Yemen kingdom has declared war on them. I wonder if Yisali dares to accept this challenge. Don't make me look down on you. President Lu Wen, please stop watching. Stop watching. Lu Wen is on his phone, reading these comments. Other high-ranking officials noticed Lu Wen's face had turned as dark as liver from anger. If this keeps up, I fear he might have a sudden heart attack. Quick, bring the blood pressure medication. After Lu Wen sat down, McKenlin had someone bring the medication and administered it to him. After taking it, Lu Wen took a while to recover before his condition gradually improved. McKenlin looked utterly helpless. President Lu Wen, don't let it get to you. We should stick to our original plan and seize control of Gashan as soon as possible. In a few years, no one will remember this incident. He was confident. The ultimate victor would undoubtedly be their Yisali faction, not any other nation. Lu Wen waved his hand, parting his pale lips. I know. Alright, you all go back to work. I need to rest. After everyone left, Lu Wen returned to his private quarters, utterly defeated, seeking rest. Yet sleep eluded him. Every time he closed his eyes, all he saw were the overwhelmingly negative reports about Isil, or the relentless defeats his nation had suffered since the founding of the Self-Strike 8. The once invincible Yisali. How could this day ever come? After all, in the previous Jiangdong wars, Yisali had always secured victory with overwhelming superiority. Therefore, in Lu Wen's view, they were invincible in Jiangdong. An unprecedented sense of defeat weighed heavily on Lu Wen's spirit, leaving him increasingly haggard. Throughout Yisali, the nation seemed to be enveloped in an eerie atmosphere due to the emergence of the Yemen kingdom. The Yemen kingdom. Jiang Ye knew that once this news spread, Yisali would certainly continue its alliance with the Lighthouse Nation and the Western powers to hunt him down. Jiang Ye was contemplating whether to continue expanding his forces or focus on developing military strength. What do you think about announcing nuclear expansion? Jiang Ye glanced sideways at Charles beside him. Charles was analyzing the current global situation. At the same time, he held a pen in one hand, summarizing his analysis according to Jiang Ye's instructions. I think it's feasible. The power of nuclear weapons would be sufficient to deter the Lighthouse Nation and Yisali from acting rashly. Charles believed this was a viable approach. And it's straightforward and forceful. Implementation wouldn't be too difficult. Nuclear weapons are the backbone. With enough mushroom clouds, even enemies will show you respect wherever you go. For example, the Big Goose has a famous nu called Big Ivan. Many world leaders tremble at the mere mention of its name. Why? It's said that when the US first deployed this series of nuclear bombs, a single detonation sent shockwaves across the globe. Big Ivan was originally designed with a yield of 100 megatons of TNT. Later, considering the severe widespread nuclear contamination and diplomatic disputes the explosion would cause, its power was reluctantly reduced to 50 million tons of TNT. Even so, Big Ivan remains the most powerful nuclear weapon ever detonated in human history. To put it in perspective, Big Ivan's power equaled 4,000 little girls detonating simultaneously. The shockwave generated by the instantaneous explosion extended over 700 kilometers. Neighboring countries like the Soviet Union felt distinct tremors. The heat released during the explosion caused significant thermal radiation and burns to people exposed to the air 170 kilometers away. Wooden houses within 55 kilometers of the blast center were completely destroyed, and all structures within the test area were obliterated. Rumors even circulated that this explosion even altered the Earth's crust, shifting the entire Eurasian tectonic plate 9 millimeters southward. Not to mention other effects. The effects of the electromagnetic pulse. It is said that within 2,000 kilometers of the initial blast, all radar systems, electronic equipment, radios, and the like were severely damaged. Even the radar and electronic equipment installed by the Lighthouse Nation in Alaska were rendered inoperable by the blast. Weapons of this caliber. It could truly be called a universal equalizer. Who wouldn't be afraid? The Lighthouse Nation is formidable, but how many Big Ivans can it withstand? Let me put it this way. If any of the Western nations acting as the Lighthouse Nation's lackeys possessed even a single Big Ivan, the Beacon Nation wouldn't dare act so brazenly. Take the pot-bottomed nation as an example. A single Big Ivan would be enough to transform the toilet bowl nation's attitude toward the Lighthouse Nation from groveling submission to sitting at the same negotiating table as equals. This is the status and influence of nuclear weapons in today's world. Chapter 173, Matching the Combat Power of a Million-Man Army. However, Your Majesty, whether we expand our nuclear arsenal or not is irrelevant, for we have already proven to the world that Yemen possesses nuclear weapons. Charles began to analyze the situation from another perspective. The greatest utility of nuclear weapons lies not in their launch, but in their deterror. The greatest utility of nuclear weapons lies not in their launch, but in their threat. Clearly, the deterrent effect has already been achieved. Following the United Nations General Assembly, no nation would doubt whether the Kingdom of Yemen possessed nuclear weapons. And thus, no nation will dare to make rash moves against the Kingdom of Yemen. While further nuclear expansion could strengthen Yemen's power, it is unnecessary. At this stage, the situation is nowhere near the point of nuclear war. Storing and maintaining excess nuclear warheads poses significant challenges. This explains why, despite being a nuclear power, keeps its nuclear arsenal within a controlled quantity rather than pursuing reckless expansion. It's far too costly. There's simply no need to waste money on this. Jiang Ye thought it over carefully and realized Charles had a point. Last time he checked in, the system rewarded him with 3 nuclear warheads at once. Subsequently, he received the corresponding launchers from the rewards. Now, Yemen still had 2 left. It's worth noting that the nuclear warhead used to bomb the Shabara Island base in Foot Basin Nation had the smallest yield. The remaining 2 possessed significantly greater yields. One reached 120 kilotons of TNT. The other reached 300 kilotons. Combined, their yields exceeded 40 times that of the bomb dropped on Ishihara Island. More than enough. Arrange for the expansion of the military. Continue the expansion. Nuclear expansion was temporarily denied. As long as the specific number of nuclear weapons isn't disclosed to the outside world. Whether Jiang Ye possesses 2 or countless nuclear warheads, the effect remains the same. Deterrence is all that matters. Therefore, Jiang Ye considered expanding further into the military sphere. The territory of Yemen was not small. Yet the current total military strength was only around 300,000, far from sufficient. When will he establish a million-strong army? That would be a truly magnificent sight. This wasn't merely about pursuing quantity. The Yemen kingdom's current strength already ranks among the top tier. It can now contend with Zhang Dong's elder brother, Yi Lang, for the top position. And how many troops does Yi Lang command? Its active duty forces total approximately 6.05 million personnel. This includes approximately 3.05 million government troops, 250,000 ground forces, 20,000 naval personnel, and 350,000 Air Force personnel. Beyond these, there is also the Revolutionary Guard. This force numbers approximately 300,000 personnel. As for reserve forces, the army alone has 350,000 reservists. These figures represent only those immediately deployable to the battlefield, excluding numerous paramilitary units. If included, the mobilized civilian militia of hundreds of thousands, plus another force of about 200,000. In short, in the event of actual warfare, the nation of Ilan could easily muster a million-strong army. By comparison, the Kingdom of Yemen couldn't muster even a third of that. Therefore, Jiang Ye issued another conscription order, planning to expand gradually, first reaching 500,000 troops. The recent fervor surrounding the Kingdom of Yemen had transformed Yemen into a star nation overnight. Every move it made was closely watched. Major media outlets soon reported on the conscription drive. Fashion News reports indicate the Kingdom of Yemen has recently conducted large-scale conscription. What are the underlying intentions? Is it brewing for a major war? Million News, what lies behind the Kingdom of Yemen's military expansion? Will this massive troop buildup threaten global peace or become a destabilizing factor in the Shandong region? Global headlines, storm clouds gather, Yemen's military expansion may conceal hidden details you're unaware of. Daily Morning News, war looms as tensions escalate in the Shandong region. Today's atmosphere in Yisili is tense. Could these events be connected? You don't really need to read these news reports. Most media outlets inject their own agendas. Take Malian Press, for instance. They outright label the Yemen kingdom as a destabilizing factor in Shandong. Jiang Ye just wants to curse. The Yemen kingdom never committed genocide in Gasha like Yisili did. So why is it an unstable factor? But when he thought about the financial backers behind these media outlets, Jiang Ye felt a sense of resignation. Arguing with them was a waste of time. The major media outlets' publicity campaign actually gave the Kingdom of Yemen a free advertising campaign. Oh my god, this is fantastic. I've always wanted to join the Kingdom of Yemen and now I finally have the chance. Yeah, our country, baguette nation, has no backbone whatsoever. I'm utterly disappointed in our nation. I'm enlisting in the Yemen Kingdom to make a small contribution to the people of Gashan. I suggest the King of Yemen send troops to liberate Gaza. I agree. Yisili is way too much. Doing this would be ridding the world of a menace. Where do I sign up? I was just trying to stir up some trouble. Who knows? The exposure from media outlets like Malian Press and Fashin Press has actually made the recruitment ads even more popular. On Jiang Ye's side, the number of people signing up for military service has clearly increased significantly compared to before. In just one afternoon, over 120,000 applications poured in, all vying to join the Yemen Kingdom's military. Wow. Jiang Ye just wanted to say one thing. Thank you. As for this military service requirement, nothing special. Just one thing. Agreeing to enlist means voluntarily renouncing your original nationality and becoming a citizen of the Kingdom of Yemen. Jiang Ye has no interest in training soldiers from other countries. What if they return to their own countries after training and end up fighting against him? That would be a complete farce. With a small population, there's no need to worry. But with a large enough base, such incidents are bound to occur. We must prevent them before they happen. 3 days. Approximately 120,000 enlisted. Jiang Ye spent several thousand prestige points to upgrade the training camp. Then he sent these troops in batches. Estimated completion within 2 months. He would gain an additional 150,000 elite soldiers under his command. Unlike soldiers systematically trained by other nations, the training camp was enhanced by the system. The soldiers trained here possess significantly higher average quality than those trained by other nations. Jiang Ye made a rough estimate. Even with the same 500,000 troops, even when facing the so-called strongest military power in the world, the lighthouse nation, his side still held the greater advantage. Jiang Ye calculated it this way. On average, each soldier possessed combat proficiency 15 times that of the enemy. Therefore, the combat strength of a 500,000 strong army would be at least equal to 70 or 75,000 of theirs. No way around it. With the system's boost, they were simply unstoppable. Not to mention, Jiang Ye could equip every single one of these 500,000 soldiers with high-tech combat gear, individual exoskeleton armor, advanced thermal weapons, drones, various individual combat gear, and so on. When you break it down, the combat effectiveness of a 500,000 strong army should easily match that of nations like Zhengdong, which don't prioritize military quality. It should easily match their million-strong forces and still have reserves. Of course, this is merely an ideal scenario. Jiang Ye currently only has a few hundred sets of individual exoskeleton armor at his disposal. Full deployment is impossible. However, other individual soldier equipment could soon be fully deployed to 500,000 troops. Because of this, Jiang Ye has his own production facility. Chapter 174, The Development of a Nanoscale Lithography Machine. Speaking of which, Jiang Ye recalled that the individual exoskeleton armor was also factory produced. The production process, however, involved significantly higher technological complexity. For instance, the materials used to craft the exoskeleton armor are special alloys. This necessitates the construction of additional steel processing plants. The various technologies involved, battlefield scanning, auto-aiming, thermal imaging, data analysis, require the establishment of a chip processing center, various data processing centers. Building the entire industrial chain is a massive undertaking. After much hesitation, gritting his teeth, Jiang Ye decided to invest in the construction. After all, the company wasn't short on funds at the moment, with various income streams already quite stable. Like Alzheimer's disease drugs. It's currently selling like hotcakes worldwide. Military hardware, oil, natural gas, plus other exported minerals. Each deal brings in substantial revenue. Not to mention, the satellite navigation system independently developed by the Kingdom of Yemen is about to be launched. For Yemen, this represents yet another revenue stream. Build special alloy processing center? Build. Should we build a chip or D facility? Confirmed. Should we build data processing warehouses and data processing centers? Confirmed. Jiang Ye constructed all the required factories in one go. Then he applied a slight acceleration. What would normally take 3.5 months to complete was reduced to just 9 days. In other words, in 9 days' time, the Kingdom of Yemen would possess the capability to independently produce individual exoskeleton armor. No further prestige points would be required for future purchases. This construction project cost $1.2 billion. With an export price of $2 million per unit. This means exporting around 50 units would fully recoup the investment, excluding subsequent operational costs. Since materials like silicon, gallium arsenide, indium gallium arsenide, copper, and aluminum are domestically produced in the Kingdom of Yemen, eliminating the need for imports. Only a few items need importing, such as dopants like phosphorus, boron, and arsenic, photoresist, chemical reagents, and packaging materials. Therefore, the overall cost is not high. For instance, excluding expenses for specialized alloys used in RD and chip manufacturing materials, the profit per unit can be consistently maintained at $1.8 million. Equivalent to, after 50 units, each additional sale generates $1.8 million in net income for the Kingdom of Yemen. As for export destinations, Jiang Ye had already made up his mind. There are no restrictions on countries globally, only on quantities. For example, a country could only purchase a maximum of X units per year. This ensures the exoskeleton suits won't become commonplace. It's worth noting that these individual exoskeleton suits were lethal machines on the battlefield, especially in terrain warfare and positional combat. Therefore, Jiang Ye must maintain control over them. Features like remote one-click shutdown. This ensures that after other nations purchase them, they won't turn the exoskeleton armor against their own country. Therefore, further modifications were necessary. This wasn't particularly difficult. With a wave of his hand, 3,000 reputation points exchanged a top-tier research team at the prestige store. In the past, Jiang Ye would never have parted with it. But now, with over 200,000 reputation points, 3,000 was nothing. Besides, a top-tier research team. They could develop other things down the line. A surefire win-win deal. Who knows? They might even develop some cutting-edge technology. Of course, that's all for later. Jiang Ye entrusted the improvement work to them. That's the perk of having money, I suppose. Jiang Ye chuckled. Reputation points? Think of them as money. It seems the essence of humanity is consumption. Because consumption brings pleasure. Especially when you have enough balance to spend without pinching pennies. No wonder everyone wants to be rich. Exchange the research team. A group of white-bearded old men in lab coats appeared before Jiang Ye's eyes. There were over 20 of them. They weren't all from the same ethnic group. The team included African Americans, Caucasians, and Asians. Jiang Ye selected an Asian man to serve as the chief research representative. There was no other choice. Data indicated that Asians held an intellectual advantage over other ethnic groups. This wasn't Jiang Ye speaking off the cuff, but rather data from foreign research. In 1997, Richard Lin began researching racial IQ differences, collecting and analyzing IQ test results from 130 countries. In his 2006 book, The Race Quotient: An Evolutionary Analysis, he ranked the IQ differences among ethnic groups in various regions, concluding that Europeans have an average IQ of 100. Sub-Saharan Africans had an average IQ of 67. The average IQ of jungle dwellers in the Namfi Desert Plateau and the Bigo people in the Congo rainforest region is 54. Eastern Asians possess a relatively high average IQ, reaching 105. Back to the main topic. Jiang Ye assigned them their first task. Modify the exoskeleton armor. Install a program that can shut down these single-soldier exoskeleton suits with a single button press. And the program must be hidden. One that other nations couldn't detect. Shi Changrui, the chief scientist appointed by Jiang Ye, replied, "Your Majesty, we will accomplish this mission." "Alright, let's begin. By the way, you stay behind. I need to discuss something with you." After the other scientists departed, Jiang Ye crossed his legs, tapping his fingers rhythmically on the desk. What cutting-edge technologies do you think the Kingdom of Yemen still needs to develop? This was a question that had been troubling Jiang Ye for quite some time. Too advanced. We can't develop it yet. We lack the necessary permissions and prestige points. As for low-end industries, with so many factories planned for the future in Yemen Kingdom, light industry won't just be plentiful, it'll reach saturation point. Jiang Ye hoped the other party would offer some advice. "I believe, if feasible, we could attempt developing a 1 nanometer lithography machine for you." 1 nanometer? Jiang Ye's pupils contracted. A lithography machine. The pinnacle of cutting-edge technology. A critical necessity for global technological advancement. To advance lithography technology, multiple countries worldwide invest tens of billions annually. Currently, the most advanced lithography machine in mass commercial production is the Extreme Ultraviolet EUV lithography system from Holland. It enables chip manufacturing at 3 nanometer and below process nodes. ASML is also developing the Hyper-N EUV lithography machine, slated for release around 2030, which will advance the process to 0.2 nanometers. If the Kingdom of Yemen could truly develop 1 nanometer lithography technology at this stage, to develop 1 nanometer lithography technology, and achieve this entirely through independent RD, then this academic achievement would undoubtedly lead the world by decades. It would astonish every nation. It would bring terrifying returns. Alright, that's settled. Let me know if you need anything else. Jiang Ye decided to start with the lithography machine. Currently, the Kingdom of Yemen could develop some basic chips, but their precision falls far short of the nanometer level. The day a 1 nanometer lithography machine is successfully developed will mark the moment of comprehensive advancement in Ye's technological capabilities. Chapter 175, Developing Naval Power. To retaliate against the Yemen Kingdom's support for the Ghassan region. The following evening, Yisili launched another massive bombing raid on Gasha. This assault reduced the southern refugee camp in Gasha to complete ruins, claiming dozens of lives and injuring hundreds. Among the casualties were women and children. Countless Ghazans who had lost loved ones were overcome with grief. Yet they were powerless. They could only weep. The entire Gaza Strip was shrouded in a heavy atmosphere of sorrow. Yet the brutality of the Israeli regime did not end there. At 4:52 a.m. that same night, Israeli bombing resumed. This time, Hamas fighters detected the Israeli warplanes the moment they crossed Gaza's airspace. Oh no! It seems these scumbags are targeting the supply depots this time. Supplies were scarce in the Gaza Strip. For easier management and public access, supplies were stored in a temporary warehouse 6 kilometers north of Gaza's original city center. This warehouse was hastily converted from an abandoned factory. Both the supplies voluntarily provided by the Kingdom of Yemen and Gaza's existing reserves were stored there. Thanks to those food supplies, the people of Gaza remain undernourished. They are not starving to death. Now, these demons intend to snatch away Gazans' last chance for survival. Are the Yisraeli really intent on exterminating us? How despicable. A Hamas fighter beside Hand spoke bitterly. Hand patted his shoulder, urging him to control his agitated emotions. It seems we must take action against Yisrael as well. Truthfully, if Yisrael hadn't pressed them to this point, they had planned to rest and regroup for a while. While maneuvering against Yisrael, armed with weapons supplied by the Yemen kingdom, they held no fear of Yisrael. But the enemy's pressure was too intense. Hand decided to seize an opportunity and give Yisrael a taste of their own medicine. Good. All Hamas fighters perked up instantly, their spirits soaring to 200%. At this moment, Sar, who had been on an external mission, returned with his men. Seeing Hand and the others discussing countermeasures against Yisrael, he couldn't help but ask, "By the way, when will the remaining weapons be delivered that the Yemen kingdom promised us last time?" "I don't know. I'll inquire." The promised delivery date hadn't arrived yet, so he shouldn't have rushed them. But to prepare ahead of time, he had no choice but to seek out Jiang Ye for information. Meanwhile, Hand sent word to the people at the supply depot to evacuate quickly. That area was about to come under bombardment from Yisrael. Meanwhile, Hand contacted Jiang Ye. Upon learning that Hand intended to initiate the counter-Yisraeli operation ahead of schedule, Jiang Ye considered the matter. He promised, "Alright, I'll have it transported over at noon today. You just handle the reception." The weapons had actually been prepared long ago. Jiang Ye had been preoccupied with other matters lately and overlooked this detail. It also suited Jiang Ye's intention to step up the pressure on Yisrael. "Alright, where should we meet you?" Hand's tone carried a hint of concern. Currently, the only viable point for the exchange was the port of Laffa, but it was far too conspicuous and easily detectable by Yisrael. Perhaps we should explore using the tunnels instead? No need. We'll continue airlifting them over. Jiang Ye rejected the idea outright. Did he think the K-300s he'd exchanged from the system were just for show? 5 Air 300s are more than enough to deliver everything Hamas wants in a single trip. Hand remained uneasy. But if the Kingdom of Yemen openly transports weapons to us, I fear Yisrael will conduct air interceptions. Last time we transported daily necessities. It was merely to address the urgent food crisis facing the people of Gaza. But this shipment contains weapons meant for use against Yisrael. Hand felt the situation wasn't that straightforward. Jiang Ye smiled. Don't worry, they wouldn't dare. If Yisrael had the guts to attack, they would have done it the first time. Why wait until now? Besides, Jiang Ye was practically begging for them to attack. That would give Jiang Ye a reason to declare war on Yisrael. Yisrael was bullying Jiangdong under the protection of the Lighthouse Nation. Jiang Ye just wants to see what happens if it comes to blows. Whether the Lighthouse Nation could actually fly all the way from North America to help him. After all, the Kingdom of Yemen now controls the entrance and exit of the Suez Canal. Even the USS Eisenhower, dispatched by the Lighthouse Nation to support Yisrael, had to take a detour. If it came to war, Jiang Ye dared to target even their aircraft carriers. Speaking of which, Jiang Ye did notice one thing. The Kingdom of Yemen has consistently developed its land forces and air power, boasting the foaming fighter jets and the world's largest transport aircraft. But its naval power? You couldn't exactly call it weak. It simply didn't exist. Because Jiang Ye hadn't even begun developing it, they didn't even possess a proper naval force. The key to measuring a nation's strength. Maritime power is crucial. A powerful navy enables a nation to conduct distant sea operations, control major shipping lanes and canal entrances. On a larger scale, strong naval power ensures a nation's normal maritime trade relations. This plays a crucial role in the nation's economy. After all, maritime transport remains the primary method for global trade today. After Jiang Ye's repeated affirmations, he said no more. The might of the Yemen kingdom was plain for all to see. He trusted Jiang Ye had the authority to make such statements. Hand relayed the message to Sal, who then passed it on. Upon hearing this, the Hamasai warriors, their eyes brimmed with excitement. Once the weapons arrived, they would no longer be helpless lambs. They would make Yisrael pay the price. Minutes later, the warehouse guards, having received advance warning, evacuated early. The bombing resulted in only a few injuries, with no fatalities. This was the lowest casualty count Yisrael had suffered in any of its recent bombing raids. It was just a shame about all the supplies. Now more people would go hungry, and some might even starve to death. Boom! Fierce flames erupted at the explosion site. War correspondents stationed in the Gaza Strip captured these scenes with their cameras in real time. Then they posted it online. Yisrael was once again condemned by netizens worldwide. Devils. A bunch of devils. Such a vital warehouse, they just blow it up without a second thought. Are they even human? The Israelis deserve to die. Oh God, the people of Gaza will suffer again. They finally got their relief supplies. Israel keeps claiming they suspect Gaza harbors hostile intentions, that the bombing was to eliminate threats and protect themselves. But I ask, could a warehouse storing food really pose a threat to you? How despicable. I think I understand why Hamas fighters keep charging forward, falling one after another, yet still rising up to resist. The plight of Gaza. It breaks the heart. It only deepens people's profound respect for those brave souls who rise up to fight back. Chapter 176, Suicide Attack Enrages Yisrael. Shortly after the video was released, an incident occurred in the Lighthouse Nation. Unable to bear Yisrael's atrocities any longer, someone staked out the entrance of the Yisraeli embassy in the Lighthouse Nation. As a high-ranking Yisraeli diplomat prepared to leave the embassy, the individual suddenly charged toward the senior Italian diplomat. The bodyguards reacted swiftly. But it was too late. With only 5 or 6 meters separating them, a thunderous explosion erupted. The blast, shockwave and shrapnel instantly knocked the senior Italian diplomat unconscious. Several bodyguards were also blown several meters away. The explosion drew the attention of people on several nearby streets. People panicked. Minutes later, realizing what had occurred, the Yisraeli embassy. Sirens wailed incessantly. Oh no, we've been hit by a suicide attack. We've been hit by a suicide attack. In an instant, the entire embassy plunged into chaos. The matter reached the highest levels of the Lighthouse Nation. Obama felt utterly helpless. He knew Yisrael's atrocities were fueling growing public outrage. But beyond urging Yisrael to rein in his actions, he could do nothing else. Though the Lighthouse Nation appeared to be under his control, with him calling the shots. But in reality, the true power behind the Lighthouse Nation lies with the Israelis. Take the Israelis within the United States high-level circles as an example. In numerous critical sectors, the presence of Israelis is evident. Secretary of State Blinken, Treasury Secretary Yellen, Attorney General Garland, and Homeland Security Secretary Mayorkas are all of Israeli descent. In the economic sphere, the founders of major U.S. investment banks and hedge funds Goldman Sachs, BlackRock, Citigroup are also of Israeli descent. Since its establishment in 1913, the Federal Reserve, which determines U.S. monetary policy, has had 16 chairmen. Of its 16 chairmen, 6 have been of Italian descent or had Italian roots. In the media sector, Israelis wield immense influence globally. Major American media outlets like the New York Times, ABC News, and the Wall Street Journal are controlled by Israelis. Many other media outlets, while not directly owned by Israel, but their advertising revenue also relies heavily on Israeli support. Thus, it is often said that it is the Zionists who are driving global progress. Even Obama's rise to power back then relied on financial backing from Israelis behind the scenes. Otherwise, the presidency would never have been his to begin with. We know our own limits, no need for your reminders. Recent events have kept Lew Wen in a constant rage, and just now there was a targeted attack against them. How could he possibly be in a good mood? This incident must be thoroughly investigated to uncover any hidden forces behind it. Lew Wen might be suffering from paranoia. He keeps insisting the Yemen kingdom is pulling the strings behind this. Got it. Your shipment of weapons is almost here. Remember to pick it up discreetly. For now, keep our assistance to Yisrael under wraps. Ayoba reminded him. Yisrael's crimes had also thrust the Lighthouse Nation into the spotlight, and he didn't want them to get too deeply involved. This particular aid package referred to the USS Eisenhower. It secretly carried weapons destined for Syria. Upon reaching Syrian waters, they could send personnel to retrieve them. Mediterranean Sea. Gale force winds lashed the sea, waves crashing violently. A colossal steel beast of the sea was approaching the coast of Yisrael at full speed. This was the United States USS Eisenhower. The carrier measured 3,328 meters in overall length, 3,170 meters at the waterline, 408 meters in beam, with a flight deck width of 768 meters and a draft of 113 meters. Its standard displacement reached 81,600 tons. Its full load displacement was even more staggering, reaching 91,487 tons. A true colossus of the seas. Though commissioned in the 1970s, it boasts over 40 years of service. In terms of performance, it remains beyond the reach of most nations. The USS Eisenhower aircraft carrier. Equipped with 2 Westinghouse A4W nuclear reactors and 4 steam turbines, it generates 260,000 shaft horsepower. Its onboard nuclear fuel supply lasts for 13 years, enabling a maximum speed of 33 knots and a sustained range of 80,130 nautical miles. It can circumnavigate the globe at 30 knots without refueling. Typically carried a mixed carrier air wing of 70 to 80 aircraft of various types. Theoretically, it can carry up to 130 aircraft. In detail, it can be divided into 4 fighter squadrons. This includes 44 fighter aircraft, 46 electronic warfare aircraft, 46 airborne early warning aircraft, 46 transport aircraft, and 68 helicopters. It is also equipped with 3 11-tube 29 Malawian Quachas NATO Sea Sparrow surface-to-air missile launchers, 3 15 Malawian Quachas Phalanx close-in weapon systems CIWS with 620mm cannons, 2 32 Malawian Quachas triple-tube 324mm torpedo launchers. Such formidable specifications. If deployed with full intent, it would be more than sufficient to easily crush any small or medium-sized nation. Not long after, the USS Eisenhower finally arrived off the coast of Syria. Upon receiving the news, he immediately ordered the cargo to be unloaded. This shipment included not only various advanced individual combat equipment but also the latest drones developed by the Lighthouse Nation. These drones could serve multiple purposes on the battlefield. For instance, they could conduct reconnaissance on enemy positions, bombing designated targets, launching suicide attacks, among other capabilities. Additionally, several hypersonic missiles were included to replenish the Yisli's inventory. To put it bluntly, with these assets in place, Lu Wen felt considerably more secure. Under Jiang Ye's arrangements, large quantities of individual combat weapons were loaded onto the airborne 300. The time was now 10 a.m. After 6 or 7 hours of relentless efforts by the people of Gassad, the massive fire in the Gassad region was finally extinguished. He thought, if they could salvage some supplies from the fire, things would at least be a little better. But unfortunately, the fire had raged for too long, compounded by the explosive shockwaves. All supplies were either buried beneath the rubble or burned to ashes. Not even a single grain of rice was left for the people of Gasha. People wore expressions of anguish and despair. Yet they eventually rallied, seeking new shelters. The sheer scale of the devastation left the war correspondents in Gaza with a heavy heart. They denounced the genocidal acts of the Israeli regime. These beasts won't remain arrogant for long. Han stood atop the ruins, his eyes burning with fury toward Izareth. The clock struck 11:30. 5 Airbus A300s loaded with ammunition and weapons took off from Yemen and headed for Gaza. Yisli learned of this news immediately. Again? Yemen repeatedly ignored their warnings and continued supporting Gaza. Lu Wen couldn't swallow his anger. And soon, Lu Wen received news that infuriated him even more. Chapter 177, The Savior's Persona, All for Nothing? Following high-level discussions within Yisli, they concluded that this time, within the aid Yemen had provided to Gaza, weapons intended for Hamas. Why had Hamas been so brazen before, daring to launch preemptive attacks? It was precisely because the Kingdom of Yemen had been secretly fanning the flames behind the scenes. The Kingdom of Yemen yearned to witness Hamas to stir up trouble for Israel. Muds adjusted his glasses. Don't panic. We have informants inside Gasha. We're already investigating. A few minutes later, news came from the front. According to our source within Gaza, the Kingdom of Yemen is indeed supplying weapons to Hamas. And in large quantities. Lu Wen's face darkened to a terrifying shade. A thought formed in his mind. A fight to the death with the Kingdom of Yemen. But the moment this thought surfaced, he forced it back down. For the same reason. The Yemen kingdom was a madhouse. Once hostilities began, he feared they wouldn't be able to hold their ground. It would escalate into nuclear war. When it came to nuclear might, Yisli was no match for the Yemen kingdom. Their nuclear technology is already highly advanced. And with the backing of the Lighthouse Nation, producing thousands of nuclear warheads in no time is no big deal. But there is one thing where Yisli absolutely cannot compare to the Kingdom of Yemen. That is their fear of death. Yes. Once nuclear war breaks out, Lu Wen and the entire leadership know full well they're as good as dead. Ironically, the very people who constantly instigate wars, causing countless lives to be sacrificed for their causes, are the very ones most afraid of death. But to just let that support weaponry pass through like that? They simply couldn't bear it. No, we must make a symbolic attempt to intercept them. Lu Wen pondered for a long while. Muds looked at Lu Wen. How do we intercept? Lu Wen replied, a direct interception is out of the question, it would spark a war. But we can give them a taste of their own medicine. Oh? What do you mean? Lu Wen explained, didn't the Lighthouse Nation just supply us with a batch of drones? Muds instantly grasped Lu Wen's meaning. Use suicide drones to block them. While it's unlikely to significantly impact the Yemen kingdom's convoy, but at least they'd be doing something rather than standing idly by, helplessly watching Yemen's reinforcements reach Gaza. No time to waste. On the Yisli side, dozens of suicide drones took to the skies, heading toward Gashan's airspace. On the Air 300, this shipment was personally overseen by Alpha. Because weapons were different from supplies. Those supplies? Gone, and gone they stay. Jiang Ye wouldn't bat an eye, they're worthless. But this large shipment of military hardware? They were literally forged from solid gold and silver. General Alpha, unidentified flying objects are approaching our position. A subordinate relayed the report. Alpha narrowed his eyes. A fighter jet? The radar signature is too small, unlikely to be a fighter jet. Preliminary assessment suggests it's a drone or similar. Is that so? Alpha had thought Yisli might actually dare to start a war. He'd overthought it. Those cowardly bastards. How could they possibly have the guts to start a war? Use drones to intercept it. Alpha remarked offhandedly. This time, the Air 300 seemed to be flying solo, but in reality, the Wind Shadow fighter jets were providing escort just over 100 kilometers away. It's just that deploying the phonying fighters to deal with drones would be overkill. As the saying goes, why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Alpha planned to fight magic with magic, using drones against the enemy's drones. Hundreds of swarm drones. They flew toward the enemy aircraft displayed on the radar screen. 200 kilometers away. Yisli's drones were transmitting real-time footage back to Yisli. On another screen was the chief of the Lighthouse Nation's Technology R&D department, Harrington. Harrington declared with absolute certainty, our drones are Lighthouse Nation's latest products, boasting exceptional strike capabilities, reconnaissance capabilities, and stealth capabilities. Once we quietly approach the enemy transport's engines and activate the self-destruct sequence, they might not even notice. That impressive? Lu Wen's eyes lit up. His original plan was merely to harass the enemy. But now Harrington was suggesting they could potentially crash the enemy transport? That sounds almost too fantastical. Our investment in developing this fighter jet has exceeded $10 billion. Each unit costs over $70 million. Currently, the entire US inventory holds only about 60 units. Mr. Lu Wen, you understand what I'm saying, right? Hearing that figure, Lu Wen's eyes nearly popped out of his head. How much? $70 million? Suddenly, it all clicked for him. This wasn't some drone, it was a gold nugget forged by sheer force of money. No, wait. It's gold of equivalent quality. Not even worth a single drone like this. Harrington chuckled. Yes, this CK-402 Sky Reaper drone is the pinnacle of Lighthouse Nation technology. You can trust its performance completely, especially its stealth capabilities. After all, it was originally developed to simulate countermeasures against the Dragon Nation's J-20 and Su-57. Lu Wen nodded. Confidence radiated from him. The J-20 and Su-57? Those are the world's most advanced fifth-generation fighters. Unrivaled anywhere on the planet. They represent the pinnacle of human achievement in fighter aircraft technology. And this drone was specifically designed to counter fifth-generation fighters. Its performance is already pushed to the absolute extreme. That's why it's being used for this purpose. When designing this Sky Reaper, the Lighthouse Nation's official budget was unlimited. This speaks volumes about the level of importance they placed on it. As they spoke, the drone had already advanced over 100 kilometers, yet the enemy showed no signs of movement. This confirmed Harrington's suspicions. Drones differ from fighter jets. Their compact size and minimal radar cross-section made them inherently difficult to detect. Combined with the Sky Reaper's built-in stealth coating, which further shields it from radar detection, making the Sky Reaper even more undetectable. Oh, and Mr. Lu Wen. Harrington forgot to mention one crucial detail: the Sky Reaper bears no markings indicating its country of origin. After self-destruction, it automatically erases all traces. So if the Kingdom of Yemen later demands answers, just deny everything, they won't be able to do anything about it. Harrington has already planned the escape route. Without evidence, the Kingdom of Yemen can't touch them. Even if we take the worst-case scenario, what would happen if Yemen launched a war against them without any evidence? Doesn't the Kingdom of Yemen constantly accuse Yisili of committing genocide in Gaza? Are they not the warmongers? Then Yisili can retaliate in kind. On equal grounds. Pour this filthy water back onto the Yemen kingdom. Then all their painstaking efforts to cultivate their savior persona would come crashing down. Chapter 178, Fragile as Glass. And if the Kingdom of Yemen does not declare war upon them, for Yisili and the Lighthouse Nation, it would still be a blessing. Having lost their transport aircraft along with all the military equipment aboard, in the end, they'd have no choice but to grit their teeth and swallow their pride. In any case, regardless of the outcome, they remain the ultimate winners. Time ticked away, second by second. Lu Wen and all the Yisili leaders held their breath, watching the drone footage with bated breath. The distance indicator showed they were getting very close. Within minutes, it would enter the Sky Reaper's attack range. 8 minutes would bring it within the effective range for the drone to activate its self-destruct protocol. But suddenly, an ominous premonition gripped Lu Wen's heart. Because something flashed briefly in the footage from one of the drones. What was that? He rubbed his eyes, thinking he might have seen wrong. But the next second, he froze, his expression turning utterly horrified. Within the clouds ahead, a dense swarm of shadows suddenly materialized. Birds? Impossible. Birds couldn't possibly fly this high, nor could so many gather together. Then what? Just as Lu Wen and the others stared wide-eyed, scrutinizing the scene, a swarm drone suddenly launched its attack. The precision-guided missile it fired instantly struck one of their Sky Reapers. Boom! On the upper right corner of the large screen, the feed from the corresponding drone flickered with sparks before abruptly going dark. It all happened too fast. In the blink of an eye. Everyone stared wide-eyed in disbelief, questioning reality. Wang Defu? Khalid's smug expression vanished, his face contorting in shock. What the hell was that? Lu Wen roared in fury, finally realizing the enemy was also a drone. Damn it, had we been spotted all along? Impossible. Harrington froze in front of the screen. Logically speaking, with such a small radar cross-section, combined with the Sky Reaper's super stealth coating, and the radar blocking capabilities they'd paid a fortune to forcefully implement, how could it possibly be detected? If it were a fighter jet, a much larger target, Harrington wouldn't have been so startled. Left with no choice, Harrington urgently activated the combat functions of the Sky Reaper drone. However, the next second, the real-time footage transmitted back by the drone sent chills down the spines of Harrington, Lu Wen, and all the top brass of Yisili, making their scalps tingle. For the swarm of drones they had just witnessed was merely the tip of the iceberg. As more and more swarms materialized, hundreds of swarm drones emerged from all directions. Dense and swarming. A full hundreds. That many? Harrington was just about to take control. He still had confidence in the combat capabilities of his Sky Reaper drones. But the next second, boom! A Sky Reaper exploded on impact. Harrington's pupils contracted sharply, shrinking to pinpricks as curses against Wang Defu erupted from his mind. Then, under Harrington's masterful maneuvering, The so-called Sky Reaper became the Sky Ghost. One after another, they exploded in the sky like fireworks. Harrington was devastated. His heart bled. Each Sky Reaper drone cost over $70 million to build. In just these few minutes, hundreds of millions of dollars had been lost. What the hell was going on? Lu Wen roared in fury. It was bad enough that the lighthouse nation's pride and joy, the 5th-generation F-35 fighter jet, couldn't hold its own against the Kingdom of Yemen. But now even their drone technology lags behind the Kingdom of Yemen? In modern warfare, drones hold significant advantages. Therefore, the advancement of drone technology also reflects a nation's military capabilities. Is this still the beacon nation he remembers? What happened to being the global leader? The world's dominant power with the most formidable combat strength? Lu Wen believed that through the extensive infiltration of Yisili people within the beacon nation, they knew the lighthouse nation's capabilities like the back of their hand. But now, for the first time, Lu Wen began to doubt his own understanding. He began to question the very reality of this world. How could a tiny kingdom like Yemen possibly develop such powerful drones? Harrington himself was baffled. He didn't need Lu Wen to say it. He was dumbfounded. Then, a scene even more despairing to Harrington unfolded. He tried to control the last Sky Reaper to fight back, but the screen before his eyes suddenly flickered. Then it went black. Harrington knew exactly what this meant. Their connection to the drones had been completely severed. The 20-plus Sky Reapers deployed this time were now effectively wiped out. Harrington slumped backward, his pupils dilated as he collapsed into his chair. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. Just how far had the technology of the Yemen kingdom had truly reached such heights? The more he thought about it, the more his scalp prickled with dread, the more his heart pounded with fear. He couldn't imagine it. This was the work of a guerrilla unit formed only months ago, a kingdom with no heritage whatsoever. Harrington had seen online. He had seen the online buzz about it. Many believe that the rapid progress of the Yemen kingdom must have stumbled upon alien technology in the desert. Before, Harrington would have dismissed such talk with a laugh, treating it as a joke. But now, he couldn't help but suspect it might all be true. The situation left Lu Wen and the other Yisili executives with faces as pale as death, their expressions as sour as if they'd swallowed a fly. Half an hour later, the entire Lighthouse Nation leadership was utterly stunned. What the hell? If you don't give us an explanation today, every single one of you will face a court-martial. The Lighthouse Nation's defense minister, Mons, was furious. He pointed at one of the primary developers of the Sky Reaper and shouted angrily, "We poured tens of billions of dollars into this project. And this is the result? Over $10 billion, and he'd consider it a bargain if they'd embezzled $8 billion. My deepest apologies, Mr. Mons." Harrington, also among the key developers, stepped forward to explain, "It's not that our Sky Reaper drones are weak. It's that their drones are too powerful. We have no idea why Yemen's drone technology has advanced so rapidly. Among the nations we've engaged so far, Jiang Ye only deployed large-scale drone swarms during the assault on Sandstorm and against the original Yemen government forces. The Lighthouse Nation and Yisili are unaware of this. The Lighthouse Nation and Yisili were unaware of this. It's understandable, really. This isn't something you can resolve with a single statement." Mons took a deep breath. "You must give me an explanation. Why is this high-budget development project such a pile of junk?" Harrington sighed in resignation. "Mr. Mons, if you doubt my words, conduct a thorough investigation into the whereabouts of the Sky Reaper drones. Should any suspicious activity be uncovered, I place myself entirely at your disposal." Chapter 179, The Ultimate Weapon to Defend Our Homeland. Jiang Ye remained unaware at this moment. The Lighthouse Nation, because of this incident, it had sparked outrage among its high-ranking officials. They were even foolish enough to prepare a thorough investigation of all drone researchers. Their drones were obtained through the system exchange. If the Lighthouse Nation possessed the capability to develop an identical model, or even surpass that level, the Lighthouse Nation's true adversaries no longer dwell on Earth, they reside in space. Yes. We could even attack aliens. Just minutes ago, Jiang Ye received word that the military aid shipment had arrived in Gaza. Worth noting, of the 5 Airbus A300s, only 2 were fully loaded with military supplies. The remaining 3, out of humanitarian considerations, were delivering essential supplies to Gaza. Upon receiving the news, they had been waiting on the coast since early morning. Remember this, the red crates are ours, containing weapons and ammunition. The blue crates hold survival supplies. Hand all blue crates over to the people of Gaza. Hand instructed before the airdrop commenced. Yes. Sal received the order and had the message relayed down the line. Not long after, Aircraft 300 commenced the airdrop. Countless airdrop crates, carrying the hopes of 2 million gashans, fell from the sky. The dull expressions of countless gashans. Their eyes briefly regained their light. Armed with their first experience, they formed orderly lines along the coast, ready to collect the supplies. As soon as the red boxes touched down, Sal immediately led his men to swiftly escort the supplies, transporting them to their underground secret base in southwest Gaza. Because Yisili often bombed Gaza, the surface had long ceased to be safe. Hamas had prepared for this contingency long ago by constructing the underground base. Now they were proving invaluable. They contain well-equipped living facilities, extensive underground transportation networks, and a dense web of tunnels. Together, they form a vast underground ecosystem. Many essential routes pass through them. Even trucks can pass through with ease. After all the supplies were transported back, a quick inventory was taken. The quantity matched what had been agreed upon earlier. Han eagerly picked up the individual combat gear, ready to test the performance of some weapons. First up was the Kevlar helmet. As Jiang Ye had described, this helmet could withstand 9mm pistol rounds at close range, as well as shrapnel from explosions like artillery shells and grenades. He fetched the corresponding firearm and fired a shot at it. Not even a scratch remained on the surface. Next was the ceramic composite body armor. Jiang Ye stated that this vest could withstand shots from a standard 7.62mm rifle at a certain distance. He invited someone to test it. Sure enough, the bullet didn't penetrate the vest, leaving only a slight dent. Getting shot while wearing this would hurt like hell, but it wouldn't kill you. Han looked astonished. Awesome. His hands trembled with excitement. The Hamas fighters' resistance against Yisrael was, at its core, built on a mountain of human lives. Every offensive push or forced defensive stand. They suffered heavy casualties. Death had become a routine reality for every Hamas fighter. But now, with these two sets of protective gear, the helmet and body armor, they could significantly boost Hamas fighters' survival rates on the battlefield. The importance of this goes without saying. The saying "only the living can fight" applies not just to games. It holds true in real life as well. For weapons, they have M4 carbines and AK-47s. These two need no introduction. As someone who's been in combat for years, he's highly familiar with both weapons and can handle them right away. But Han couldn't help himself. He picked up a carbine and fired a few rounds. The accuracy and power were impressive. They were worlds apart from the junk they'd been using before. This will be our main weapon against the Yisraeli forces. Put it away for now. Han couldn't stop smiling. He couldn't help it, he was simply too excited. In Gazhan, where weapons and machinery were scarce, seeing this shipment thrilled him more than stumbling upon a mountain of gold. That. One of the subordinates suggested, "Commander, the guys really want to try these out. They've never used such high-quality weapons before. Why not let them handle them and get a feel for them?" Han smiled. "All right. Everyone, come take a look and get familiar with them." The Hamas fighters swarmed forward. Each grabbed a carbine or AK-47, their eyes gleaming as they ran their hands over the weapons. To them, these weren't just firearms. They were the sharp blades they would wield to defend their homeland and protect their loved ones. Additionally, strategic combat readiness included ACOG optical sights. Han had them conduct multiple tests in the dark tunnels. Maximum magnification of 8 times. It offers a wide field of view and features reticle illumination. In extreme darkness, night vision aiming capability could be activated. Jiang Ye devised a street fighting tactic for Hamas. Therefore, this optical sight is perfectly suited for such operations. During nighttime raids and assaults on Italian forces, it proved highly effective. Finally, the individual tactical radio. Testing confirmed flawless communication performance. It enabled real-time, lag-free communication over distances of over 10 kilometers. This piece of equipment is also highly effective. Hamas fighters are outnumbered and lack the discipline of the Israeli military. Therefore, they cannot engage in frontal combat with the ISIS forces. They can only engage in turn-based warfare. In turn-based warfare, the importance of communication is self-evident, especially when coordinating divided tasks. The only drawback is that the limited number of individual tactical radios available, only around 200. It is not yet feasible to equip every Hamas fighter with one. But it's sufficient. These devices are assigned to commanders primarily responsible for combat operations. Then have those commanding the battles assign them to their subordinates. The result will be the same. Han contacted Jiang Ye. He relayed the news of the shipment's arrival. Then came a flurry of thanks. "Your Majesty, rest assured. We shall never betray your trust. As long as a single Hamas fighter remains alive, we will fight the Israelis to the bitter end." Han's voice was passionate, clearly overcome with emotion. "Calm down." Jiang Ye smiled. "Remember the tactics I taught you last time? Urban warfare? Yes. We remember. We'll fight Yisraeli and Jokwan exactly as you instructed. They won't have an easy time of it." "Good. Here's the plan, make the most of your time to train with the latest weapons and boost your overall combat effectiveness. We've got the gear. The only weakness is the inconsistent combat proficiency among Hamas fighters. Training will make a significant difference." "Understood." Han nodded. "By the way, we recently received intelligence indicating that Yisrael's ground forces will formally enter Gaza soon. The weapons you provided will come in handy at that time." Jiang Ye frowned. "Ground forces are coming? Looks like Yisrael is really getting desperate." Chapter 180, Proxy Warfare Tactics. Zhengdong's situation. The establishment of the Yemen kingdom brought about massive changes. Originally, Yisrael planned to gradually encroach upon Palestine's territory. They did this. No one could stop Yisrael. However, the emergence of the Yemen kingdom changed everything. Hamas, once driven into hiding by ISIS's attacks, had gained the strength to resist them. From the Kingdom of Yemen's perspective, they undoubtedly hoped this conflict would escalate as much as possible. The longer it lasted, the better. Because this would continuously drain Yisrael, leaving them exhausted and overwhelmed. The Kingdom of Yemen would then seize the opportunity to act. Yisrael would be powerless to respond. So it's no surprise what Yisrael's top brass are thinking right now. They must be determined to seize Gaza as quickly as possible. End this farce. then refocus all their firepower on the Yemen kingdom to deal with Jiang Ye. That's why Jiang Ye said they were truly desperate. After a moment's thought, Jiang Ye decided, alright, I'll have Alpha stay behind. He'll conduct a week-long intensive training session for you all. Within that week, he'll do his utmost to enhance your combat capabilities, teach you tactical deployment, and how to counter Yisili's ground forces. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, he felt somewhat flattered. He knew Alpha was a top-tier high-ranking official of the Yemen kingdom, directly under Jiang Ye's command. His influence within the kingdom was immense. Having Alpha serve as their instructor would leave him profoundly grateful. That's wonderful. Thank you, Your Majesty. We will never forget this kindness. Han bowed deeply to Jiang Ye before the camera. After receiving the order, Alpha, he turned back and landed at Gasha. Upon receiving the news, Han obtained the coordinates and personally went to greet Alpha's return. How many of you are there now? Surveying the surroundings, Alpha entered the underground passage accompanied by Han. General Alpha, our current mobilizable forces number approximately 25,000. Alpha nodded. This number was roughly what he had anticipated. It's impossible for me to train that many people in such a short time. Here's what we'll do, randomly select 200 individuals. I'll train them first, then have those 200 distribute themselves to train the rest. Alpha had only 1 week. Clearly, training over 20,000 men simultaneously was utterly impossible. The underground passageway offered no room for maneuver. This approach might not yield the best training results, but it's the fastest way to scale up. As for how much improvement they'll achieve, that depends entirely on the Hamas fighters' own skill levels. No problem, that's exactly what I was thinking. Han honored to guide Alpha. Soon, under his lead, Alpha met several Hamas high-ranking officials. Sal, Mikan, Unos, and Daimonlos. Han typically managed affairs openly. Behind the scenes, when major decisions arose, the decisions were made through collective discussion among these individuals. Among them, Daimonlos also held the position of frontline commander. It's a high-risk profession. But he'd only been in the role for 3 days. Yes, the previous commander had perished in the earlier bombing. He died. It is an honor to meet you, General Alpha. Upon seeing Alpha, several individuals immediately expressed their profound respect. Gasha was slaughtered by Yisili, abandoned by the entire world. A handful of nations offered nothing more than empty slogans, no tangible assistance whatsoever. Yemen was different. It could be said that it was Yemen who allowed them to glimpse a glimmer of hope in their despair. They provided weapons to fight the enemies who invaded them. No need to be so formal with me. Alpha didn't act high and mighty, instead, he was quite approachable. Alright, if there are no objections, I suggest we begin training as soon as possible. Yisili's ground forces are about to mobilize and time is tight. Everyone understood. Initiate the training program immediately. Han carefully selected the 200 fighters with the highest average qualifications from all Hamas warriors and handed them over to Alpha. Training commences. As the system awarded universal commander, Alpha's abilities were truly all-encompassing. Except for combat. He excelled in every other aspect. Take soldier training, for instance. His training methods are more professional than those of the Lighthouse Nation's poster assault troops. Han wasn't idle either. After Alpha commenced training, he summoned all Hamas high-ranking officials, big and small. They began discussing the tactical plan for the next phase. The course summary was: Jiang Ye instructed them on urban combat. Jiang Ye had instructed them that if they encountered anything they didn't understand or couldn't do, they could also seek Alpha's guidance. After all, tactical planning was one of the many essential skills required of a versatile combatant. At the previous workshop, besides agreeing to supply Hamas with weapons, there were also Iran, Yilik, and Syria. Jiang Ye had the trucks loaded that afternoon, preparing to transport everything together. This way, all previously promised orders would be fully delivered. Henry wiped the sweat from his brow as he watched truck after truck of equipment being transported out of the country. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. Your Majesty, I can understand sending weapons to the Elang tribe, but why are we also supplying arms to the Yilik and Syria? They haven't paid a penny. The weapons for the Elang tribe. That was paid for. As for the other two, Henry saw absolutely no need for it. Iraq and Syria have little overlap with the Kingdom of Yemen. Such military aid would only empower both nations. Who could predict whether, after gradually growing stronger, they might one day turn on their benefactor? Jiang Ye looked at Henry and smiled. Truly the mark of a military commander. Jiang Ye explained. What we gave to Iraq and Syria was all obsolete equipment, either gathering dust in warehouses or slated for destruction. Might as well go with the flow and do them a favor. Why is Yisili so arrogant? Because Jiangdong can threaten him. There isn't even a single country that can truly restrain Yisili. With no rivals, he can act without restraint. Jiang Ye's reasoning was straightforward. Cultivate agents. And to learn the proxy warfare tactics of the top 3 among the 5 great benevolent ones. Modern warfare is too costly. The impact on one's own country is too great. The ongoing turmoil in Jiangdong appears to be a conflict among its nations. But that is not the case. Yisili is backed by the Lighthouse Nation and a host of Western powers. And behind Elang stands the Big Goose. As for the wealthy elite of Sandow, it would be inaccurate to attribute their backing solely to the Dragon Nation. Yet upon closer inspection, one observes that Shashi has drawn significantly closer to the Dragon Nation in recent years. Put it this way. the situation becomes quite clear. Put plainly, it's a three-way power struggle. The top three powers are choosing their bets, investing in proxy wars. They're letting Jiang Ye's nation take the field. They're sitting back and watching how things unfold. Why? Because this approach minimizes the impact on their own country. If things get too dire, pull out the investment and cut your losses in time. Therefore, Jiang Ye's investments in Syria and Iraq. It's not about being foolish with money or having a kind heart. It was about cultivating its own enforcers. Chapter 181, The Great Army Assembles. As a kingdom directly under Jiang Ye's command, surely he couldn't have the Yemen kingdom personally handle every trivial matter from now on? That would be utterly beneath them. Only then did Henry grasp Jiang Ye's true purpose, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of respect. Truly a king. Such vision and strategic brilliance were beyond his comprehension. Seems I still have much to learn. Though Henry was a super soldier rewarded by the system, he still possessed human emotions and a thirst for knowledge. That's a good thing. Still, Jiang Ye couldn't resist teasing him. Henry, just stick to being a military commander, huh? Henry scratched his head sheepishly. I wish to be well-rounded in all aspects, he replied, so I can shoulder more responsibilities for the kingdom. Jiang Ye patted Henry's shoulder with satisfaction. You're a quick learner. The equipment will be delivered to Syria, to the area around Al-Raqqa. Both sides were thrilled. As a nation perpetually embroiled in conflict, Syria has endured countless wars of varying scale in recent years. It was the United States and other Western nations. They destroyed their homes. Take Damascus, Syria's former capital, once hailed as the garden of the world and heaven on earth. It boasted numerous ancient structures and relics, such as the Great Mosque of Damascus. And now, many areas lie in ruins, scarred by bombing. Baghdad, the capital of Iraq. Once the heart of the Arab Empire, it boasts a glorious history. The Gris River flowing through the city adds a touch of vibrant beauty. Numerous ancient mosques, museums, and historical sites bear witness to Iraq's profound cultural heritage. It was once a beautiful city. But now, like Damascus, it was ravaged beyond recognition by the ravages of war. Once a glorious history. A brilliant civilization. Scorched to ashes by the wars brought by the Lighthouse Nation. All of it. It would not be an exaggeration to call it a blood feud. No need for formalities, take up your weapons. All you need to do is recognize who your enemy is. Regarding the simultaneous expressions of gratitude from both sides, Jiang Ye addressed both leaders through the screen. I believe you know better than I who forced you into exile. The Iraq leader declared, rest assured, Your Majesty. We shall not disappoint you. Those executioners will pay the price they deserve. The Syrian president followed suit. From this day forward, Syria stands unconditionally alongside the Kingdom of Yemen on the same front. With regard to their performance, Jiang Ye was satisfied. Though he couldn't verify whether their words were true or false at this moment. But their demonstration of the proper attitude was sufficient. Under Jiang Ye's orchestration, the entire situation in Jiangdong was once again unfolding toward an outcome certain parties did not wish to see. Daesh's strength grew. Ilong, Syria, and so on, have all received significant equipment upgrades. Especially Elang. With the air defense missiles Jiang Ye provided them and with full alert status activated, the Lighthouse Nation would have to think twice before invading their airspace. And what troubles Yisili most? Wasn't even these. Even the fledgling nation now possessed Jiang Ye's sponsored Superbreaker X1. This was a top-tier hypersonic missile. If the target is set within Yisili's territory, they would be utterly incapable of intercepting it. And Libanon shares a border with Yisili. Just imagine. You have a neighbor who swings a large knife near your doorstep every day. How would you feel? That's exactly the situation Yisili is in now. They dare not make a single reckless move. Otherwise, facing the coordinated assault of Jiangdong's forces, they might not hold out. Unless the Lighthouse Nation fully intervenes. But judging by the current situation, a minor skirmish is hardly likely to draw the Lighthouse Nation into the fray. What else could Yisili do? Of course, he'd have to keep a low profile. At most, they might vent their anger a bit more on Gaza's side. Yisili. Under Liu Wen's directives, a massive contingent of Yisili troops had assembled and begun massing toward the border region between Yisili and Gaza. The scale of this operation was unprecedented. There were 2 operational command centers alone. One for southern operations, one for northern operations. The deployed forces included the Parachute Brigade, the 36th Armored Division, the 162nd Armored Division, and the 252nd Sinai Reserve Armored Division, the 98th Parachute Division and the 99th Reserve Infantry Division, the 146th Reserve Armored Brigade, the 261st Reserve Brigade, the 460th Armored Training Brigade, and the 828th Training Brigade. In addition to these, there was a Special Forces unit. Of course, these, including all reserve troops. But the initial invasion force numbered 14,000. This was nearly half the total number of Hamas fighters. Moreover, they were equipped with advanced weaponry, drones, and various armored tanks. They also deployed over 5 D9 or teddy bear armored bulldozers, each costing $1 million, to breach the separation wall and structural obstacles. This facilitated Israeli forces in clearing Hamas from the city. At 4:35 a.m. the following day, following a round of bombardment, Israeli ground forces launched a massive incursion into Gaza. The fighting erupted. Upon receiving the intelligence, Han ordered some Hamas fighters to enter Gaza's residential buildings armed, engaging in street-to-street combat with Israeli ground forces. Outside, their superior firepower was enough to overwhelm Hamas. But in urban combat? Their advantage was less apparent. Take the armored tanks, for instance, giants on land. They couldn't even get in. He had anticipated their arrival, but not so soon. Han sighed. It had only been 2 days since the Alpha training session. They clearly didn't want to drag this out. They knew prolonging the conflict would work against them and wanted to end it quickly. Alpha crossed his arms. They analyzed the combat footage transmitted from the front lines with Han and his team. The news quickly spread across the globe. Everyone despised the brutal atrocities committed by the ruthless forces. Yet beyond condemnation, many felt powerless. No other solutions were apparent. Governments offered only symbolic statements on the matter. Lighthouse Nation, regarding the conflict in Yisili and the Gassad region, we urge both sides to engage in peace talks promptly, end the war, and maintain peace and stability in the Shandong region. We also call upon the people of the world to cherish and love peace. Basin Nation, war is something no one wishes to see. Calmly addressing mutual grievances is the best approach. War only drags innocent people into the fray, causing more to lose their homes and even their lives. Sun never sets empire. Waging war for fleeting greed will inevitably lead to ruin. We envision a peaceful Shandong. The sun never sets empire urges all parties to resolve matters through negotiation and cease hostilities immediately. Baguette Nation. Stick Nation. Netherlands. Statements that appear righteous and call for peace. But upon closer reflection, these words become utterly laughable. Chapter 182. He who wins the hearts of the people wins the world. Because of the conflict between Gash and Yisrael, Yisili is the pure aggressor while Gasha is the victim. Yet in their statements, they directly framed this inherently unequal relationship as a war between two sides. They turned a deaf ear to Yisili's invasion. They turn a deaf ear. They pin the label of war on Gash. They confuse right and wrong. Any clear-eyed observer could see the deception at play. These statements would have been better left unpublished. The moment it was released, netizens worldwide got a glimpse of the disgusting faces of various countries. How shameless. What do they mean by war between two sides? Did Gaza want to fight? They were forced into defense. It's Israel that's the warmongering aggressor, while Gaza is innocent. Exactly. I've finally seen these countries' true colors. Blame the victim? Disgusting. No wonder they're all in cahoots. I'm sick to my stomach. I've seen shameless before, but never this shameless. I just want to ask, have you people no sense of shame whatsoever? Distorting the facts. Unbelievable that this comes from official government statements. Even as an American, I can't stomach this. If you have any shred of conscience left, please correct the wording in your statement. This isn't war, it's Yisili's invasion. Yisili is committing genocide in Gaza. Outraged. Not a single netizen worldwide can stomach this behavior from nations. Later, some countries, under pressure, they could only temporarily remove their posts. As for the Beacon Nation, determined to stand behind Israel, they chose to stubbornly confront the backlash. Scrolling through the comments section, it was filled with abuse and mockery and condemnation from netizens across the globe. Very well. Let it continue. Jiang Ye noticed these messages and a faint smile spread across his face. Keep going against the global community. Keep going against the grain with the global community. That's right. Since ancient times, he who wins the hearts of the people wins the world. The troubles they've sown themselves, the bitter fruits they've planted, will inevitably be reaped by them alone. Jiang Ye contacted Honda. He advised Honda not to panic and to avoid direct confrontation for now. Engage in a series of skirmishes. As for the armored tanks deployed by Yisili, there was no need to panic. Because long ago, Jiang Ye had supplied them with a batch of Z-type portable rocket launchers. The most formidable feature of these rocket launchers is their ability to effortlessly penetrate any tank's armor. What it comes down to now is whether Yisili has more tanks or Jiang Ye has more Z-type portable rocket launcher ammunition for Hamas. Rest assured, we have no immediate plans for direct confrontation. Han was well aware of their own strengths and weaknesses. Yisili's advance into Gaza hasn't been smooth sailing. The scenes Lu Wen imagined Yisili's ground forces rampaging through Gaza never materialized. These cowardly bastards. Furious, Lu slammed the battle report his secretary handed him onto the table. They've been hiding underground this whole time. This won't do. Is there any way to lure them out and wipe them out in one fell swoop? He asked. No one responded. If there were a way, we'd have used it already. Why wait until now to bring it up? Lu Wen sighed deeply. His expression was one of utter helplessness. Right. McKenlin spoke up. I recall that after the Yemen kingdom sent reinforcements to Gassan a few days ago, one of their officers seemed to have stayed behind. I wonder what he's plotting. Oh, why didn't you mention this sooner? Lu Wen was furious. McKenlin's tone carried an apology. Sorry, but due to that person's status, we only verified today that they're high-ranking within the Yemen kingdom. A sense of foreboding instantly gripped Lu Wen's heart. This was not good news. That night, Lu Wen ordered Yisili's ground forces to bombard the city with armored tanks. Several high-rise buildings on the outskirts were reduced to rubble. Then he had men search for the entrance to the underground passageway. After searching all night, no clues were found. Instead, Hamas took advantage of the darkness to ambush and kill several of their soldiers. The situation thus reached a stalemate. After this period of construction, all satellite navigation systems for the Kingdom of Yemen were fully completed. They had entered the final debugging phase. Headquarters. As the doors opened, the interior revealed an array of precision instruments and aerospace testing equipment. At the center of the room, a massive display screen dominates the space. Near the display, another highly intelligent robotic arm was in operation. Your Majesty, would you like me to introduce you? The person receiving Jiang Ye was the head of headquarters. All right, introduce us. Jiang Ye looked around curiously. He'd never seen anything quite like this before. To put it plainly, any single high-intelligence device in here would fetch billions on the open market. The manager's face lit up with pride. He gestured for them to enter, then led Jiang Ye on a tour of the headquarters. The headquarters occupied a vast area. It spanned over 30,000 square meters. Beyond the central control area in the front section, there were also testing zones, data analysis areas, and more in the rear. Numerous operational devices emitted faint, multicolored glows. It looked quite sci-fi. Your Majesty, please observe these devices. They monitor our satellites. Conditions in outer space are highly variable. Through these systems, we receive real-time satellite data. Should any damage or unexpected incidents occur, we are alerted immediately. Next is the data debugging area. Satellite navigation is now in its final phase. Once debugging and testing confirm no issues, it will be officially launched to the market. As for this section, it houses our space monitoring station and satellite signal reception center. Its primary functions are to analyze space data and transmit satellite signals back to Earth, ensuring precise control. Under the guidance of the responsible personnel, Jiang Ye finally understood. Not a single thing in the entire headquarters was simple. It wasn't just high-tech, it was cutting-edge technology. After touring, the array of precision equipment and high-intelligence workstations was dazzling. The manager then produced a mobile phone. This phone already has our navigation system installed. Take a look. Jiang Ye unlocked it, swiped through the interface, and opened the map. The map instantly pinpointed their location within Yemen territory. Jiang Ye zoomed in repeatedly until he realized the navigation pin was precisely where he stood. When will the final test be completed? Jiang Ye asked. He couldn't wait to release and promote Yemen's satellite navigation technology worldwide. Currently, in the field of satellite navigation, GPS held a dominant position. Jiang Ye was confident that once Yemen's navigation system was unveiled, it would break this monopoly. It would bring enormous revenue to the Yemen kingdom. Satellite navigation technology. It may become a resource-rich kingdom with oil fields, natural gas, various minerals, arms, and Alzheimer's disease treatments. It could become another major source of income. Chapter 183, Raid Operation. Departing headquarters. Jiang Ye instructed the global media conglomerate to release the news online. He then temporarily logged out of the game. Jiang Ye opened a web page. He searched online for GPS's economic profits generated for the lighthouse nation over the years. The data available only covered the earlier years. A study revealed GPS generated a visible economic return of up to $56 billion for the lighthouse nation. In recent years, with the popularization of satellite navigation, the economic value GPS brings to the United States has skyrocketed. Its peak civilian economic benefit has even surpassed $300 billion. Jiang Ye reflected for a moment. Navigation systems. Indeed, with the advancement of the times in recent years, its applications have become increasingly widespread. Specifically, this can be seen in the following ways. Everyone uses navigation when traveling. Take taxi drivers on the streets, for instance. It's unclear exactly when they began to proficiently use satellite navigation. And whenever navigation systems are used, the lighthouse nation profits from it. There's no way around it. Who can blame them for monopolizing this technology? As for how they profit, Jiang Ye looked into it further. To name a few examples. Take mobile phones and car navigation systems, for instance. To install a GPS system, service authorization is required, and manufacturers must pay fees. These costs are ultimately reflected in the product price and indirectly borne by consumers. A complete satellite navigation system also brings benefits to the development of industries surrounding the Yemen kingdom. For instance, it can stimulate the development of industrial clusters related to location-based hardware, navigation services, scientific research, and technical standards. This can increase tax revenue and economic benefits for the Kingdom of Yemen. Of course, Yemen Kingdom currently lacks the hardware infrastructure for related industries. But just because it doesn't have them now doesn't mean it won't have them in the future. Comprehensive development, after all. It must cover all fronts. When the time is ripe, Jiang Ye envisioned the future Yemen Kingdom engaging in all industries. It will become a global supercomplex integrating industry and economy. The matter of Yemen independently developing its satellite navigation system, amplified by global media coverage. It didn't take long. It captured the attention of major tech companies worldwide. Many dismissed it as a joke. Currently, only a handful of countries possess independent satellite navigation systems. Canada, the United States. China is also working on it, but it remains in the development phase. Even the so-called Baguette Nation, Willpower Nation, White Elephant Nation, and even the Empire of the Sun never sets one of the 5 great benevolent powers have yet to develop their own satellite navigation systems. And the Kingdom of Yemen, which has only existed for a few months. The Lighthouse Nation. The big goose. How long did it take them from planning to development to launch? A decade or two. So no matter how you look at it, it's highly unlikely. The Lighthouse Nation's official channels also picked up the news immediately. Initially, they were concerned. After all, the Kingdom of Yemen's satellite navigation technology would inevitably challenge GPS's global monopoly. Fortunately, after hearing explanations from professionals, they were reassured. Is this just a publicity stunt to grab attention? Just pandering to the masses? A week passed quickly. Gaza. Inside the underground base, Alpha surveyed the 200 Hamas fighters he had trained over the past week. Alright, my training for you ends here. You know what to do next. Go defend your homeland. Han's expression was filled with excitement. For days, Yisrael had relentlessly bombed Gaza. The rumble of explosions echoed overhead from time to time. Yisrael's advance was slow. Yet within days, they had seized the outer main city districts. The 200-plus men took a brief rest. 50 men were left behind to pass on what Alpha had taught them to the others. The remaining 150 men, fully armed, slipped out of the underground base under cover of night and emerged onto the surface. Tonight, they were to carry out the surprise attack mission Han had assigned them. We barely resisted these past few days. They must think we've given up, so their guard will inevitably be down. Tonight's ambush has a high chance of success. Rest assured. Han addressed the over 150 Hamas fighters through the handheld radios supplied by Jiang Ye. He addressed the over 150 Hamas fighters. He examined the device with curiosity. It was like a walkie-talkie, but far more reliable than walkie-talkies. No need to worry about jamming and no risk of being bugged. The Hamas fighters nodded. Each wore a look of unwavering resolve. Hamas members. Most were refugees from Gaza. Many among them had endured the agony of seeing loved ones killed by Israel. They have suppressed this hatred all along. Will they get their revenge? It all hinges on tonight. A district flattened by tanks or bombers. Though this was the city's outskirts, there were still many buildings. Due to Gazan's urban layout, centered around the city core, structures were densely clustered. At this moment, over 60 men from the 146th Armored Brigade of the 36th Armored Division of the Israeli Army were resting at their positions. Most were asleep, with only a few left on guard duty. At that moment, one of them yawned and grumbled, "I don't see the point of standing guard. They're not going to attack us." Another guy chimed in, "Not so sure about that. Hamas is right here in the city. They could be looking for an opportunity anywhere. Stay alert." "Ha, you're overthinking it. With their meager strength, they couldn't even scratch us. Besides, if they dared to attack, they wouldn't have held back all these days." True enough. His teammates were convinced. To them, Hamas was nothing but a bunch of cowards all talk about fearlessness, but each more timid than the next. Their ground forces had been attacking for a week. They haven't encountered any real resistance. Yet, just as both men relaxed their guard and began to doze off, suddenly, an unusual sound echoed from the distance. Something seemed to be flying toward them. What was it? They hurriedly looked toward the source of the noise, but before they could make out what was happening, a deafening crash. Boom! The violent explosion instantly overturned one of their armored brigade's tanks. The armor plating, made of what they claimed was an impenetrable special alloy, was shattered clean off. The tank's tracks were completely destroyed, and a massive hole was blown through the operator's compartment. The tank, perfectly intact just a second ago, was now completely destroyed. The light of the explosion reflected in their eyes, and waves of scorching heat from the flames lashed at their faces. Stunned, they stood frozen in place, speechless for a long moment. After a full dozen seconds passed, they finally screamed in panic. "Oh no! Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Hamas is attacking!" The soldiers of the 36th Armored Division and 146th Armored Brigade, who had been fast asleep, were all jolted awake. And the thing that plunged them into despair had come to pass. Chapter 184, Annihilate the Armored Division. After that tank was bombed, a rocket landed near their camp. The soldiers snapped awake. All traces of sleep vanished. Only one thought filled their minds. Run! But human speed was utterly useless against the blast wave. After barely 2 steps, they were knocked flat by the blast, then engulfed by the flames ignited by the explosion. Ha! Ah! For a moment, the entire camp echoed with the sizzling sound of grilled squid. 2 kilometers away, inside the 7th floor of the ruined building, a Hamas fighter examining a Z-type portable rocket launcher broke into an excited grin. The agonized screams of the Israeli soldiers. To them, it was undoubtedly the most beautiful music in the world, no contest. Moments later, he used his handheld radio, reporting this situation. "Report! Report! The main force has been destroyed. The main force has been destroyed. Good. The rest of you, move in and wipe them out." Hand was trembling with excitement. At Han's command, hundreds of meters from the Israeli army camp, over 60 Hamas fighters swiftly charged in to clear the battlefield. The explosions killed most of them, but there were still survivors. "Don't kill me, don't kill me. We surrender. We surrender." The fear of death gripped the Israeli soldiers like a giant hand clamped around their throats. Facing the black muzzles of guns, they begged for mercy. Surrender? Hand laughed. What of all those times Yisrael bombed Gaza, causing so many deaths? Ignore it. Kill them all. Hand had considered sparing some as hostages or interrogating them for intelligence on Yisrael. But these low-ranking soldiers were unlikely to know any internal secrets. As for taking them hostage, Hand only wanted to kill them all now to vent his rage over Yisrael's repeated bombings. Nothing else mattered. Almost every Hamas fighter share this mindset. Before long, the entire camp, over 60 soldiers from the Yisrael Armored Brigade, was wiped out. The enemy must have realized what happened. Reinforcements are on their way. We need to pull out fast. Hand issued the retreat order. After the Hamas fighters completed their withdrawal, the Hamas soldier who had initially hidden on the 7th floor of the ruined building, armed with a Z-type portable rocket launcher, aiming the barrel at the 3 remaining tanks of the armored brigade. 3 successive rounds struck with pinpoint accuracy. 3 more ISIS-equipped tanks were destroyed. Did you record it all? Stowing the rocket launcher, he turned to ask. Yeah, no problem. All recorded. Good. Let's go. The two quickly departed to rendezvous with the main force. For this operation, Hand had ordered the crew to film the highlights, and those last few shots were definitely iconic moments. As for why Hand made this request, it was actually Jiang Ye's order. Hand didn't know what Jiang Ye intended to do with the combat footage. Perhaps for combat analysis. Upon receiving the footage, Han immediately forwarded it to Jiang Ye. Good work. As Jiang Ye watched, he praised the combat prowess of the Hamas fighters. No, Hand replied modestly. It's mainly due to General Alpha's training. Han said modestly. Jiang Ye smiled. That's true. Alpha's training has been highly effective, otherwise, the entire operation wouldn't have gone so smoothly. But the Hamas fighters' willingness to sacrifice their lives was equally crucial. This alone. Yisrael soldiers could never compare to Hamas. What should our next move be? Hand cautiously inquired. You just attacked Yisrael's armored brigade. They'll retaliate fiercely tomorrow. First, secure positions inside the residential buildings. Give them a surprise tomorrow. With East Seli's fiery temperament, this matter won't be left unresolved. Tomorrow, they'll definitely assemble a large force and conduct a thorough sweep within Gaza City. So now we need to secure positions in the residential buildings. That way, we can leverage the terrain to our advantage. Combined with urban combat tactics, we'll strike Yisrael right where it hurts. Jiang Ye paused, then added, right, to prevent them from bombing before deploying their main force, avoid overly conspicuous locations. Waiting until after tomorrow's bombardment to seize control of the residential buildings first thing isn't out of the question. Understood. Hand immediately relayed Jiang Ye's tactics to the assigned units. His admiration for Jiang Ye grew steadily. From the initial suspicion upon their first meeting, because Jiang Ye was so young, then came awe, realizing Jiang Ye's formidable strength. And now, he was utterly captivated. He regarded Jiang Ye as nothing short of a godlike man. Not only had he propelled the kingdom of Yemen to monumental growth, with just a few casual pointers, he'd given them the means to confront Yisrael. After hanging up with Hand, Jiang Ye reviewed the battle footage once more before uploading it online. Since it was nighttime, Jiang Ye didn't expect the video to go viral. However, Jiang Ye had underestimated his current reach. The moment the video went live, within 7 minutes, it garnered over 200,000 likes and nearly 1 million views. Within half an hour, likes hit 1.22 million. Cross-platform views surpassed 10 million. Yes, 10 million views in just half an hour. This view count is staggering by global standards. And beneath this video, the comments section is even more fascinating. Many were stunned by the video's content. Wait, is this Hamas? Where did they get such advanced rocket launchers? Is this really the Hamas I know? Could this be CGI? Unbelievable, Hamas is supposed to be broke, right? And what the hell kind of rocket launcher is this with such massive firepower? Damn! Taking out a tank with one shot is a bit over the top. If I recall correctly, that should be Israel's Merkava series main battle tank. I remember these tanks prioritize top-of-tank protection for modern warfare, with modular specialized armor on the turret. This makes the Merkava series exceptionally resilient even against 3rd or 4th generation anti-tank missiles. And yet it couldn't withstand a single shot? The rocket launcher Hamas used must be something special. The guy above really knows his stuff. To add to that, the Merkava series uses a front engine design. This places the engine at the front of the hull, which contributes to the tank's armor thickness. Yet, that rocket clearly hit the front of the tank and still destroyed its defenses. All I can say is that armor-piercing power is terrifying. As they say, amateurs look at the spectacle, professionals look at the details. This world has no shortage of bullet hell masters. After the experts explained it, everyone finally realized just how formidable Hamas rocket launchers really are. The question arises, where did Hamas fighters, who struggle to even feed themselves, get these weapons? Chapter 185, Atoning Through Action, Advancing with Vigor. Yisrael. Southern Command Headquarters. What? Our armored brigade was ambushed, every man dead? Hagens leapt from his chair in shock upon hearing the news. Yes, and all 4 Merkava main battle tanks were destroyed. Our losses are catastrophic. How could this happen? Harkins slammed his hand on the table. They've been hiding in that underground base. We thought Hamas had given up. And now you're telling me they've struck? And killed over 60 people, blowing up 4 Merkava main battle tanks? With the weapons Hamas has, how could they possibly pull off something like this? The enemy seems to possess some kind of powerful rocket launcher. A single rocket can destroy one of our Merkava main battle tanks. Hagens was plunged into existential doubt. As one of the primary leaders of Southern Command, he knew his incompetent subordinates had landed him in serious trouble this time. A bunch of useless idiots, every last one of them. Higgins roared in fury. Why didn't you detect their attack plans earlier? It must be your negligence. Sorry, The one reporting the situation is the very platoon leader from the armored brigade that was attacked. I'll have you court-martialed. Higgins roared with fury. The squad leader trembled in fear, unable to utter a word. He kept his head bowed, silently enduring Harkin's tirade. After a full minute of yelling, Harkins finally ran out of steam and stopped. He forced himself to calm down for another few minutes. Higgins reported this news to the Yisili High Command. Lu Wen nearly choked on his own blood upon hearing it. Over 60 casualties for Merkava main battle tanks. The gains they had just secured in Gaza. All gone in an instant. What about the week-long effort? My deepest apologies, President Lu Wen. This incident rests entirely on my shoulders. Those incompetent subordinates must have been negligent, leading to this disastrous outcome. Rest assured, I'm mobilizing forces immediately. First thing tomorrow morning, we'll storm Gaza City and apprehend every Hamas operative involved in this operation to face justice. Honestly, Lu Wen wanted to tear Harkins apart. But it was too late now. Killing Harkins now would serve no purpose. Better to let him atone through action. You'd better deliver. Or else, you know the consequences. Lu Wen threatened. His gaze was icy. Even through the phone, Harkins felt a chill. Yes. I promise you that. Higgins swallowed hard, his expression betraying a hint of panic. He knew this was his only chance. If he failed, his position as Southern Commander would likely be lost. He would also bear responsibility for this incident. All the losses and consequences. Therefore, immediately afterward, he assembled an army of over 2,000 men. These 2,000 were elite troops, carefully selected from the Yisili army. Then he issued his orders. At 6:30 a.m., before dawn had fully broken, after another round of bombing by the bombers, Higgins dispatched this combat force of over 2,000 troops into the main urban area of Gaza. Attention! Attention! Upon sighting any Hamas personnel, eliminate them immediately. Do not hesitate. Harkin's eyes were bloodshot. Kill enough and I'll make sure you get promoted and rich. Harkin's empty promises. He whipped the soldiers into a frenzy. It seemed the enemy was serious this time. Through thermal imaging feeds from the front lines, Han detected a massive Yisili army advancing. Never mind. Let's move quickly. Follow the king of Yemen's orders. Sar forced himself to stay calm. Amidst the ruins, 400 to 500 Hamas fighters swiftly slipped into abandoned buildings, taking up their positions according to last night's plan. Hold your positions. Wait until they get closer before moving. Han's orders crackled over the individual combat radios carried by the squad leaders on the major battlefields. Haste makes waste. Besides, they had prepared a special gift for the Yisili soldiers. Stay alert, they could be lying in ambush all around us. The Yisili army was equally cautious. They advanced in a dispersed formation, with 2,000 men split into 16 squads. Each squad numbered between 120 and 150 men, advancing from different directions. The first squadron, destined for the city center, served as the main assault force. Its equipment and soldier quality. They advanced at a deliberate pace. They advanced slowly. They dare not attempt too much rashly. Efficient movement was difficult in the debris-strewn terrain. Some surrounding buildings still posed a risk of falling debris. They advanced slowly for several kilometers. The Yisrael soldiers began to relax, as they hadn't spotted a single Hamas figure along the way. Did they attack us last night only to retreat back to their underground base like cowards? Higgins snorted coldly. Don't let them off the hook. Since that's the case, find it for me. Find the passage to their underground base. I'll wipe them out completely. Before they knew it, the Israeli soldiers arrived at a wide street. This street, once the main thoroughfare of Gaza City. Compared to other areas, the open vistas significantly reduced the perceived danger, causing the Yisili soldiers to lower their guard once more. What a bunch of cowards. Higgins watched the battle unfold in real time through his screen, and by this point, he was furious. If Hamas kept avoiding direct combat, he'd never get his revenge. He'd have no way to report back to his superiors. Just as Harkins was agonizing over this, several soldiers rounded a street corner, preparing to enter another street. The explosion erupted without warning. Boom! The Yisrael soldiers at the front were instantly blown away. The one closest to the blast center was instantly blown to pieces. The wind swept through. A mist of blood sprayed backward. Everyone could clearly smell the blood-soaked air. Soldiers' pupils contracted violently. Panicked shouts erupted. No! They planted bombs. The commanding officer barked an order. He raised his hand to halt everyone, ordering them to cease advancing and remain in place. Panic. It seemed to be spreading through the ranks. Damn it, playing dirty like this. Higgins' eyes blazed crimson as he heightened vigilance. If you spot any Hamas members, slaughter them all, leave not a single one alive. As this area was once a vital transportation hub for Gaza City, the surrounding buildings were relatively luxurious. Several commercial buildings stood here. With the arrival of war, the buildings naturally became ruins. Diamondless and his men were now ambushing from several nearby buildings. Looking down from the windows, the open view below exposed every Israelite soldier to their sight. Go ahead. Go ahead. Seeing the opportunity, Daimonlo signaled to the other soldiers lying in ambush around them. The next second, armed Hamas fighters simultaneously appeared at windows throughout the surrounding buildings. Chapter 186, Strengthen Like a Tiger, Support from the Yemen Kingdom. Bang! At the street corner, gunfire erupted like a torrential downpour, thick and fast. The next instant, bullets pierced the bodies of the Yisili soldiers. Ah! Screams of agony echoed in waves, filling the entire street. The remaining soldiers scrambled for cover, but most collapsed in pools of blood before they could react. The fallen bodies of the Yisrael soldiers. This sight filled the Hamas fighters with intense excitement. It felt so damn good. They never imagined they'd get the chance to take revenge on the Yisrael soldiers. The firearms supplied by the Kingdom of Yemen proved exceptionally effective. The Hamas fighters' eyes burned with fervor. One magazine emptied. They immediately switched magazines and continued to spray fire at the Yisrael soldiers. Jiang Ye had supplied them with ample ammunition. Even when they ran out, they felt no regret. They were determined to ensure every single Yisili soldier was dead. Even if it meant firing 2 extra bursts for the fallen comrades, there was ample ammunition. Soon, of the over 100 soldiers in the Yisili first squad, only a dozen or so remained, fleeing in panic. The rest lay scattered across the ground, riddled with bullet holes, dead as a doornail. As for these men, Daimonlo showed no mercy. He had ordered his men to flank the Yisili soldiers from behind and cut them off. Alright, we can withdraw now. Wiping out one of their squads today is enough, ha! Command center. Hand burst into laughter. But Alpha offered a different suggestion. No, wait a little longer. Oh? Why? Hand asked, puzzled. Alpha merely gave a mysterious smile, offering no explanation because he'd find out soon enough. Hey! Hagen's voice was frantic. Out of nowhere, a gunshot rang out and then, complete silence. He had a sinking feeling. But after calling out repeatedly with no response, Harkin's suspicions only deepened. He urgently called in the second squad, the nearest other detachment, to investigate. Soon after, the grim news arrived. Reporting to the commander, visual confirmation indicates the entire first squad has been wiped out. When we arrived at the scene, we only found their bodies. What? Hagen's eyes widened in shock. First squad wiped out? Just how much weaponry did the Yemen kingdom supply them with? Hagen's gasped for breath. His mind raged with curses directed at both Hamas and the Kingdom of Yemen. Ultimately, this mess. It all came down to the support from the Yemen kingdom. Otherwise, those penniless Hamas scoundrels wouldn't have had enough ammunition to fire at them. Traces of explosions remained at the scene, indicating they had likely planted landmines nearby. The soldier continued his report. Just then, Harkin's pupils suddenly contracted to pinpricks. He had just realized something. No! Get out of here! But it was too late. There were no vehicles to escape in. The men waiting like rabbits by the tree. Daimonlo and his crew peered out again from the nearby building windows. The Yisrael soldiers sent by the captain to scout the situation were met with a hail of bang! Moments later, another dozen or so Italian soldiers met their end here. As the communicator cut out, Hagen slumped backward, collapsing straight into his chair. Numb. My whole body is numb. General Alpha, you truly saw this coming. Hand finally understood Alpha's purpose in doing this. Alpha smiled. Nothing much, just good luck. Of course, that was just modesty. As a battle-hardened super soldier, Alpha possessed extraordinary battlefield intuition. Knowing a soldier had suddenly gone offline, Yisili Ligi would most likely send someone to investigate. This was the perfect time to lie low. Adding these 20 or so men, today's tally of Yisili soldiers eliminated reached 150. It could be called the day with the heaviest casualties for Yisili soldiers. All Hamas fighters. Thrilled. Some even shed tears of joy, remembering their loved ones killed by Israeli bombs. Armed with today's experience. In the days that followed, Hamas handled Israel's massive invasion with ease. Jiang Ye knew Hamas lacked air power. So he urgently sent them another batch of drones. Along with specialized technical advisors. With the addition of swarm drones, Hamas gained a significant edge, operating with ease and confidence. Often, Italian soldiers would be caught completely off guard, mowed down by drone fire before they even realized they were under attack, leading to their complete collapse. After several days of this, Israeli casualties exceeded 1,000. This outcome directly shattered Harkin's resolve. He had believed that the overwhelming force at the border would at least inflict heavy casualties on Hamas, allowing them to be crushed in one decisive blow. But the outcome proved his thinking was far too simplistic. With the support of the Yemen kingdom, Hamas combat effectiveness skyrocketed, achieving a qualitative leap. Useless. Didn't you say Hamas would collapse completely within a week at most? You must give me an explanation. One piece of bad news after another. Lu Wen's mental state completely collapsed. It was indeed a total collapse, but it was theirs. Advances were at a standstill. Instead, casualties had reached levels Yisrael could never accept. Several main battle tanks were also lost in the process. Hagens hung his head, unable to utter a word for a long while. He wanted to explain, but no excuse came to mind. Enough. No more excuses. You're relieved of your command. You will bear full responsibility for this incident. Luan, furious, slammed the thick stack of documents. With a forceful slam onto Harkin's desk. I'm sorry, Mr. President. Please give me one last chance. I only need a week, no, 3 days at most, and I'll give you a satisfactory answer. Hagens panicked. His face was etched with fear. But unfortunately, Luwen wouldn't give him a chance to wriggle out of it. The chance had already been given. Several guards entered the office, escorting Harkins away to prison. Jiang Ye activated the descent function. At that moment, he was resting in the lounge. Several Arab descent maids attended to him with attentive care. Their graceful figures, charming and captivating. Jiang Ye finally understood what the old ancestor meant by exotic charm. So much more material? Reviewing the video message sent by hand, Jiang Ye posted it online as usual. It sparked another global sensation. From the very beginning, when Yisli prepared to launch a full-scale offensive against Gaza, the global community held little hope for Hamas. Many even believed that if Hamas could hold out for more than half a month, it would be nothing short of a miracle. As it turned out, they had underestimated Hamas. Hamas demonstrated extraordinary resilience, forcing Israel's regular forces to gain no advantage whatsoever on their territory. That alone would have been bad enough. After a week or two, Israel began showing signs of potential collapse. Chapter 187, Direct Confrontation, shifting the focus. Shortly thereafter, Israel deployed an additional army corps to the Gaza region, along with 3 special forces squads and a temporary mobilization force exceeding 3,200 personnel. All signs pointed to one thing. Yisli had realized that the initial troop deployment was utterly inadequate. Otherwise, reinforcements would not have been necessary. Jiang Ye lavishly spent over 30 million. He aggressively disseminated news and videos documenting Yisli's dire situation across the globe, all of which yielded significant results. Good heavens, is this really Yisli? How could they be beaten so badly? Countless people sighed in disbelief. Yisli has a nickname. He was known as the Little Tyrant of Jiangdong. Because in the previous Jiangdong wars, Yisli had always won with overwhelming superiority, leaving the Jiangdong nation in utter disarray. Thus, in the minds of many, Yisli held an almost invincible status in Jiangdong. But this time, everything pointed to Yisli not only suffering a silent defeat at the hands of the Yemen kingdom and being unable to act. Even Hamas in Gaza had the audacity to ride roughshod over Yisli. The myth is shattered. It felt utterly unrealistic. Even if he wasn't Hamas's match, shouldn't they at least be evenly matched? But none of that happened. Instead, within just 1 week, Hamas recaptured most of the territory in the Gaza Strip. Hamas has recaptured most of it. No offense, but Israel really sucks. Of course, they brought it on themselves, invading someone else's territory and committing genocide. This news puts me in a great mood. Gaza's fighters, keep up the fight. Wipe out these shameless invaders. Enough said. I hope the Hamas fighters ultimately triumph and drive out the invaders. I find it hard to believe no one is orchestrating this behind the scenes. Those rocket launchers and drones clearly aren't Gaza's weapons. Don't they look familiar? I swear I've seen these weapons in some of the battle footage from Yemen before, though I can't be sure if my memory's playing tricks on me. Whether they appeared in Yemen or not isn't important. What matters is that I'm certain the Kingdom of Yemen is involved behind the scenes. Exactly. How else could Gaza have risen so rapidly? I'm genuinely impressed. The Yemen kingdom is so powerful, just a slight intervention and Yisli was utterly routed? I'm curious what the outcome would be if the Yemen kingdom truly engaged Yisli in battle. The Yemen kingdom made no statement. Gaza hasn't made a statement. But everyone knows deep down that this incident is absolutely tied to the kingdom of Yemen. Regarding the true strength of the Yemen kingdom, once again, it has sparked even greater curiosity among many. Reading the online comments, Yisli's high-ranking officials must have lost their composure countless times. What do you mean we can't beat Gaza? What about the myth of Yisli's undefeated war god being shattered? We weren't even taking it seriously. If we really went all out, Gaza wouldn't last 3 days. Luwen slammed his laptop shut in frustration. But he also spotted a new opening. Let's condemn the Yemen kingdom. Tell them that supplying weapons to Gaza is fueling the war. They're the ones who started this war. Luwen's reasoning was straightforward. They could have ended the conflict swiftly, resolving Gaza's internal strife. Then let the fighting cease. But because of the Yemen kingdom's intervention, the war might drag on indefinitely. This, in effect, was fueling the war. They felt no remorse whatsoever for invading Gaza and slaughtering its people. Nor did they consider what fate awaits the millions now living in Gaza after they seize it. It truly proves the saying, a tree without bark is doomed to die. A man without shame, invincible. Yisli, we condemn in the strongest terms the Kingdom of Yemen's provision of weapons to Gaza. This undermines the prospects for peace and fuels the outbreak of war. We have reason to suspect the Kingdom of Yemen is now colluding with the terrorist organization Hamas. This poses a grave threat and latent danger to the stability of Jiangdong. Once again, we call upon all nations and their peoples to unite in boycotting the Kingdom of Yemen and to strongly condemn this shameless act. Furthermore, we demand that the Kingdom of Yemen publicly apologize for this incident, cease all funding to the terrorist organization Hamas, and compensate for all damages incurred during the recent war in Israel. To date, thousands of our brave fighters have made the ultimate sacrifice in Gaza. The Kingdom of Yemen bears full responsibility for this tragedy. Better left unsaid. The appearance of this statement has left the entire world dumbfounded. It wasn't about intense empathy. Rather, everyone is pondering. Why does this world harbor such a repulsive people, with such bizarre and twisted mindsets? I'm sick of it. Truly, you see everything in this life, every kind of person imaginable. The world isn't short on idiots, but how the hell did this moron end up in such a position? This is hilarious. Fueling war? What about Yisili? Would any of this have happened if you hadn't invaded? I want to say. Yeah, that's just shameless. Aren't you afraid the kingdom of Yemen will get pissed and just beat the crap out of you? Compensation? How about this, just launch a nuke over Yisili's territory. That'll cover it. Ha, you want Yisili to refresh its war record too? The moment he saw the news, Jiang Ye couldn't help but laugh. Is that why they say Yisili people are all talented, with such a way with words? They know war is heavy. This is just to lighten the mood and give everyone a laugh? Jiang Ye just wanted to say, you're actually quite nice. The Yemen kingdom, acting on Jiang Ye's instructions, responded immediately. Yemen kingdom, regarding the condemnation from the Yisili government, we hereby clarify that our aid efforts are purely humanitarian. As for the so-called weapons issue, we did indeed have an order with the head of Gaza. However, this was a normal commercial transaction. Other nations have no right to interfere. This is our sovereign right. If we must point fingers, the Lighthouse Nation appears to be the world's largest arms dealer. Why doesn't Yisili condemn the Lighthouse Nation first before condemning us? Is it because they dare not? If Yisili only condemns the Kingdom of Yemen while turning a blind eye to the Lighthouse Nation's arms sales abroad, then I believe you have neither the qualification nor the authority to lecture us. The wording is precise, logical and well-founded. We're just business people. What our clients do with their purchases is none of our concern. Condemn us? Then how do we account for the Lighthouse Nation's actions? Jiang Ye's masterstroke lies in shifting the blame entirely onto the Lighthouse Nation. Either condemn the Beacon Nation alongside us, force the Beacon Nation to ban arms sales to any country, including Yisili, or shut your filthy mouth. What the Kingdom of Yemen does is none of your business. Chapter 188. Tech giants in an uproar. But expecting the Beacon Nation to halt arms exports is impossible. Because the arms industry is a vital economic pillar for the Beacon Nation. Otherwise, why would they stir up wars everywhere? To profit from arms sales and rake in the cash. Take the past few years as an example. From 2010 to 2014, the global arms trade continued to grow. The Lighthouse Nation's arms exports saw an average annual growth rate of 23% compared to the 2005-2009 period. Its supply accounted for 31% of the global military arms total. The majority of these weapons flowed into the Jiangdong region. This was due to the region's persistent state of tension. The high demand for arms. Naturally, it has become a key export destination for US arms. This makes perfect sense. Why does the Lighthouse Nation desire chaos in Jiangdong? Under the schemes orchestrated by the Lighthouse Nation, Shatza was forced to sign multiple arms sales agreements with the Lighthouse Nation for self-preservation. These included 84 F-15 fighter jets, various weapons, missiles, and logistical equipment. Even the Jiangzhou region has become a key destination for Lighthouse Nation's arms exports. For instance, 2 years ago, the Lighthouse Nation sold 10 C-17 transport aircraft to the A-Triple Nation. Even the Foot Basin Nation has placed orders for F-35 fighter jets from the Lighthouse Nation. Although the final outcome of the order was never publicly confirmed, it clearly demonstrates the significance of arms trade to the Lighthouse Nation. In 2010 alone, U.S. foreign military sales reached a staggering $31.6 billion. Government-to-government arms sales totaled $25.2 billion, while non-defense security cooperation amounted to $6.4 billion. In 2011, U.S. arms exports surged to $66.3 billion. This represents explosive growth compared to the previous year. The United States holds a pivotal position in the global arms trade. It is one of the lifelines of the United States. The Anglo-Saxon people who control the United States will spare no effort to ensure the smooth operation of its arms business. Therefore, it is absolutely impossible for the Lighthouse Nation to abandon its arms trade. This maneuver. Yisili immediately found himself on the defensive. Left speechless, he was thoroughly flustered by Jiang Ye's sharp retorts. The official response was utterly stumped. This had the global online community had a field day. Ha, this is hilarious. What a brilliant move. Yisili doesn't want arms sales? Well, first arrest the biggest arms dealer on this planet, then we'll talk. Unbelievable, this response is absolutely brilliant. And they even dragged the Beacon Nation into the fray for good measure. Ha! This is interesting. I'm curious to see the expressions on the faces of the Yisilians when they see this statement. You've gone too far. We Yisilians are innocent, we're just defending ourselves. Don't you realize that Gasha's existence poses a huge threat to our citizens? Damn it all to hell. Use your brain before you speak. The place you're living in now used to be Balestand territory. And you Yisilians still have the nerve to bark like dogs? Shut up. The whole world sees clearly. Just look at how many people are cursing you now. Yisili netizen. They mustered the courage to defend themselves. But soon, they're drowned in criticism until they can't hold their heads up, proving that people with conscience still outnumber the rest. Just as Yisili was being spit upon by the entire world, Jiang Ye still had the Yemen Kingdom to announce a piece of news. The Yemen Kingdom's exclusive satellite navigation system is officially launched. It could have been released a week or two earlier. However, due to certain issues, the final debugging encountered problems, causing a slight delay. Fortunately, it didn't cause any major issues. Global tech companies were once again in an uproar, refusing to believe the news. After all, they had already made such an announcement once before. The excitement quickly died down. Again? Are you just trying to get attention? But sorry, because this time, Jiang Ye is serious. Technical personnel directly released a real-world test video of the Yemen satellite navigation system. The moment the video went live, tech companies that had been skeptical just moments before immediately lost their composure. Evaluating the quality of a satellite navigation system. There are multiple aspects to consider. The simplest is accuracy. After all, the higher the precision, the more practical the navigation. Then there's time accuracy. Many people are unaware that accurate time synchronization from satellite navigation is crucial for numerous industries related to navigation. It can be used in fields such as financial transactions, communication network synchronization, and scientific research. Other factors include global coverage, high-precision coverage in specific regions, signal stability, interference resistance, availability, compatibility between user terminals, and service diversity. Based on actual test footage, Yemen's satellite navigation system outperforms the lighthouse nation's GPS in every single aspect. Upon receiving this news, they reacted as if facing a major threat. This is clearly a direct threat to their GPS market share. They absolutely cannot let the Kingdom of Yemen succeed. To this end, they specifically instructed multiple media outlets, deliberately published posts to smear Yemen's satellite navigation. It's just a test video, it proves nothing. GPS navigation systems have monopolized the industry for so many years for a reason. If the lighthouse nation wanted to, they could make GPS data performance look just as exaggerated. Fake results? How much watered-down data is in the so-called Yemen Kingdom's satellite navigation system? See how experts break it down for you. The authenticity of Yemen's satellite navigation system is questionable. Its true purpose may not be navigation at all, but rather to lure investors? Why would the Kingdom of Yemen, a nation recently riding a wave of popularity, launch a so-called satellite navigation system to deceive consumers? This is playing with fire. Negative reports, emerging one after another, leaving many baffled as to why the Kingdom of Yemen would do something that damages its own reputation. But, as the saying goes, when the devil grows an inch taller, the righteous grow a foot taller. Jiang Ye knew this situation would arise, so he immediately had someone release the test version of Yemen's satellite navigation. Upon receiving the news, regardless of its authenticity, major tech companies involved in satellite navigation rushed to Yemen's official website to obtain testing permissions. These included Honeywell International, Northrop Grumman, and Gaotong Group from the Lighthouse Nation, Ojo's Thales Group and Bosch, Rueischer's Feipu Navigation Technology, Japan's Mitsubishi Electric Corporation, and Alpine Corporation, among others. Plus Dragon Nation's Magic City Waste Navigation, Magic City South Satellite Navigation Technology Group, and Baiyun Technology. These companies are all top-tier technology groups globally, ranking among the best in the satellite navigation field. Not to mention numerous unseen small and medium-sized enterprises. Before long, the major tech groups that obtained the rights immediately began testing. Of course, they weren't holding out much hope. Developing a mature satellite navigation system is no simple task. The technology is complex. Even technologically advanced nations like Canada and the United States took 1 to 2 decades to establish a complete and mature satellite navigation system. Chapter 189, Capture Gasha in 10 days? What about Yemen Group? It's only been a few short months since its founding. No matter how you look at it, this is impossible. But soon, the test results have sent shockwaves through the global tech industry. Could it be true? After the test concluded, scientists across nearly every corporation uttered this phrase in unison. Their scalps prickled. Their hands trembled. Yes. According to their tests, the performance of the Yemen satellite navigation system matched the official promotional videos released by Yemen. There was absolutely no exaggeration whatsoever. This is impossible. How did they develop such a sophisticated and mature navigation technology in such a short time? How? The Lighthouse Nation authorities immediately contacted Northrop's test personnel to inquire about the test results. Northrop had no choice but to report the facts. Our tests show that the Yemen satellite navigation system outperforms GPS in every aspect. Specifically, it demonstrates higher accuracy and greater stability. For instance, while GPS may falter in remote mountainous regions, GPS may lose effectiveness and fail to provide precise guidance. However, the Yemen satellite navigation system can easily achieve this. In terms of application, because it is more technologically advanced, it is more compatible and applicable to many existing industries. This signifies that the Yemen satellite navigation system possesses immense potential value. If major companies needing licensed navigation system usage were given a choice, they would undoubtedly choose the latter. Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? The Lighthouse Nation's official department is in a state of shock. No mistake. The data is all real. It's feared that once this navigation system is fully launched, GPS will have no competitive edge. The Lighthouse Nation, completely dumbfounded, riding the wave. Jiang Ye sensed that major tech companies had likely finished their tests, so he had it released again. The Kingdom of Yemen will publicly auction usage rights for its satellite navigation system. As for the price, it would be priced the same as the Lighthouse Nation's GPS. This could be described as the final straw that broke the camel's back. As the saying goes, It's not scary when your rival is stronger than you. What's terrifying is when they're stronger and offer better value for money. If it were the Kingdom of Yemen's satellite navigation system, being more expensive might be acceptable. Some cash-strapped tech companies would still partner with them to save money. But Yemen's sat-nav? Price the same as GPS. What does that mean? Once contracts expire, companies will likely abandon their current partners and flock to Yemen. No, this absolutely cannot happen. The US government was thrown into chaos. Emergency meetings convened overnight to devise countermeasures. Meanwhile, Jiang Ye. He was enjoying a leisurely lunch break. Alpha had already returned from Gaza, bringing back good news. Jiang Ye's follow-up drone reinforcements had established dominance on the battlefield. Even if Yisili continued to reinforce its troops, they simply couldn't take Gaza. This meant Yisili would inevitably be drawn into a protracted attrition battle in Gaza. The longer the conflict drags on, Jiang Ye wouldn't need to lift a finger. Yisili would be crushed by the war's attrition. They have other options. They could publicly declare surrender and negotiate peace with Gaza. But what would be the consequence? It would mean Yisili had backed down. The entire world would witness the once unbeatable Zhendong tyrant, Yisili, declared defeated in this war. It would be utterly humiliating. Yisli couldn't swallow that humiliation, couldn't bear that disgrace. Especially Lu Wen. Because he was the one who started this war. If Yisili lost, he would inevitably face impeachment from his own people and might even be forced to step down at any moment. Endless imprisonment awaited him. He would spend the rest of his life behind bars. Gaza must be taken. Lu Wen contacted the Lighthouse Nation once more, seeking military aid. Little did he know that the Lighthouse Nation's leadership was now as restless as ants on a hot stove, pacing in circles. If all else fails, perhaps a temporary ceasefire is the only option. After deep deliberation, Obama concluded that with the support of the Yemen kingdom, crushing Gaza in the short term was utterly impossible. Thus, only one option remained. Swallow their pride and cease hostilities. Impossible. Absolutely not. Lu Wen stated firmly, we're just one step away from taking Gaza. Give us more equipment and we'll end this battle swiftly. We've already provided you with ample weapons. Obama sighed in exasperation. Not enough. Still not enough. Lu Wen shot him a cold stare. Don't forget who's backing you to keep you in this position. Ayoba fell silent. Behind him stood the Yisili people. Lu Wen continued, if all else fails, we're considering conducting a small nuclear test in Gaza. You decide. Are you out of your mind? Obama's eyes widened. Once nuclear war begins, it won't end just because you say so. Don't forget, Yemen also possesses nuclear weapons. As the power behind Gaza, would he stand by and watch your test succeed? Besides, Gaza is so close to your Yisrael dropping a nuke there would affect you too. I know that, of course. I'm just left with no other choice. Lu Wen was well aware of the consequences. Saying this was merely forcing Obama to compromise. Obama lowered his head and sighed. Alright, I'll have another batch of rockets sent over later. Oh, and there's one you'll definitely be interested in, the GBU-57 massive ordnance penetrator we developed recently. This bomb is the largest non-nuclear weapon in the Lighthouse Nation's arsenal. It was designed to strike deep underground targets. Hamas hides in underground bases. This weapon is tailor-made for them. The only drawback? The Lighthouse Nation currently has very few of these weapons available, with a maximum of 2 units able to be provided. Yisrael must precisely locate Hamas's underground base before deployment can occur. Unlike other conventional missiles that can be used for indiscriminate bombing, we'll need some other air assets too. Lu Wen thought for a moment. Hamas is highly proficient in urban warfare. As if they'd received professional training. In a head-on confrontation, we simply couldn't gain the upper hand. So we have to expand our air power further and strike Hamas from the air. Obama pondered for a moment. He decided to provide Israel with an additional 25 AH-64 Apache attack helicopters. These armed helicopters possessed formidable firepower, excellent maneuverability and advanced sensor systems. They are armed with 30mm cannons and Hellfire-guided missiles, among others. Capable of precision strikes against ground targets, it currently serves as a vital aerial strike asset for the US Army. Lu Wen finally broke into a smile. This was the best news he'd received in recent days. With the GBU-57M1000 massive ordnance penetrator, he refused to believe Hamas couldn't be wiped out in one fell swoop. With Hamas gone, Gaza would be left vulnerable. From here on out, it was up to Yisrael to handle things. Taking Gaza in 10 days was no pipe dream. Chapter 190, Immigration Policy, Tough Talk. Inside the Royal Palace. Jiang Ye sat on the top-floor observation deck, sunglasses on, basking in the sun. Fruit and beverages like red wine were laid out on the table beside him. Several maids stood nearby. They stood ready to provide massages and other services. Upgrading the descent function to its highest tier had indeed been the right choice. Now Jiang Ye couldn't bear to end it. But there was no way around it. Life in the Yemen kingdom was simply too delightful. Anything he desired was just a word away. And the beauty Zhongdong was truly something special. Your Majesty. Charles arrived bearing good news. The medical construction project we'd previously collaborated on with the Dragon Kingdom had been finalized, and they were preparing to send experts over. Excellent. Send someone to receive them. Make it grand, show how important they are. The medical standards of the Kingdom of Yemen will see a dramatic improvement. We can now begin implementing healthcare policies. Arrange for medical insurance and all related matters. Jiang Ye instructed again. Improving healthcare conditions. Not only will this enhance the happiness of domestic residents, but it will also attract talent from all sectors to invest in Yemen. After all, no one wants to live in a country that can't even guarantee basic healthcare. After the announcement was made, it generated significant buzz within Yemen. When Jiang Ye checked the residents' happiness index again, he found it had increased considerably since the last reading. Notice, resident happiness has met the requirements for a second-tier upgrade of the capital. At that moment, a notification window appeared before Jiang Ye. Achieved? Jiang Ye recalled that during the first capital upgrade, the system had rewarded him with quite a few valuable items. Jiang Ye checked the other upgrade requirements. Another requirement was population. It needed to reach 50 million. Then there was the economy. The GDP, or assets held by the Yemen kingdom, must exceed 800 billion US dollars. Regarding population, following Jiang Ye's recruitment drive, talents from all regions were widely gathered. This has led to a massive influx of people into Yemen. The total population now exceeds 42 million. Regarding the economy, the sustained production of Alzheimer's disease treatments, coupled with arms sales and exports of petroleum and minerals, had recently surpassed 700 billion. By calculation, we're not far from meeting the upgrade requirements. Seems like it's time to put in some effort here. After the upgrade, I wonder what cool stuff will unlock. Jiang Ye felt a flicker of anticipation. Financially, there's no need for concern. Once the Yemen's satellite navigation system is fully launched, its superior performance will undoubtedly attract global investors and tech companies. By then, forget about $800 billion. Yemen's domestic economy could very well break through the $1 trillion mark. As for the population, that's a bit more complicated. Jiang Ye was considering initially relaxing immigration policies. The prosperity of a city is intrinsically linked to its ordinary citizens. The more people there are, the greater the economic value generated, indirectly boosting Yemen's GDP. Once these factors improve, and then focus on promoting it, and a massive influx of people will surely pour into Yemen kingdom. With this thought in mind, Jiang Ye summoned Charles once more and outlined the immigration policy details. Charles immediately set about making arrangements. Official announcement. The Kingdom of Yemen will soon relax its immigration policies. We welcome people from all corners of the globe to join the Yemen family. Here, we pledge to grant every successful immigrant the same conditions and treatment as all Yemen citizens. We offer abundant living facilities, comprehensive medical equipment, and excellent healthcare conditions. Here, we guarantee to all, should any Yemen resident encounter injustice abroad, we will firmly protect all their lawful rights and interests. This entire proclamation, promoting the Kingdom of Yemen's superior conditions. It also highlights the Kingdom of Yemen's historically formidable approach to action. As long as one legally obtains citizenship of the Kingdom of Yemen, should you encounter any unfair treatment internationally, the Kingdom of Yemen will intervene to resolve it. Look at that. How bold. Globally, only the Kingdom of Yemen would dare issue such a bold declaration. No other nation, not even the world's dominant beacon nation, would have the audacity to make such a declaration. Damn, this really gets me excited. Let me ask you this, who wouldn't want a nation with such formidable backing and strength as their rock-solid support? My heart's racing, how do I immigrate? Compared to the Kingdom of Yemen, our nation feels so weak I want to emigrate too. Our country is the same, always surrendering at the drop of a hat. The international community even calls us the White Flag Nation. It's so embarrassing. I've decided to move to the Kingdom of Yemen too. How do I immigrate? No more words needed, the guy's already at the door. Holy crap? The guy upstairs is a real go-getter, his IP really went to the door? Not really possible, they've been doing business in the Kingdom of Yemen all along, huh? So badass. That declaration is seriously cool. With a country like the Kingdom of Yemen backing us, we'd have the confidence to go abroad. Yes. We're leaving Boland to settle in Yemen. I believe it's a nation with real backbone. A global wave of immigration has erupted. People from all corners of the world, many, moved by the announcement, are already preparing their immigration plans. In just one afternoon, the embassies of the Kingdom of Yemen around the world received tens of thousands of immigration applications. Such an overwhelming response? Jiang Ye smiled. This was thanks to the reputation the Kingdom of Yemen had built through its previous campaigns. It had demonstrated to the world, beyond its fearless fighting spirit and formidable military might, but also its compassion in aiding the vulnerable. When other nations hesitated to intervene in Gaza, the Kingdom of Yemen disregarded warnings from the Lighthouse Nation and Sicily, and resolutely provided military aid to Gaza. A nation like this can never be anything but exceptional. Moreover, the Kingdom of Yemen has personally declared that it will take firm action whenever any of its citizens face injustice abroad. This profound sense of security. Who wouldn't be tempted? Of course. Not every country that makes such a claim will be believed. Take the Korean Peninsula nations, for instance. They do possess some capabilities, but their stance on the international stage has always been weak. Especially Korea. Cases of Korean mold, a derogatory term for Korean men sexually assaulting Korean women, frequently occur domestically. Instead of punishing the perpetrators, instead, they choose to sweep things under the rug, secretly threatening victims not to speak out. By comparison, the Kingdom of Yemen is simply too badass, too cool. First off, Yemen kingdom couldn't possibly have mold. Second, when such incidents occur, given the kingdom of Yemen's uncompromising stance against all wrongdoing, it's utterly unthinkable that they would ever side with the aggressor or resort to threatening the victim such despicable acts. Moreover, many people's admiration for the Yemen kingdom stems from multifaceted reasons, not just a single point. Chapter 191, Talent Rewards, Business Elite. The immigration surge continues to intensify. Countries are watching with envy, because once this policy was implemented, has prompted wealthy individuals worldwide to flock to the kingdom of Yemen. Those who haven't yet made the move are also closely observing the situation. Moreover, data reveals, even among those who haven't yet visited the kingdom of Yemen, numerous globally renowned tycoons have already begun acquiring assets within its borders. This can be understood as a form of indirect investment. Alternatively, it can be interpreted as that global tycoons have recognized the enormous market potential of the kingdom of Yemen. The economic impact this has on numerous countries worldwide is not to be underestimated. Yet they remain powerless to counter such actions. How does the kingdom of Yemen manage to pull off so many schemes? The leadership of various nations are growing increasingly frustrated. They seem powerless to do anything but watch helplessly as a mighty tiger rises in Shandong. After all, militarily, those who could defeat it dared not fight. Who can blame them? The kingdom of Yemen possesses a national treasure. As for those who couldn't, forget it, all they could do was grumble under their breath. Notice, personal prestige has surpassed 250,000. Congratulations on receiving a talent reward. A team of top-tier business elites. Talent reward? A business elite? Jiang Ye hadn't realized that reaching a certain prestige threshold could actually grant rewards. Immediately afterward, Jiang Ye's eyes lit up. He inwardly marveled at how timely the system's reward had been. Because the talent he currently lacked most was in the business sector. Other areas of development had already taken shape. The top-tier talents under his command, Alpha, Henry, and the others were all battlefield specialists. Charles and his think tank is focused on national governance. As for the commercial sector, Jiang Ye currently relies solely on attracting foreign investors to bring in external capital. While these individuals may bring benefits to Yemen, they come for profit and will abandon. They could abandon the Yemen kingdom at any moment. The instability factor is far too great. But talents rewarded by the system, according to management, are 100% loyal to the host. They won't betray Jiang Ye. They won't betray Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye clicked to view the talent details. After a brief review, he gained a general understanding of the system's latest reward. This group comprised 100 individuals. They possessed the highest level of commercial talent, boasting the world's most elite business acumen, the most elite business thinking patterns. Let me put it this way. Give any one of these 100 individuals $1 million in capital, and they can multiply that some tenfold within 3 months. Don't underestimate a mere tenfold increase. Anyone with even a basic understanding of economics knows how terrifying a 1000% return on investment truly is. You've heard of Warren Buffett, the legendary investor known as the Oracle of Omaha, right? You've heard of him, right? Yes. These individuals can be considered on the same level as Buffett. Jiang Ye was overjoyed. The system was clearly gearing up to make the Yemen kingdom's economy take off. Jiang Ye clicked to redeem. The 100 individuals appeared within the royal palace. Fortunately, the palace hall was spacious enough, otherwise it wouldn't have accommodated all of them. Jiang Ye proceeded according to custom. Select the individual with the highest average attributes as the representative. You're the one, Anthony. Anthony and the other two showed significantly better average values than the rest, according to the system. Jiang Ye concluded. This was a critical hit from the system, yielding the elite of the elite. It is my honor to serve you, Your Majesty. Jiang Ye sat back in his recliner, nodding slowly. Take a seat. Yes. Anthony took the seat opposite Jiang Ye, dressed in the quintessential elite attire. He wore a spotless custom-tailored suit. He exuded the aura of a business tycoon. Tell me your understanding of the current business world. Jiang Ye began. Anthony flashed a polite smile, adjusted his posture, and began his response. Personally, I view the business world as a realm brimming with both competition and opportunity. It can be interpreted from multiple angles. Economically speaking, commerce serves as the driving force behind economic development. Markets create opportunities by producing goods and providing services, facilitating resource allocation, and increasing the wealth of communities, enterprises, and even nations. All the processes we observe, investment, production, sales, and consumption, are integral parts of commerce. They are interconnected, forming a complex economic cycle. Anthony spent over 10 minutes. He elaborated at length about his personal understanding of business. I must say, he truly is a talent rewarded by the system. Even many economists might struggle to grasp his words. Moreover, his perspective on the market is quite unique. Do you have any suggestions for the economy of Yemen Kingdom? Next, Jiang Ye posed the question he cared about most. Since the system rewards talent, they retain their real-world memories. Anthony possessed profound knowledge of the Kingdom of Yemen. I believe the Yemen Kingdom should first establish a chamber of commerce. A merchants' guild? Yes, it would benefit the nation's development. A national chamber of commerce. It is a non-profit organization within a nation composed of various commercial organizations, enterprises, and business practitioners. Its primary focus is to promote national commercial development. It safeguards the interests of the business community and strengthens domestic and international commercial exchanges and cooperation. Although it is non-profit, it allows for swift control over the nation's mainstream economic system, facilitating manipulation. Alright, I'll appoint you as the Chamber of Commerce President of the Kingdom of Yemen. Go ahead and make the arrangements. I'll grant you the highest authority. Jiang Ye considered it. Additionally, I'll provide you with $10 billion in startup capital. I won't interfere with this $10 billion. You may use it for any purpose you see fit. I'll also assign others to assist you in accomplishing everything you wish to do. Your ultimate goal is singular, to generate massive profits for the Kingdom of Yemen. How does that sound? As a top-tier business operator, Anthony was utterly confident. Your Majesty, absolutely no problem. He stood up, bowed solemnly to Jiang Ye, and said earnestly, "Thank you for your trust." "You're welcome." Jiang Ye smiled. "If I don't rely on Anthony, who else would I rely on?" Anthony was quite clever. After obtaining authorization from Jiang Ye, he immediately dispatched some of the other 99 individuals rewarded by the system to other countries at random. He also provided them with partial start-up capital. These business elites covered nearly every profitable sector within the industry. Dispersing them all would yield more opportunities. Perhaps one day in the future, we may hear news of significant achievements by someone among this dispersed group. Indirectly, they develop abroad and can monopolize parts of that country's industries. At critical moments, they could coordinate efforts from within and without. Serving the Yemen Kingdom. After arranging this matter, Jiang Ye proceeded to the reception hall to meet an important guest. Chapter 192, Building the World's Largest Medical Center. In the hall, an elderly gentleman dressed in a traditional Chinese robe and simple attire had been waiting for some time. Upon seeing Jiang Ye arrive, he rose to greet him with a warm smile. "My apologies, Mr. Su. Some matters delayed me, hence my tardiness. I hope you'll forgive me." Su Suqing, 73 years old. His position, Vice President of Imperial Capital Medical College. The reason for her visit to Yemen Kingdom was Jiang Ye's prior cooperation agreement with Dragon Nation. Longbo agreed to dispatch a group of medical professionals to assist Yemen Kingdom in developing its healthcare system. Su Suqing is the lead figure of this delegation. "Not at all, we just arrived ourselves. Allow me to introduce you. This gentleman is the Director of Neurology at Imperial Capital Sheha Hospital, and this is Director Li from Surgery. The two professors over there are both medical professors from Tongji University in Huazhong. They've all come to assist the Kingdom of Yemen in building a robust healthcare system." Jiang Ye immediately approached them with warmth. He shook hands with them, expressing his gratitude. Who would have thought the King of Yemen was so young? Indeed. There's an ancient saying in the Dragon Kingdom, heroes emerge in youth. Ha, I imagine the king must hear that saying quite often. That's a fine saying. I heard it countless times during my previous visit to the Dragon Kingdom. Not at all, you flatter me. Jiang Ye replied modestly, "You've all traveled a long way. Please, this way we've arranged a banquet to welcome you. Imperial Capital Medical College. Sheha Hospital. Huazhong Tongji. All top-tier hospitals in Longhua. To hold positions like director or professor there, you can imagine how seriously the Dragon Nation takes this matter." Those who arrived were all heavyweight figures. Jiang Ye naturally had to host them properly. At the banquet, Jiang Ye shared his vision for the future of healthcare in the Kingdom of Yemen. Beyond the joint projects already established with the Dragon Nation, Jiang Ye also planned to construct a super-large medical center in the main city area. To construct a super-large medical center, this medical center must be massive in scale and fully equipped. As for the investment, Jiang Ye's budget stands at $8 billion. Upon hearing this, Su Suqing and the others were all taken aback. Jiang Ye was clearly aiming to build the world's largest medical center. Such a massive investment. This demonstrated Jiang Ye's profound recognition of healthcare's importance. As industry professionals, they were deeply gratified and offered their full support. After all, the challenge of disease. It has always been a major obstacle troubling humanity. Every year, countless families worldwide are torn apart when a loved one succumbs to a serious illness, shattering what was once a happy household. After decades in medicine, they have witnessed too much human suffering. Their insights into this matter are beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Of course, Jiang Ye's actions stem from his own considerations. Because while healthcare enterprises are tied to public welfare, they also represent one of a nation's, a vital economic pillar. Take major healthcare nations like the Lighthouse Nation and the Dragon Nation, for example. The healthcare industry holds a significant position in their annual revenues. According to official U.S. data, the healthcare sector's profits have consistently accounted for an average of 18% of the United States GDP. One healthcare management group, Healthcare Incorporated, reported staggering annual revenues of $464.5 billion Dragon Nation currency over the past 2 years. Its post-tax net income also reached $37.2 billion Longhua currency. Additionally, a hospital named Cedar, ranking as the second most profitable hospital in Lighthouse Nation. Its annual revenue reached $49.3 billion Longhua currency, with net income of $10 billion Longhua currency, achieving an astonishing net profit margin of 20%. Medical service revenue alone accounted for 91% of its total income. And these are merely the top 2 most profitable hospitals in the Lighthouse Nation, not to mention that the Lighthouse Nation has over 1,000 profit-driven hospitals. Longgua's healthcare profit model primarily relies on cutting-edge medical equipment. According to recent statistics, the total number of medical device manufacturers in Longhua has surpassed 30,000. Operating revenue has exceeded 1.2 trillion yuan. This clearly demonstrates the immense profits involved. The large-scale medical center Jiang Ye aims to build will naturally incorporate medical device manufacturing. However, achieving the level of Longhua in the short term is simply impossible. China commands approximately 27% of the global medical device market. The Kingdom of Yemen simply cannot match that scale anytime soon. But gradually catching up is better than doing nothing, isn't it? Jiang Ye considered himself an ambitious man. Opportunities worth seizing? He would never let them slip away. After sharing dinner with several experts, Jiang Ye arranged for someone to escort them to their accommodations. You've worked hard all this way. Not at all, not at all. Su Suqing smiled warmly and said, as a healer, saving lives and helping others without complaint is simply my duty. Jiang Ye felt a deep sense of respect welling up inside him. This was a true expert. In this era where pharmacies plaster discount ads across every street, resorting to any means necessary to push their products, an age of cutthroat competition where people prey on one another, perhaps only such seasoned practitioners can still hold on to that original aspiration of healing the world, seeking neither fame nor profit, seeking only the peace and well-being of all living beings. After seeing them off to rest, Jiang Ye concluded his day's work, exited the incarnation function, and returned to his room to rest. He slept soundly. The next day, after finishing the 8 a.m. class, during the break after class, he opened the game on the playground. Right away, he received a frontline report from Charles. Trouble brewing again? Still about Yisili. Recently, Yisili might be reeling from too many blows. He's been desperately trying to make his presence known. He's trying to stir up trouble, accelerating the pace and scale of his conquest of Gasha. According to our intelligence sources, Yisili has likely secured more weaponry from the Lighthouse Nation and is preparing for a major offensive this time. Jiang Ye's expression froze. It wasn't that he was surprised Yisili was planning something big. They'd been planning this for a while. Rather, it was the phrase "our intelligence personnel" that caught Jiang Ye's attention. It seemed the intelligence operatives dispatched last time had now gradually climbed to the upper echelons of Yisili, gaining access to this kind of information. Oh, right, I forgot to mention a week ago, one of our operatives successfully infiltrated as the assistant to Yisili's deputy minister of defense. All this intelligence came from him. Jiang Ye nodded. The intelligence system is indeed effective. The talent we've cultivated is truly impressive. Otherwise, such rapid promotions wouldn't be possible. Charles chuckled with a twisted sense of humor. I bet Yisili knows they'll eventually fall in their own intelligence field, the one they're most proud of. It'll drive them crazy. Jiang Ye smiled, reminding Gaza to stay vigilant. If they couldn't take down Hamas, they might well take it out on the Gaza refugees. Got it. Jiang Ye knew Yisili all too well. A bunch of deranged bastards. They were the type to lose more than they gained, and they'd do it without a second thought. Chapter 193, Demanding Tolls at the Gate? Things unfolded exactly as Jiang Ye had predicted. At precisely 1:32 p.m. that afternoon, Yisili launched a massive bombing campaign against Gasha. The scale of this bombing was unprecedented. Nearly 2/3 of the city was engulfed. Fortunately, thanks to Jiang Ye's warning, Honda and his team had taken refuge in the underground base beforehand, so there were no casualties. However, many hidden entrances to the underground passages were bombed into collapse. This posed significant obstacles to Hamas' subsequent guerrilla operations. It failed to strike a blow against Hamas. As Jiang Ye had predicted, Israel proceeded to bomb the Gaza refugee camp. Bombing the Gaza refugee camp resulted in the deaths of some refugees who failed to evacuate in time. Preliminary estimates indicate 70 to 80 fatalities and over 300 injuries. Approximately 50 individuals suffered severe injuries. Israel's atrocities once again shattered people's understanding of evil, sparking an online outcry condemning Yisili's atrocities. Verbal condemnation rained down. Yet Yisili has long grown accustomed to such situations. He paid it no mind whatsoever. Your Majesty, thank you for your timely warning. Without it, we would have suffered heavy losses today. Han came specifically to express gratitude for this matter. He came specifically to express his gratitude because Hamas had planned an operation today. Many Hamas fighters would have been blown to pieces. Jiang Ye said nothing, only cautioning Han to be vigilant. The attack by Yisraeli. It's quite possible it wasn't just once. Just minutes ago, Charles had relayed new intelligence. It said Yisrael was frantically searching for the main location of Hamas's underground base. Who knows what he's plotting? But it certainly wasn't anything good. Jiang Ye had Charles bring over the unprocessed state affairs from this morning. One item in particular caught Jiang Ye's attention. Somali pirates? Jiang Ye suspected he'd misread it and checked repeatedly. Because it stated, Somali pirates were openly threatening the Kingdom of Yemen, demanding the kingdom pay tolls for all ships transiting the Gulf of Aden. No. Jiang Ye had only seen the top part, failing to notice the lower section mentioning the waters near Honghai and Asanyang. Jiang Ye chuckled. Somali pirates. A pirate organization operating in Somali waters and the Gulf of Aden, preying on foreign merchant vessels, or by holding crew members captive for ransom. Their reputation is truly notorious. For instance, in 2008, a French luxury yacht, a Spanish fishing vessel carrying over 20 people, and the Panama flight cargo ship Maris were all hijacked by Somali pirates. And these are merely some of the more prominent cases. Countless other hijackings, large and small, have occurred. This has made Somali pirates universally despised by nations worldwide. In recent years, they have increasingly resorted to violent hijackings using rocket-propelled grenades or light weapons. This poses a serious challenge to international shipping safety. As their success rate increases, they have tasted the rewards and subsequently expanded their operations to vast waters extending 500 nautical miles offshore. They aspire to become maritime tyrants, acting as local bullies. Speaking of which, Somalia has a long history. Piracy has been prevalent since the 10th century. To this day, after all these years, there has been scarcely a single effective crackdown. This is precisely why Somali pirates have grown so brazen. Now they've even gone so far as to extort Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye certainly won't let them have their way. Right. Jiang Ye suddenly remembered something. Could this matter be connected to the lighthouse nation? Charles pondered for a moment. It was possible. Jiang Ye's lips curved into a smile. This whole thing was actually quite suspicious. He'd been in maritime trade for quite some time, yet Somali pirates had never made a move. But now, during the most sensitive period between Yisili and Gaza, they started showing up to cause trouble. Jiang Ye didn't believe there wasn't some underhanded scheme at play. Look into it. Report back to me immediately once you have results. Jiang Ye instructed. Charles immediately dispatched his team. By 8 p.m., the results were in. We discovered that the night before last, a private jet from the lighthouse nation landed in Somalia. It remained there for 7 or 8 hours before departing and ultimately flying to Yisili. Who was this person? Have you identified them? Reports indicate it was likely the lighthouse nation's Minister of Justice, Melik. Got it. The truth is out. Jiang Ye knew it would turn out this way. What's our next move? Charles asked. The military strength of the Kingdom of Yemen is no small matter. It ranks among the world's top powers. Especially its air power. The foaming fighter jet completely outclasses the 5th-generation aircraft of the lighthouse nation. However, its naval power is virtually non-existent. The lighthouse nation likely exploited this weakness, using Somali pirates to threaten the Kingdom of Yemen. This prevents the Kingdom of Yemen from focusing its efforts on intervening in the affairs of Yisili. This creates an opening for Yisili. Their plan is quite clever. Jiang Ye smiled and said, in that case, it's time for us to draw our swords. Looking back at the history of the Kingdom of Yemen, though wars were frequent, they were all minor skirmishes, hardly what you'd call real wars. This was the perfect opportunity for Jiang Ye to wage a glorious battle, showcasing his prowess to the world. It would also serve as a warning to any nation harboring ambitions toward the Kingdom of Yemen. Not just any small fry. They all have the capital to challenge the Kingdom of Yemen. Let's convene a meeting first to discuss this. Jiang Ye instructed Charles to convene a meeting with all the major power brokers. Of course, not the alphas. This kind of business doesn't require someone of alpha's caliber to handle. Instead, it was the original armed commanders Abdullah, Charles, and Hammond. Come to think of it, Abujal and his crew had some history with the Somali pirates. When the Hush armed forces were first established, their activities were essentially the same as those of the Somali pirates. They were both engaged in plundering and pillaging. It was only after receiving aid from Iran that the Hushan militia gradually got back on track. They stopped doing these dirty, unsavory jobs. Only the Somali pirates continued their old trade. Upon hearing that their former peers were to be targeted, Abujal and his crew didn't hesitate. They had experience. These men are like a swarm of flies. When you strike them, they scatter, but the moment you turn away, they swarm back to harass you. They must be eradicated at the root, otherwise, the fallout will be disastrous. Abdul stood up and voiced his opinion. Exactly. Charles agreed, and I'm concerned that Somali might have obtained weapons from the lighthouse nation. After all, Somali wouldn't work for the lighthouse nation for nothing. They must have received something in return. This is practically certain. After all, Somali once targeted even the lighthouse nation's merchant ships. Suddenly working for the lighthouse nation, without receiving benefits? Could it be that those pirates suddenly had a change of heart, only to be conveniently seized by the lighthouse nation? It's impossible to even consider. You guys discuss it. Just give me the results afterward. While Abujal and the others were discussing, Jiang Ye excused himself early. Dealing with such trash doesn't require Jiang Ye's personal involvement. Chapter 194, The 7 Warlords of the Sea. The meeting lasted only a little over half an hour. The consensus was to directly strike Somali pirates. After receiving Jiang Ye's approval, the Yemen authorities issued an official statement. In response to the rampant piracy in the Gulf of Aden and the Houthi Sea today, the Kingdom of Yemen has decided to maintain security in these waters, resolutely combat piracy, and safeguard the peaceful development of maritime trade. The announcement immediately reverberated. It caused quite a stir worldwide. Many who first noticed the Kingdom of Yemen's move reacted with excitement. After all, whenever the Yemen kingdom intervenes, it always results in major events and grand spectacles. Clearly, something spectacular was about to unfold. But upon closer inspection of the content, crackdown on what? Cracking down on pirates? No offense, but does the Kingdom of Yemen even have a naval force? Cracking down on pirates? I thought I was seeing things. The Kingdom of Yemen doesn't seem to have developed any naval power, does it? This is hilarious. They don't even have a navy. Are they just trying to scare people? While I'm all for the Kingdom of Yemen, let's be real, your air force is solid, but your naval power? Seriously? As far as I recall, the Kingdom of Yemen only has a handful of ancient, obsolete vessels left over from antiquity. Seriously, they'd get annihilated. Honestly, the Kingdom of Yemen is seriously one-sided. Their air power can rival the lighthouse nation, but their naval strength is probably on par with the Mongol Kingdom's navy. Ha! On par with the 7 warlords of the sea? That's hilarious. Ha! The Yemen Kingdom has its fans. But they have haters too. But still. This time they've really caught them red-handed. Who doesn't know the Yemen Kingdom's naval power is practically non-existent? What are they gonna use to fight pirates? With their heads? So when the anti-piracy declaration was issued, it drew ridicule from countless people worldwide. No one held out hope for this crackdown. Jiang Ye knew this outcome was inevitable, which is why he had long harbored ambitions to develop naval capabilities. It just hadn't been realized yet. The development of a kingdom. It involves too many domains. It was impossible to cover all bases in such a short time. For instance, just within the city walls, building infrastructure, developing land forces, advancing air power, boosting the economy, improving healthcare, while simultaneously managing affairs in Yisili and Gasha. This alone kept Jiang Ye sufficiently occupied. But there's no need to rush. For Jiang Ye, time is the one resource he lacks the least. If all else fails, he could boost his prestige points to accelerate progress. If push came to shove, Jiang Ye could leverage the game system to forge a formidable naval force in record time. It all comes down to who will have the last laugh. Bang to land. As a region geographically close to the Gulf of Aden, its location is advantageous for pirate activities. Bantran has spawned numerous areas catering to pirate services. This place naturally became the most concentrated area for Somali pirates. In a filthy, stinking neighborhood tavern littered with trash, pirates guzzled alcohol. Many were passed out on the floor, vomit splattered everywhere, mixed with all manner of refuse. The stench emanating from it was unforgettable. What? The Kingdom of Yemen issued a proclamation to crack down on us? A burly man with a thick beard, a rugged face, and reeking of alcohol was questioning one of his underlings. Yes, sir. Look, this is the official announcement from Yemen. Ha! Hassan Rio burst into laughter upon hearing this. With them? The lighthouse nation said they have no naval power whatsoever. They couldn't possibly threaten us. Relax, this is just scare tactics. I'm not easily intimidated. In the Somali pirate world, there was a notorious figure named Abdi Hassan, nicknamed Big Mouth. He was designated by a UN report as one of the most notorious and influential pirate leaders in Somali waters. In 2008, he led his crew in hijacking the super cruise ship Sirius from Shandong. In 2009, he hijacked the Ukrainian-flagged Fizz, loaded with weapons. At the time, these hijackings garnered worldwide attention and caused a global sensation. He finally retired from piracy in 2013. In October of that same year, he was apprehended by a joint police task force at Bru International Airport. Thus ended the pirate career of this legendary figure in the world of piracy. Hassan Rio has emerged as Abdi Hassan's successor. Now one of the principal leaders of Somali pirates, commanding the entire Somali pirate network. Upon hearing that the Kingdom of Yemen was preparing to strike against them, Hassan Rio was overjoyed. A nation without even a naval force declaring it will crack down on pirates? This news is as laughable and absurd as sending a double amputee onto the soccer field to play. But then again, the Kingdom of Yemen is undeniably powerful in other areas. Could it be they've been hiding their strength all along? Another minor leader spoke up, seemingly by accident. Hassan Rio waved him off, belched, and a foul odor wafted from his mouth. Impossible. Do you think the Lighthouse Council would deceive us? And even if they had naval power, we wouldn't need to fear them. Why? Hassan Rio chuckled, motioning for the lieutenant to lean closer. Hassan Rio whispered in his ear, the Lighthouse Nation has said that if the Yemen Kingdom truly has hidden naval forces, the Lighthouse Nation will intervene. Got it? At these words, the other man finally relaxed, a relieved smile spreading across his face. If we're talking about the Lighthouse Nation's greatest strength, it truly lies in the maritime domain. With just 11 sea-going warships and supercarriers, we're enough to leave any other nation in the world in the dust. No matter how formidable the Kingdom of Yemen may be, they can't exactly hide an aircraft carrier, can they? Such things cannot be concealed. If they exist, they will inevitably be exposed. If it hasn't been exposed, it simply doesn't exist. And if the Kingdom of Yemen and the Lighthouse Nation were to clash at sea without a single aircraft carrier to their name, forget one Yemen kingdom. Even 10 or 100 of them couldn't stand a chance against the Lighthouse Nation. Hassan Rio knew the Kingdom of Yemen was fierce. They're fearless in battle. When the Lighthouse Nation ordered them to threaten Yemen, he initially refused. Not until they offered military aid and guaranteed intervention at critical moments, only then did he feel reassured. This worry-free arrangement. No strings attached, just a deal where all he had to do was talk. Why not take it? Upon learning of this matter, their stance was nearly identical to that of Hassan Rio. Perhaps suppressed too long by the Kingdom of Yemen, everyone had a pent-up sense of urgency. Finally, in one domain, they could utterly crush and dominate the Kingdom of Yemen. The high-ranking officials of the Lighthouse Nation were overjoyed. Notify the Somali pirates, if the Kingdom of Yemen fails to pay the toll, every merchant ship that passes through henceforth is to be seized, not a single one spared. Mons ordered. determined to escalate the conflict to its absolute limit. Chapter 195, No More Pretenses. Eastern coast of Kuwait. Ahmed Province, Jua Base. Here stood one of the Lighthouse Nation's major maritime military bases in Jungdong. The base bears the name of Kuwait's first defense minister, Ahmad Sabah, though termed a joint base between the Lighthouse Nation and Kuwait, built to safeguard mutual interests in the Jungdong region. In reality, it serves as the Lighthouse Nation's backyard. For Kuwait, as a nation, holds virtually no bargaining power before the Lighthouse Nation. The claim that it is jointly maintained by both parties, merely to soften the perception of hegemony. As one of the United States' largest military bases in Jungdong, the base is fully equipped with internal facilities. Infrastructure includes a port, docks, and vessel berthing areas. It provides maritime services including docking, resupply, and maintenance for U.S. vessels. It also features a dedicated helicopter landing pad to facilitate rotary wing operations. The Lighthouse Nation invested significant resources in constructing this base. It has invested significant effort into the base's development, primarily used for military activities and training exercises during peacetime to deter neighboring nations. Moreover, the base's advantageous geographical location. It controls maritime transport routes in the Bas Bay, indirectly influencing the operation of maritime trade across the entire Jungdong region. The existence of this base has become one of the Lighthouse Nation's primary tools for maintaining control over Jungdong, serving as one of its greatest sources of confidence in the region. Inside the base, Lucas, the base's commander-in-chief, was in communication with Mons, the Lighthouse Nation's Minister of Defense. How about it? Everything I've said is in order, right? Lucas chuckled contemptuously. Rest assured, Minister. Should the Kingdom of Yemen make any moves, we won't let them off easy. Good. This matter holds significant strategic value for both us and Yisili. There can be no mistakes. Should any unexpected incidents arise, contact me immediately. I will coordinate military personnel from nearby bases to assist you. He hung up. Lucas felt this whole affair was being blown out of proportion. If the Kingdom of Yemen were to deploy air forces or directly launch missiles against Somali pirates, he might have hesitated. The other side certainly had the capability in that regard. But to say they'd deploy naval forces was nothing but a joke in his eyes. Lucas believed that in a pure naval confrontation, the Kingdom of Yemen might not even withstand 1/5 of their base's combat strength. Someone, Lucas called out, and a subordinate came running. Notify the Somali pirates. We have something valuable for them. Tell them to do their best, they won't be shortchanged. Yes. Shortly after this incident, Balan District. Hassan Rio stood in a filthy, dilapidated port, watching several large vessels slowly enter the harbor. He was utterly thrilled. The weapons supplied by the Lighthouse Nation this time, though not warships, were no slouch in combat. Mark 6 patrol boats. These were small vessels with impressive firepower. 258 meters long, 62 meters wide, 12 meters draft, 72-ton displacement. Its relatively light displacement limited its capacity to carry large weaponry and equipment. However, this also grants the Mark 6 patrol boat exceptional maneuverability surpassing that of warships. This is particularly advantageous against Somali pirates' irregular forces with fewer personnel and lower overall combat proficiency. When conducting raids in coastal or confined waters, the Mark 6 patrol boat seems tailor-made for them. With this vessel, targets they set their sights on would find escape virtually impossible. After the vessel docked, several technicians from the Lighthouse Nation disembarked to provide technical guidance to Hassan Rio and his team. Through their explanations, Hassan Rio gained a deeper appreciation for the vessel's formidable capabilities. First, the Mark 6 patrol boat is equipped with two Mu-16 V200 diesel engines. It can reach a maximum power output of 5,200 horsepower. Two water jet propulsion systems enable a top speed of 45 knots. For example, cruising at 30 knots, the maximum range reaches 600 nautical miles. Regarding passenger capacity, the Mark 6 patrol boat can accommodate over 18 people simultaneously, with 18 seats installed on board. What about its armament? Hassan Rio was a rough-and-ready sort, not particularly knowledgeable about these matters. His passion lay solely in weapons. The technician chuckled and continued, the Mark 6 patrol boat is equipped with an M38 28mm cannon turret, 6 gun mounts, and an M2 HB 127mm machine gun. These can be swapped out for 762mm machine guns or 19 Malawian Quachas 40mm integrated grenade launchers as needed. After hearing this, every pirate present froze in stunned silence. When the hell did we ever fight such a well-equipped battle? What had they been using before? Useless speedboats, even decommissioned fishing vessels. In urgent situations, they'd even resort to old, decrepit wooden boats. Possessing attack craft of this caliber was something they dared only dream about. Now it was a reality. Not to mention, these vessels have the potential to be equipped with BGM-176B Griffin or Hellfire missiles. Beyond combat, the Mark 6 patrol boat also possesses reconnaissance capabilities. Thanks to its clever design, the Mark 6 patrol boat can be equipped with reconnaissance gear and communication systems. The Lighthouse Nation technicians dispatched to the site. He added, "Our nation has only sold this type of attack boat to Ukraine and Belarus, priced at a staggering $35 million per vessel. Now we're giving them to you for free. Do not disappoint our expectations, understand? Yes. This vessel Originally built for Ukraine, but due to certain circumstances, the remaining units have been gathering dust in Lighthouse Nation's warehouses. Considering this operation, these vessels could prove useful. We've secured 5 of them to test their effectiveness against Somali pirates. I understand. Leave it to us. The once brutal, unreasonable pirates had learned the ropes of diplomacy. Hassan Rio hurriedly dispatched his men to escort the Lighthouse Nation's technical advisor, ensuring he was well taken care of. Subsequently, Hassan Rio stubbornly issued a joint statement, preparing to confront the Yemen kingdom head-on. Given the Kingdom of Yemen's recent unjust remarks against our nation, we hereby declare, any vessels belonging to or associated with the Kingdom of Yemen transiting through the Aden Gulf, Honghai, or the Asan Ocean will face necessary measures as severe punishment. The world was in an uproar. For pirates, universally despised as outlaws, had now learned to issue statements. This development felt utterly bizarre. And their tone was so uncompromising it felt downright terrifying. Naming names and demanding the Kingdom of Yemen pay the price they weren't even bothering to pretend anymore. Chapter 196, Zhongdong, the Rising Star. Netizens worldwide are left in disbelief. This whole affair just feels like there's more to it than meets the eye. Do I even need to think about it? Without some mastermind pulling the strings, would Somali pirates dare pull this stunt? What's in it for them, you tell me? Out of nowhere, they drop this bombshell, no prior grudges or conflicts. Something's fishy here. Judging by the setup, some country is probably up to its old tricks again. This move is truly ruthless, using pirates to pin down the Yemen kingdom. Their plan is pretty clever. To strike at the Yemen kingdom, have they sunk so low as to make deals with pirates? That's the kind of country we're talking about. Their true colors are showing. I told you this nation is universally despised, they'll stop at nothing to achieve their goals. The Lighthouse Nation's response to online discourse. Not the slightest bit flustered. They've done it flawlessly, leaving no trace to indicate. Behind the Somali pirates. Even the Mark 6 patrol boats they supplied to Somali pirates were. They're just good at making excuses. What good is mere suspicion if you can't produce evidence? If they wanted, they could turn the tables and accuse netizens of slandering them. But the Lighthouse Nation won't stoop to that. They must maintain the dignity and decorum befitting a great power. They don't stoop to squabbling over such trivial matters. Abujal held his phone, scrolling through the latest news. Your Majesty, these people are truly brazen. As a longtime adversary, Abdullah knew. Pirates engage in blood-soaked, high-risk ventures unless there's enormous profit involved. Otherwise, they wouldn't risk their lives for it. These people clearly had someone pulling the strings behind the scenes. He couldn't help but mentally curse the ancestors of the Lighthouse Nation 18 generations back. Then, Abujal turned to Jiang Ye. Your Majesty, regarding our naval strength, what if we temporarily assemble a force to confront them? Even if we can't win. After all, the Somali pirates have the Lighthouse Nation backing them. We can't just stand by and do nothing. We can't just swallow this humiliation. And if we truly do nothing, how will the people of the world view the Kingdom of Yemen in the future? The carefully cultivated image Jiang Ye worked so hard to build. No. Or rather, the nation's image. Would be shattered. Jiang Ye waved his hand dismissively. No need. But our naval forces are severely understaffed right now. If we don't do this, our merchant ships passing through the Gulf of Aden and the Red Sea will be in grave danger. The Gulf of Aden and the Red Sea. These are vital maritime trade routes. If Somali pirates block these 2 routes, it would deal a severe blow to the maritime economy of the Kingdom of Yemen. We can't just take detours. That would greatly extend the journey, increasing transportation costs. Therefore, in Abdullah's view, that was already the only option. I have my own plan. Rest assured. Jiang Ye rose and walked to the window, gazing out at the city's beautiful scenery. The sun was setting in the west. The fiery clouds on the horizon bathed the city in a golden glow, creating a breathtakingly beautiful scene. Noticing this, the attendant thoughtfully picked up Jiang Ye's coat from his chair and walked over to drape it over his shoulders. Upon hearing this, Abujal no longer harbored any doubts. He knew that when Jiang Ye spoke like this, he must have his reasons. Jiang Ye was not one to make empty boasts. Having been by Jiang Ye's side from the very beginning, he had witnessed Jiang Ye lead the impoverished Houthi militia. He understood better than anyone else the true extent of Jiang Ye's capabilities. Very well. Should anything arise, your Majesty may summon me at any time. I shall withdraw for now. Wait. Just as Abujal was about to take his leave, Jiang Ye stopped him. Is there anything else? Abujal turned back. Go notify all vessels all merchant ships are to cease operations temporarily. Starting at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, all ships are to resume operations simultaneously. Yes. Though he didn't know Jiang Ye's purpose in doing this, Abujal only knew one thing. He only needed to obey Jiang Ye's orders unconditionally. The order was swiftly relayed. That same night, the Lighthouse Kingdom noticed something was amiss. How could all the ships of the Yemen Kingdom have vanished? Mons was deeply puzzled, then his expression shifted to one of realization. Ha! Those bastards must have gotten scared. They were all talk. But in the end, they still halted all their ships. What does that tell you? It means the Kingdom of Yemen is absolutely terrified. He should have anticipated this outcome long ago. The Yemen Kingdom's only weakness is its lack of a navy. Ah! Mons sighed heavily, slapping his thigh in frustration. Why had it taken him so long to realize he could strike from the sea? Ha! It seems we were blinded by anger toward the kingdom of Yemen earlier, forgetting entirely that it was founded so recently it simply hadn't had time to build up its naval forces. Deputy Minister Grick sighed. The two exchanged knowing smiles. By the way, do you think the Dragon Kingdom might intervene in this matter? That's our only concern. After all, the Dragon Kingdom and the Yemen Kingdom have close ties. Mons feared that if the Yemen Kingdom sought Dragon Nation's aid, Dragon Nation would send forces to suppress the Somali pirates. Dragon Nation's naval power has developed rapidly in recent years. All kinds of warships, launched like dumplings into the water. If they were to intervene, the Somali pirates would be no match. Mark 6 patrol boats are only effective against nations without naval forces. Against the Dragon Nation? They could vanish you without a trace from hundreds of miles away. That shouldn't be possible. Glick's expression grew grave. He couldn't be certain either. How about dispatching some warships to apply pressure on the Dragon Nation's side? Stir up trouble to keep them preoccupied? That's the Lighthouse Nation's old trick. They're always sending warships to cruise near other nations' waters, using dirty tactics to annoy them. Because they're merely cruising near the waters, not an actual invasion. So the other side couldn't take proactive action against them. Otherwise, if war broke out, the other side would face severe condemnation. Of course, they can't take the initiative either. But Grick believed they didn't care as long as they served as a deterrent, that was sufficient. Alright, I'll submit the request. Better safe than sorry. Having finally found an opportunity to strike against the Kingdom of Yemen, he couldn't afford to miss it. He immediately convened a grand assembly. After sharing his plan, Mons gained the approval of most. And so it was decided. The Fort Carrier Strike Group, one of the 11 great warships of the Lighthouse Nation, set sail from the waters of the Basin Nation toward the coastal waters of the Dragon Nation. With all this accomplished, the real show was yet to come. Mons then had his people flood the internet with news of all Yemen Kingdom merchant ships ceasing operations. Marian News reports indicate that during the standoff in the Gulf of Aden, the Kingdom of Yemen has clearly been on the defensive and has now announced the suspension of all shipping operations. This move is expected to have a significant impact on the Yemeni economy. Neo City Times, has the Yemen Kingdom backed down? What signal does this sudden large-scale suspension of shipping send to the outside world? Chengdu City Post, the Kingdom of Yemen faces severe challenges. How could this rising star of Zhendong be held back by Somali pirates? Chapter 197, The True Warrior Nation. Originally, netizens were unaware of this news, but after the Lighthouse Nation's major media outlets flooded the airwaves with coverage, even those who wanted to remain ignorant couldn't help but learn. The news quickly became a hot topic. Because no one could have imagined that the Kingdom of Yemen, known for its unyielding stance, would actually back down. Is this really the Yemen I know? This is bizarre. Yeah, the Kingdom of Yemen backing down? They wouldn't actually pay those damn pirates so-called tolls, would they? No way. I've always supported the Kingdom of Yemen, don't let us down, okay? I'm a die-hard fan too. I love how Yemen Kingdom always stands its ground, but this time they've really let us down. Suddenly, the Kingdom of Yemen feels a bit unfamiliar. Is it just me? Or is this all just a misunderstanding? Hopefully it's just a misunderstanding. Maybe they're shutting down for other reasons. It doesn't necessarily mean they're afraid of pirates. Let's wait and see before jumping to conclusions. Yemen Kingdom always surprises us, doesn't it? Why is Yemen Kingdom so popular? Because of its uncompromising diplomatic stance. Even when facing the most powerful capital, it never backs down. People around the world admire this very attitude. But this time, the incident caused the Kingdom of Yemen's reputation to plummet rapidly. Many people couldn't understand the Kingdom of Yemen's actions. Not long ago, it was warning Somali pirates. Yet the next moment, they backed down. This is not the Yemen Kingdom they remember. This led to Yemen's international reputation plummeted, causing countless supporters to abandon ship. This outcome was precisely what the Lighthouse Nation wanted to see. Great! We finally won one. To celebrate, the Lighthouse Nation's high-ranking officials gathered together, their spirits soaring with excitement. It felt like New Year's. Not so fast. Monzes flashed a sinister grin. The real show was yet to come. It was now certain. The Kingdom of Yemen has truly backed down. But they won't abandon maritime trade. This is the very foundation of the Yemen Kingdom's economy. Without these shipping routes, the entire Yemen Kingdom would suffer crippling damage. Therefore, they will seek peace next. They'll throw money at it. They'll find ways to reopen the sea lanes. So how to set the price, how to calculate the bargaining chips, wouldn't that be entirely up to them? This time, they intend to make full, one-time compensation for every loss incurred due to the Kingdom of Yemen. Mess with me? You're still too green. The Lighthouse Nation boasts over 2 centuries of history. What storms hasn't it weathered? Through this incident, the Lighthouse Nation will make it known. To declare to every nation and every person on Earth. Crossing the Beacon Nation will never end well. Muds contacted Hassan in Rio. Keep a close watch on the Gulf of Aden and the Houthi Sea. Intercept all merchant ships departing from the Yemen Nation. Other nations may proceed unimpeded. At this point, Munson paused briefly before adding, oh, and even if it's not a ship from the Kingdom of Yemen, any merchant vessel bound for the port of Hittita must also be intercepted. Hassan Rio's expression flickered with surprise. He never imagined that the Lighthouse Nation, those men in suits who always talked about world peace, equality, and benevolence, could be even more ruthless than he, a pirate. He understood perfectly well the purpose behind Mondestin's actions. Port Hittita. one of the Yemen kingdom's primary ports. Its strategic location and importance rivaled that of Aden port. The lighthouse nation had ordered them to do this. They wanted to tell the world that Port Hoda was no longer safe. Once this threat spreads, who would dare use the port of Hodeidah or cooperate with Yemen? This amounts to coercing nations collaborating with the Kingdom of Yemen to terminate their partnerships, indirectly crippling Port of Hodeidah, one of the economic lifelines of the Kingdom of Yemen. No problem. Pirates have no conscience, they only care about profit. Whoever pays the most is the boss. Hassan Rio was merely expressing his dismay. What must be done must be done. Long High. Several Dragon Nation destroyers were rapidly advancing in a single direction. On the flagship, the atmosphere was heavy. A commander in uniform, with bars on his shoulders, spoke with obvious irritation. What the hell do these bastards think they're doing, stirring up trouble at a time like this? What the hell do they want? Just over an hour earlier, their fleet was conducting a routine patrol in the Dragon Sea region. Then, a sudden alert came through. The Ford carrier strike group from the Lighthouse Nation was approaching the Dragon Sea with intent to intrude, so they were dispatched to intercept. He wasn't the only one frustrated. The Dragon Nation's official department was also a bit baffled. While the Lighthouse Nation was notorious for its provocative behavior, frequently engaging in petty maneuvers, most of the time, however, their actions served a purpose. Thus, after the Lighthouse Nation's recent actions, the ministry began speculating on its true intentions. Purple Palace. Within an exquisitely decorated courtyard, radiating an air of classical elegance and opulence, Su Jinghua and Chen Yunian were sipping tea. Speaking of this matter, could it possibly be connected to the Yemen? Su Jinghua suddenly lifted his gaze to look at Chen Yunian. The question struck a chord. Old Su, you know what? I actually think it's possible. Chen Yunian pondered for a moment. Yemen is currently embroiled in a public relations storm, with its reputation declining and public opinion becoming polarized. The Lighthouse Nation would certainly want to see this situation continue. This matter has nothing to do with the Dragon Nation. But from the perspective of the Lighthouse Nation, they would certainly worry that the Dragon Nation might intervene. So stirring up trouble in the Dragon Sea makes perfect sense. With that thought in mind, Su Jinghua called Jiang Ye and got straight to the point. Jiang Ye, do you need any help with your situation? Jiang Ye was somewhat taken aback. Mr. Su, why ask this? Su Jinghua chuckled and explained, our interests are deeply intertwined now. Much of the cargo traveling between Longwa and the Kingdom of Yemen must pass through shipping lanes blocked by Somali pirates. With those routes sealed off, we have legitimate grounds to intervene. Just say the word if you need assistance, we can deploy some forces immediately. Old Su was a man of genuine character. Yemen and Longwa still have cooperation agreements. You're blocking the shipping lanes. And I'm supposed to just stop doing business? A bunch of pirates, a bunch of scum. With just one word from him, it'd be settled in minutes. Uprooting these people entirely wouldn't even be an issue. He wouldn't believe the Lighthouse Nation would dare intervene directly, combating piracy. But it's the duty of the world's people, and international law is clear on this. Could the Lighthouse Nation openly defy the entire world? They would dare. The Dragon Nation isn't afraid either. Because the other side is fundamentally in the wrong. For millennia, the Dragon Nation has spent most of its history at war. Ultimately, the Dragon Nation's people are the true warriors. Otherwise, how did it become the world's third largest country by land area? Did you get it for free when you topped up your phone credit? In any case, when it comes to fighting, they've never backed down. Jiang Ye listened and couldn't help but admire old Su's courage. But this matter began with the Yemen incident. Jiang Ye still wished to resolve matters peacefully. He politely declined the support offered by the Dragon Nation. Chapter 198, the 800 billion reward system. Jiang Ye spoke up, Mr. Su, thank you for your offer. However, I already have my own plan in place. Please take care of your health and rest well. I'll keep you updated with good news. Seeing Jiang Ye's resolute stance, Su Jinghua said no more. Very well, I'll await your good news. Don't let me down. I won't. Alright then, go ahead with your work. We'll connect later. Understood. Su Jinghua then directed his team to focus entirely on countering the Ford-class carrier strike group from the Lighthouse Nation. You trust this young man that much? Chen Yunian chuckled from the side. He could tell Su Jinghua genuinely admired Jiang Ye. Of course. Su Jinghua lifted his teacup, took a light sip, and repeated, that kid has done so many incredible things. Haven't you noticed? In his early 20s, he single-handedly held up an entire nation. And in numerous fields, he's successively taught lessons to world powers like Italy and the United States. How could he not admire him? They hadn't met often. Yet every conversation Jiang Ye had with him left him stunned. His shrewd insight, mature and seasoned way of thinking, exceptional foresight, and extraordinary knowledge were all beyond his comprehension. Chen Yunian had no objections whatsoever. After all, even setting Su Jinghua aside, he himself held Jiang Ye in high regard. The two shared a knowing smile. They continued sipping their tea. As time passed, the situation kept escalating, drawing increasing attention. Many believed the Yemen kingdom would never compromise easily. They expected a response would follow. Yet so much time has passed. The official department of Yemen has yet to issue any statement. It seems the suspension of all Yemen kingdom merchant ships is genuinely due to threats from Somali pirates. This has left the vast majority of fans supporting the Kingdom of Yemen. with a profound sense of unease and an indescribable feeling. It's like suddenly seeing the big brother you've always admired get beaten up by some punk with dyed yellow hair on the street. The frustration is unbearable. Yisili saw this as a golden opportunity. The Yemen kingdom is exhausted from dealing with the Somali pirates' threats. They'll neglect their support for Gasha. It was the perfect moment to seize Gasha. Thus, he secretly gathered forces once more and dispatched them to Gasha. Army units. From the existing 12,000 troops, they increased to 22,000. Within the Yemen territory, a peculiar atmosphere gripped the entire nation. Particularly among those who had recently arrived in the Kingdom of Yemen due to immigration policies, a sense of deception was palpable. Was the Kingdom of Yemen's previous tough stance all an act? Was it actually weak at its core? But the Kingdom of Yemen had indeed given them a very different impression before. Thus, many now harbor a complex attitude toward King Jiang Ye. Is a mix of love and hate. Their feelings are indescribably complex. Watching the steadily declining resident happiness rate in the upper right corner of his phone screen, Jiang Ye was a bit speechless. He couldn't understand what everyone was rushing about. He wasn't in a hurry himself. Jiang Ye tapped the contacts menu and found Charles. How's the satellite navigation project coming along? Your Majesty, after releasing our test version, major tech companies have been scrambling to partner with us. Orders from global tech giants now exceed 150 billion, approaching 200 billion. We're just waiting for your approval. 150 billion? Jiang Ye raised an eyebrow. He was quite satisfied with that figure. The reason for such a large lump sum is that many companies wish to purchase the technology on an annual subscription basis, resulting in payments ranging from tens of millions to hundreds of millions per transaction. Furthermore, the payments are tiered based on the level of access rights they purchase. For instance, simply using the Yemen's satellite navigation system came at a relatively low cost. But if they wanted more extensive technical licenses, they must pay premium, even astronomical prices. Generally, larger companies demand higher levels of technical access. Jiang Ye learned that among the first companies to submit purchase applications to Yemen Kingdom, over 17 had global market capitalizations exceeding 10 billion. 6 of them had market capitalizations exceeding 100 billion. 2 of them had market capitalizations exceeding 500 billion. Among the industry leaders, Jiang Ye reviewed the proposals and proceeded to sign each contract individually, provided the quotes fell within a reasonable range. Due to the sheer volume and complexity of the orders, it took a full 2 hours before he finally finished everything. Jiang Ye wiped the sweat from his forehead, took a sip of water, and prepared to rest. Just as he set down his phone, a notification popped up on the screen. Notice, congratulations! Your nation's economic income has exceeded 800 billion, qualifying for a level 2 capital city upgrade. You have earned the following reward. Warlord-class unmanned naval attack vessels X-50. Unlocked purchase rights available via the Prestige store. Warlord-class unmanned naval attack vessels? Jiang Ye froze. No way, such a coincidence? The Somali pirate incident. Jiang Ye wasn't in a hurry. Was because he had already decided to spend a fortune at the Prestige store to exchange for a fleet of naval warships that previously seemed reasonably cost-effective. Since it was a fleet of warships, the price was astronomical. It required over 40 billion US dollars. This included the carrier itself, carrier-based aircraft, destroyers, frigates, attack submarines, comprehensive supply ships, and more. In terms of value, it was actually acceptable. Typically, a fully operational carrier strike group equipped with all these vessels costs around $300 to $400 billion to build. But cost-effectiveness aside, for Jiang Ye, whose current assets amount to 700 or 800 billion yuan, this price is no small sum. He must make a painful sacrifice. After all, this money is needed to run an entire country. There are countless demands on the budget. One misstep could trigger an economic collapse, undoing all his previous efforts. This necessity compelled Jiang Ye to exercise extreme caution with every single penny. But there was no alternative. Maritime power must be developed sooner or later. It's an inevitable challenge. Better to redeem it sooner and put it to use sooner. Jiang Ye prepared to grit his teeth, make this small sacrifice first, and expand the maritime power of the Yemen kingdom. But now, Jiang Ye seemed to have no need to take this step after all, for the system had delivered a ready-made solution. The Warlord-class unmanned naval attack vessel? Jiang Ye murmured softly. Opening the warehouse, he saw this unmanned vessel inside. Its exterior was predominantly silver-black. It had a distinctly metallic texture. At first glance, it resembled a steel beast plunging into the ocean. 2 massive cannons dominated its upper section. They radiated sheer menace. Jiang Ye tapped the data, examined it closely, then revealed a look of surprise. The vessel measured 20 meters in length, 5 meters in width, and had a draft of 2 meters. Its propulsion system utilizes high-performance battery packs combined with small-scale nuclear fusion power. The battery pack provided conventional cruising power, with a maximum range of 2,410 nautical miles. When executing emergency missions, the system could switch to the small nuclear fusion system, enabling the vessel to rapidly accelerate to 50 knots. This significantly extends its operational endurance. In other words, this thing is actually hybrid-powered, combining conventional and nuclear propulsion. Though the system rewards have always been mind-blowing, this was beyond Jiang Ye's expectations. Chapter 199, the Warlord-class attack vessel. As for the weaponry, they surprised Jiang Ye even more. A high-energy microwave weapon, a 1 megawatt device with a 7-kilometer range capable of disabling enemy electronic systems. Similar to the electromagnetic pulse bombs used by the Wind Shadow fighters. It could also be used to jam and disrupt incoming missiles' guidance systems, altering their pre-programmed flight paths, serving as an interceptor. Then there was a small 52mm caliber electromagnetic railgun. Its projectiles achieve an initial velocity of 25 kilometers per second. Maximum range, 400 kilometers. With a firing rate of 5 rounds per minute, it can conduct guided strikes against any maritime target or low-altitude aerial target. Let's put it this way. When the Lighthouse Nation's aircraft carrier arrives, it'll become a target in front of this thing. As for the vertical missile launch system, it's even more versatile. It carries multiple types of compact missiles, such as anti-ship missiles, air defense missiles, anti-ship missiles, and armor-piercing rounds. All have a range of 500 kilometers and a speed of Mach 12. It also features a series of drone launch platforms, capable of carrying 20 to 35 small attack drones. Paired with swarm drones, Jiang Ye could only think of 2 words: invincible. Through further investigation, Jiang Ye also discovered that the silver-black armor plating covering the vessel's surface was no ordinary material. It was a high-strength composite armor, 0.72 meters thick. It could withstand the shock of an explosion equivalent to 350 to 550 kilograms of TNT. Even if struck head-on by an enemy missile, there was no risk of sinking. But what truly blew Jiang Ye away was that the vessel was equipped with an artificial intelligence system. It carries an advanced intelligent chip known as T-4623. This endows the vessel with autonomous decision-making, target recognition, and tactical planning capabilities. It could analyze battlefield conditions to automatically select optimal combat strategies and coordinate operations with other unmanned vessels. Wow! Jiang Ye couldn't help but wonder that the combat power of these 50 Fonglan-class intelligent combat vessels might not be weaker than an entire carrier strike group? Somali pirates, huh? Jiang Ye's face was full of amusement. This should be interesting. The next day, 8 a.m. Houthi port was packed with ships, their crews complaining bitterly as they'd been grounded for over 10 hours. After receiving orders to finally set sail again, the crew's spirits lifted. A sailor's work is unlike any other. Often, those engaged in specific transport operations only have a few months each year to earn money. Therefore, many strive to make as many trips as possible during this period. No choice. They've got families to support. Speaking of which, Somali pirates have declared they'll intercept any ship leaving the Gulf of Aden. I hope we don't have the misfortune of encountering pirates there. On a large oil tanker loaded with cargo, a crew member asked anxiously. Many others aboard shared his apprehension. Everyone looked at the first mate, waiting for his answer. Making money is certainly important. But if pirates take your life, it's not worth the cost. Don't worry, they're just bluffing. We've got the Kingdom of Yemen backing us, they wouldn't dare. The first mate felt uneasy inside. But he had no choice. He had to appear calm if even he, the first mate, panicked. How could the rest of the crew hold their ground? Sailing the seas. It's a profession where you have to steel your nerves to survive. There's no other way. Ships began setting sail one after another. What? They've set sail? The Lighthouse Nation had been closely monitoring the situation at Houthi port. Once navigation resumed, they were the first to know. Something's off. Something was very, very wrong. Last night, they all believed the Yemen kingdom had backed down. They had waited all night for this. They waited for the Kingdom of Yemen to initiate negotiations. Instead, they learned of the shipping route opening. Are they truly unafraid of their merchant ships being hijacked? Very well. Since they're so stubborn they'd rather die than back down, let's teach them a lesson. Mons coldly issued his orders. Lucas received the news. He immediately dispatched several cruisers from the Corvette naval base to the waters of Yaden Bay. Lucas contacted Hassan Rio. We've tracked a massive oil tanker loaded with over 400,000 barrels of crude heading through Yaden Bay. Seize that vessel and the cargo is all yours. Hassan Rio heard this. His eyes widened. How much? 400,000 barrels? At an average price of $80 per barrel. 400,000 barrels of oil. That's 32 billion. Over 30 million. After securing this, won't they just take off immediately? Hassan Rio swiftly relayed this news to his men. The entire pirate crew wore looks of frenzied excitement, already counting the freighter as theirs. A few minutes later. We've spotted the target ahead. Target confirmed. It's a tanker loaded with oil, arriving here in about 20 minutes. Hassan Rio could barely contain his excitement. A deal worth over $30 million. If they pulled it off, it would be enough to keep them living it up for quite some time. He waved his hand, signaling the crew to maneuver the Mark 6 patrol boat recently supplied by the Lighthouse Nation toward the target. 5 Mark 6 patrol boats sailed majestically across the sea. Their speed far surpassed that of their old, dilapidated vessels. Behind the vessels, powerful jets propelled them forward, sending waves dozens of meters high crashing behind them. Oh no, it's a warship. It looks like pirates. On the cargo ship. Someone noticed something was amiss. After Hassan Rio acquired the Mark 6 patrol boat, he had his crew hoist their pirate flag. So it was easy to recognize. Are they really here? The first mate and captain froze, swallowing nervously. They hadn't expected the pirates would actually dare to come. A moment passed. Hassan Rio's vessel approached the freighter and fired a cannonball toward the nearby waters. The crew members were all startled. Especially the captain. He had sailed for years. He was no stranger to Somali pirates, but when did they acquire such equipment? He was certain this vessel wasn't Somali pirates' own ship, it must have been funded by someone. All hands, listen up. Now comply with the inspection, halt your vessel, and follow our instructions. Otherwise, don't blame us for being forceful. Hassan Rio ordered the warning broadcast over the ship's intercom. What should we do? The crew looked at the captain with despair, waiting for his orders. If they complied and let these ruthless pirates aboard, they'd likely face certain doom. But if we refuse, their rocket launchers could fire several rounds at the ship. While they couldn't sink such a massive vessel, but if the oil on board caught fire, the consequences would be unimaginable. We warned you long ago. Who'd have thought your kingdom of Yemen would be so stubborn? Blame your king if you must. If all else fails, you can call him over to save you now. Hassanri roared with laughter. His expression radiated utter arrogance. Chapter 200, Deployment complete, Collective Mobilization. Your Majesty, can these unmanned naval combat vessels truly defeat the enemy? On the observation deck, Henry stood with his arms crossed. He stood behind Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye held a tablet-like controller, remotely commanding all Warlord-class attack craft. You know what? This is actually kind of fun. It's like playing a game. Jiang Ye could only say, the experience of playing a game within a game was truly rare. Why not give it a try? Without giving a direct answer, Jiang Ye smiled faintly. This time, Jiang Ye deployed all his forces. 50 Warlord-class fighters were already deployed, rapidly advancing toward the pirates' location. And because they were unmanned vessels, unlike conventional vessels, they could also function as submarines, diving beneath the surface. The enemy wouldn't detect the Warlord unmanned attack craft, not by radar monitoring, nor even with the naked eye. Henry wore an expression of pure entertainment. He harbored no doubts about Jiang Ye's unmanned attack craft, he was merely curious about its actual performance. As a military combat enthusiast, Henry possessed an overwhelming combat drive. Had he not been the super soldier rewarded to Jiang Ye by the system? Jiang Ye believed that if such a man existed in reality, on the battlefield, would undoubtedly be a full-fledged war maniac. Your Majesty, I have matters to report. Charles is here again. With state affairs growing increasingly demanding, and now the sudden emergence of Somali pirates, Charles seems to drop by Jiang Ye's quarters at every opportunity to report on matters great and small. Speak. Jiang Ye continued piloting the unmanned vessel. Within minutes, we'll reach the waters where the Somali pirates are operating. We've uncovered collusion between the Lighthouse Nation and Somali Kingdom's official departments. That's why the Somali government hasn't lifted a finger regarding this pirate threat. When the Kingdom of Yemen was founded, the Kingdom of Somali was one of the many countries that initiated applications for diplomatic relations. Jiang Ye still found it strange. Why did the Somali government officially? If that's the case, then everything makes sense. Ignore them. A trash kingdom that couldn't even feed its own people. Jiang Ye couldn't be bothered. By normal logic, the Somali pirates. They were part of the Somali kingdom, where piracy ran rampant, threatening the Yemen kingdom. To avoid provoking conflict, the Yemen kingdom government would intervene to some extent, preventing the conflict from spreading to their territory. After the Lighthouse Nation intervenes, the most they could do was comply with the Lighthouse Nation's arrangements and turn a blind eye to the matter. They could never actually join the war, because the concepts are different. The Somali pirates are merely a pirate organization, utterly insignificant in the international community. But the Somali kingdom? That is a sovereign nation. If they were to take action, the situation would escalate into a full-scale war between nations. Given the limited military strength of the Somali kingdom, their primary concern won't be maximizing gains in war, but whether their nation will be annihilated. So as long as they're not foolish, they'll understand their place and know exactly what to do. The waters of the Aden Gulf. Dozens of speedboats arrived one after another from the Banglad pirate territory, completely surrounding the cargo ship. Only up close did he realize just how big a fish they'd caught this time. The manpower they originally brought along was proving insufficient. A single phone call summoned over 200 more. Combined with their original 300 men, a pirate gang of over 500 gathered here. Every pirate was overcome with excitement. Their expressions were feverish. Like rough men starved for decades suddenly spotting a virgin maiden. A tanker carrying 400,000 barrels of crude oil. It had been ages since they'd landed such a big haul. Do a good job, brothers. If we nail this one, we'll never have to worry about food or drink again. Hassan Rio drew a revolver and fired a shot into the air toward the crew on deck. Then he ordered the pirates to swarm forward, steering the speedboat toward the tanker. The pirates pent up excitement. At this moment, it was unleashed completely. Like ravenous wolves, they pulled out their boarding gear, ready to force their way aboard. But just then, someone noticed a whirlpool forming on the distant sea surface. Strange. There's no wind. How could this be? Hassan Rio frowned in confusion, but dismissed it. The urgent task came first. He ordered his men to aim the cannons of all 5 Mark VI patrol boats directly at the crew on the cargo ship. Then he boarded a speedboat himself, preparing to land and carry out the robbery. Bang! The sound of machine gun fire rang out beside him. Hassan Rio frowned, startled for a moment, thinking it might be a misperception. But the next second, he saw several pirates on a speedboat dozens of meters away. Several pirates lay riddled with bullets through their chests. Blood spilled across the deck, spreading across the speedboat. The glaring crimson made his nerves tense. What the hell? Panic surged through Hassan Rio's heart. He whipped his head around to see the spot where the massive wave had just crashed. A gun barrel over a meter long had emerged from beneath the water's surface at some unknown moment. Those bullets had come from here. Damn it! Hassan Rio shouted in panic, "We're under attack. Everyone, be careful. Be careful." The other pirates gradually spotted the barrel spraying bullets. Hassan Rio angrily hoisted a makeshift rocket launcher and fired a shot directly at the barrel's position. Boom! The bomb exploded on the water's surface, sending up a huge wave. Was it destroyed? When the waves subsided, Hassan Rio realized the gun barrel was gone. Is this some weapon developed by the Yemen kingdom? Hassan Rio's deputy said, still shaken. Thankfully, the barrage hadn't targeted them. If it hadn't been the fallen man, it would have been him. Ignore it. Just a cheap trick. Hassan Rio steadied his nerves and ordered the landing to continue. If this was the maritime armed force the Yemen kingdom boasted about, he'd laugh himself to death. Chief, something's wrong. What is that? But his relief was short-lived. Someone pointed toward the waters below them, their expression filled with terror. Hassan Rio looked down. Only then did he realize. Beneath the pitch-black waters, massive dark shadows swam swiftly below them, densely packed. In the vast expanse of water. It seemed as though any one of them could easily capsize their speedboat. His first thought was that some kind of large marine creature had appeared. For instance, a whale. But no, this thing wasn't as massive as a whale. Even accounting for optical illusion, it was still enormous. But the numbers didn't add up either. As a pirate, he was familiar with many sea creatures, and whales never gathered in such vast, dense schools. So the question arises. If it wasn't whales, then what the hell was it? Damn it! Could it be that they'd encountered the legendary sea beast? At that moment, the expressions on every pirate's face became utterly priceless. Chapter 201, The Fonlan Attack Craft. Hassan Rio unleashed a hail of bullets toward the water below, but the bullet's speed was drastically slowed as they passed through the water current. Their power was greatly diminished. They couldn't even scratch the shadowy figures lurking beneath the waves. Damn, this is weird. Some of the pirate lieutenants felt uneasy, a sense of foreboding rising within them. Terrifying legends of the sea surfaced in their minds. Could this thing possibly be a submarine or something? Impossible. Absolutely not. Who would send so many submarines to a place like this? Submarines are scarce in every country, even the lighthouse nation couldn't possibly be that flush with cash. Our radar shows no targets in the vicinity. A pirate aboard the Mark 6 patrol boat reported. Hassan Rio gritted his teeth and ordered his men to board the vessel immediately. He just wanted to finish this job and get out of there as soon as possible. Over $3,000 worth of cargo. Enough to live comfortably for a very long time. At that moment, some pirates had already reached the underside of the freighter. Using grappling hooks, boarding ladders, and other tools, they prepared to board the ship one after another. The crew members on deck wore expressions of utter despair. At the thought of the impending slaughter and looting, the timid ones had already retreated to corners, sobbing uncontrollably. Brother, don't be impulsive. Let's talk this out calmly, okay? Tell us what you want, and we'll do our best to meet your demands. What do I want? I want $30 million US. Can you give it to me? One of my men just got killed. Hassan Rio was in a foul mood. The captain was rendered speechless. $30 million US. Even if I sold every last one of them, I wouldn't make a fraction of that. Hassan Rio sneered maliciously. If you want to blame someone, blame your own stupid king for underestimating us. If he just paid the toll quietly, none of this would have happened. Ha! He fell silent. His smug expression hadn't lasted long when a sudden, thunderous explosion echoed from the distance, sending massive waves crashing across the sea surface. Hassan Rio's boat began to rock violently. Terror gripped his expression. Slammed against the ship's edge, he nearly tumbled into the sea. Damn it, what the hell is going on? He roared, about to demand answers, only to be stunned by the sight before him. An attack vessel surfaced from the water without warning. The waves that had just crashed over them were caused by this very ship capsizing one of their speedboats. What the hell is this? When did it appear? An enemy warship? All the pirates stared in stunned disbelief, their faces etched with shock and disbelief. On the cargo ship, all the crew members were equally baffled. Saved? Yet they dared not relax. Because they had no idea what this thing actually was. Blow it to smithereens. Blow it to smithereens. Hassan Rio commanded 5 Mark 6 patrol boats, and all 5 vessels aimed their cannons in the same direction. The next second, 5 barrels unleashed over 30 rounds of ammunition. Boom! The explosions reverberated across the sea surface, sending wave after wave crashing upward. Had they succeeded? With such concentrated fire, the enemy couldn't possibly evade it. So there was only one possibility. They were blown to smithereens. Yet seconds later, as the white smoke from the blast gradually dispersed, Hassan, Rio, and the others were stunned speechless. Because after the barrage of bombs, the enemy remained standing in the distance. Though violently shaking, its surface showed no significant damage. Only a few distinct bullet marks remained. Hassan Rio and his men exchanged bewildered glances. They were dumbfounded. Completely dumbfounded. An attack of that caliber should have blown through ordinary 50-centimeter steel plates, right? And it didn't even work? How powerful is this thing? Jiang Ye hadn't taken action against them precisely to test the Fonlan combat craft's real-world combat data. The results were clear, its defensive capabilities lived up to the system's specifications. It possesses insane self-defense capabilities. The only question now is how its offensive capabilities stack up. Yading Bay. The Fonlan-class vessel's retractable, self-adjusting turret extended from its hull. The next instant. Fire. Boom. The deafening blast caused temporary tinnitus in several pirates standing nearby. Then, before their terrified eyes, the cannonball struck beside several speedboats. Every pirate aboard the speedboats was instantly blown to bits, along with the vessels themselves reduced to splinters. In a single instant, the Fonlan combat boat had claimed 20 lives. Not bad. Jiang Ye's lips curved upward. He was thoroughly satisfied with the Fonlan's offensive capabilities. 10 points. It absolutely deserves a perfect score. Hassan Rio was both terrified and fearful, yet as a pirate, he was no stranger to life and death situations. Gritting his teeth, he ordered all pirates to attack the vessel. 5 Mark VI patrol boats bombarded the vessel in rapid succession. The remaining pirates unleashed their portable rocket launchers. Amidst such relentless assault, the Fonlan warship maneuvered relentlessly across the sea. It managed to evade most of the incoming fire. The entire crew of the cargo ship was utterly dumbfounded. That performance is just insane. Are you all useless? Lock on with the radar. Watching his incompetent crew waste so many rounds firing blanks made him seethe with rage. Shells cost money, you know. Captain, it's not that we didn't want to lock on. The Mark VI patrol boat's radar system simply didn't detect any targets. We couldn't complete the lock. The Mark VI patrol boat pilot said with a sense of injustice. If they could lock on, they would have done it already. Why wait until now? This proves the enemy combat vessel's radar jamming priority is extremely high. Damn the lighthouse nation. Isn't their radar supposed to be the best in the world? Hassan Rio slammed his fist against the hull. 5 Mark VI patrol boats, over 500 men, hundreds of portable rocket launchers. And yet they were utterly helpless against this thing. And they only had one vessel. Jiang Ye didn't hear that remark, otherwise he'd have laughed again. Who said there was only one? What Hassan Rio didn't know was that there were 49 more combat vessels like this lurking beneath the surface. Boring. Jiang Ye lost interest. It was time to end this. The Fonlan attack craft suddenly extended a freely deployable machine gun barrel from its bow. This was because Jiang Ye felt using missiles against these pirates was overkill. Besides, they were so close to the cargo ship. He feared the explosion might ignite the cargo ship. Don't forget it was loaded with oil. The next second, a hail of bullets, firing at a rate exceeding 1,200 rounds per minute, formed a dense net that instantly enveloped all the pirates. What? Don't kill me, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. The pirates' piercing screams sent chills down the spine. One after another, they fell. Blood-stained vast swaths of the surrounding waters crimson, the air thick with the choking stench of blood. Some pirates still tried to flee. They drove the speedboats away like madmen, as if their lives meant nothing. But don't forget the Fonlan was a dual hybrid vessel. Its speed was unmatched among naval combat craft. Chapter 202, Who's More Cunning? Perfect for testing our pursuit tactics. A battle. After testing the Fonlan's defensive, offensive, and pursuit capabilities, Jiang Ye had to thank this band of pirates. Not long after, the Fonlan vessel caught up with the fleeing pirates and sent them to their doom in the same manner. From the crew's perspective, the pirates' bodies, those that hadn't yet sunk, floated haphazardly across the sea. The seawater visibly turned red. Of course, there were survivors. That survivor was Hassan Rio. Jiang Ye spared him for now, intending to bring him back for interrogation. What the hell is this? How strong is he? Yeah, how insane is that? Over 500 pirates wiped out like that? Unbelievable. Could this be a combat vessel from the Yemen kingdom? They had witnessed a massacre with their own eyes. The Fonlan warship. Like the grim reaper of the seas. Wherever it went, it reaped the lives of pirates. This style of warfare was truly beyond their comprehension. What were naval battles like before? At the lower end, it was AK-47s blazing back and forth. The more sophisticated ones, though many never witnessed them firsthand, you've seen them in movies and TV, right? Rockets, guided missiles, all brought to bear. It was a contest of who could unleash the fiercest firepower. But the Fonlan fighter jet? Truly like a grim reaper or an assassin approaching its target silently. It's right up close, and the enemy doesn't even notice. Now imagine something even more ruthless. In this battle, Jiang Ye could command the Fonlan-class warship without ever showing his face. He could fire a few shells at Hassan and his crew from underwater. By the time they realized it, it would be too late. These pirates probably wouldn't even realize what hit them. They suddenly felt their own ignorance. Or had the technological capabilities of certain nations already advanced to this level? On the sole Fonlan-class vessel that had surfaced, a drone separated from the hull. It flew toward the cargo ship, hovering about 10 meters above the crew. Jiang Ye addressed the crew through the drone. You may continue your voyage. From now on, I will dispatch a drone to escort you until you reach your destination safely. Should any unexpected incidents occur, I will intervene. Your sole task is to focus on escorting the cargo. Understood? Only then did everyone realize. This combat vessel that had slaughtered the Hassan Rio pirate crew was indeed a product of the Yemen kingdom. They were overcome with gratitude. The sheer relief of surviving the ordeal finally overwhelmed many, causing them to collapse onto the deck, gasping for breath. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Your Majesty. Captain Deere was the first to recover. He knelt before the drone, his mouth spilling out frantic words of gratitude. Not Jiang Ye. On this voyage, they were almost certainly going to die at the hands of those deranged pirates. Their methods of torture were countless. A swift death would be preferable. The agony of suffering without resolution could be worse than death itself. The other crew members quickly knelt as well. You serve the kingdom of Yemen. The kingdom will not treat you unfairly. Jiang Ye offered them a few words of comfort. Then he let them continue their voyage. Next, Jiang Ye dispatched men to bring Hassan Rio back, intending to interrogate him thoroughly. The bastard had been knocked unconscious by the blast's shockwave. He lay unconscious on one of their own speedboats. Oh, right. Jiang Ye was also keenly interested in the wreckage of those Mark VI patrol boats. Although the Lighthouse Nation had covered it up, Jiang Ye knew these were undoubtedly products of Lighthouse Nation's technology. So he had them towed back for study. Not that Jiang Ye intended to use them himself. He had something far more advanced. What use was this scrap metal? The reason for dragging it back for study was that it contained the technological secrets of the Lighthouse Nation. Once deciphered, it would be revealed to the world. For the Lighthouse Nation, this might be more painful than outright killing them. Because much of the Lighthouse Nation's maritime weaponry development technology is interconnected and shared. Take the Mark VI patrol boat, for example. High-priority technologies may be applied to other warships. In a sense, revealing the Mark VI patrol boat's technology is like exposing part of the Lighthouse Nation's old secrets. Other nations could directly adopt these technologies or initiate targeted research and development. The technological edge of Lighthouse Nation's warships completely erased. These technologies may have cost the Lighthouse Nation tens of billions, hundreds of billions, or even trillions of dollars to develop. Such precious core secrets were just handed over by Jiang Ye. How could their hearts not bleed? This isn't Jiang Ye's fault for being ruthless. After all, weren't they the ones colluding with pirates, attempting to hinder the development of the Kingdom of Yemen and reveling in underhanded tactics? Jiang Ye would play along to the bitter end. Let's see who's more devious. Covet Naval Base. Report, we've just lost contact with the Hassan Rio pirate gang. They've encountered an unknown situation. For over 20 minutes now, the fleet they dispatched has been attempting to contact the Hassan Rio pirate gang. Not only did they lose contact with the group, even the Mark VI patrol boats they dispatched for backup have vanished from radar. The news was immediately relayed to Lucas. Lost contact? Lucas frowned, then said after a moment, try contacting them again. They might be busy completing a hijacking mission. The radar issue. He suspected it might have malfunctioned. Such incidents weren't unheard of. He dismissed the concern. He didn't think anything unexpected could happen over there. After all, the Yemen Kingdom possessed no naval forces. This gave the Lighthouse Nation a new approach to dealing with the Yemen Kingdom. Maritime trade is so vital. It was the lifeblood of a nation's economy. Therefore, as long as the Yemen Kingdom fails to develop its own naval power, it will never know peace. He would make the Kingdom of Yemen understand. This hijacking of a tanker carrying 400,000 barrels of crude oil is merely the beginning. But just over 10 minutes later, Lucas began to panic. They still couldn't get in touch with the Hassan Rio pirate gang. Too slow. Dispatch a reconnaissance aircraft immediately to assess the situation. Lucas ordered. A reconnaissance aircraft immediately departed from the Kuwait naval base. It traversed the vast ocean, finally reaching the coordinates where the Hassan Rio pirates had been last contacted. Lucas sat before the screens, watching the real-time aerial footage streaming back. Wait, what's that? Lucas ordered the video to be zoomed in. Not enough. Zoom in further. Still not enough. Zoom in again. Finally, it was magnified over 50 times. Lucas finally made out the details. It was the wreckage of speedboats. He clearly remembered these were the speedboats used by the Hassan Rio pirate gang. Could they really have met with an accident? Quick, move the camera forward and continue reconnaissance. Lucas ordered. Suddenly, the scene appearing on the screen sent a cold sweat running down Lucas's back. Beneath the aerial camera, vast patches of blood red spread across the sea surface one after another. The bodies of Somali men floated lifelessly on the water. Chapter 203. These netizens are geniuses. At that moment, the sky seemed to collapse. Lucas' pupils trembled, his entire being shaken to its core. Judging by the horrific scene, the Hassan Rio pirate crew had likely been wiped out entirely. He was still on the scene, witnessing the wreckage of their Mark VI patrol boat. Which meant, not only had the Hassan Rio pirates been annihilated, but their 5 Mark VI patrol boats were almost certainly sunk as well. But who could have accomplished such a feat? The Yemen Kingdom lacks the naval strength to do so. As for the Dragon Nation, they were tied up by the USS Ford and couldn't come to the rescue. Even if the Dragon Nation could come, it wouldn't be this fast. The Dragon Nation's waters are far, far away from the Yading Bay. Damn it! Lucas swallowed hard, his heart racing. Outside the door, someone pushed open the door and entered. Reporting, our task force, dispatched to assist Hassan Rio in deterring the fleet in the Gulf of Aden, has arrived. Lucas saw a glimmer of hope. Quickly, have them salvage the wreckage of the Mark VI patrol boat and investigate what exactly happened at the scene. As he uttered those final words, Lucas's voice was almost a shout. His mind was now filled with questions. Deep within, a faint, creeping sense of dread began to surface. This was too bizarre. Soon, the investigation data came back. Based on the scene, we found fragments of shrapnel, likely left behind after the Mark 6 patrol boat launched its attack. Additionally, we discovered a large number of bullets in the waters. Their origin is currently unknown, but they likely came from enemy fire. There were no signs of intense combat at the site, indicating a significant disparity in combat strength. Aside from the bodies of the Hassan Rio pirates, no other personnel were found. Upon seeing the investigation report, Lucas's hands trembled. Everything was evident on the surface: the sheer disparity in combat strength. It was as if the Hassan Rio pirates had been slaughtered without putting up a fight, then the attackers simply walked away. Buzz. The phone rang. It was the Lighthouse Nation's Ministry of Defense calling. Lucas instinctively trembled with fear, his once arrogant demeanor now replaced by sheer terror. Because he had no idea how to report this incident. In the dimly lit interrogation room. Where am I? Where have you taken me? Let me go. Hassan Rio was strapped to the interrogation chair, his limbs completely immobilized. He scanned his surroundings. The cramped space felt suffocating. Keep your voice down. At that moment, the interrogation room door swung open. Henry stepped before Hassan Rio and delivered a punch straight to his face. The blow sent Hassan Rio howling in pain. Stars danced before his eyes. He'd barely regained consciousness when he nearly passed out again. Recognize me? Jiang Ye strolled casually into the interrogation room, appearing before Hassan Rio. You? Hassan Rio recognized Jiang Ye immediately. His heart sank instantly. Jiang Ye was here. Meaning this was the Yemen kingdom. His fate from here on out was all too clear. It's me. Jiang Ye smiled, sitting across from Hassan Rio. His eyes held a playful glint as he looked at him. Let's make a deal. Tell me everything you know, and I might make things easier for you. How about it? Me. Hassan Rio hesitated, a sudden surge of murderous intent washing over him. He turned to find Henry glaring at him. That sturdy, double-door physique. Muscles as solid and powerful as iron. Had he not deliberately held back earlier, a single punch could have sent him flying. I'll talk. I'll talk. Hassan Rio's voice trembled. Jiang Ye clapped his hands. Well said. There's an old saying in the Dragon Kingdom: those who recognize the times are the true heroes. Continue. Hassan Rio confessed everything that had happened, and it turned out exactly as Jiang Ye had anticipated. The Lighthouse Nation wanted the Somali pirates divert the attention of the Yemen kingdom to help Yisrael swiftly capture Gasha. Beyond military aid, the Lighthouse Nation also gave Hassan Rio and his crew a large sum of money as compensation. They thought this money would secure a comfortable life in their twilight years. But before they could spend a single penny, the subsequent events unfolded. They attempted to hijack a cargo ship but were rounded up in one fell swoop, and he too was captured. Ah! Jiang Ye shook his head with a wry smile. This guy was truly stupid. Probably nothing in this world is more agonizing than dying with money left unspent. Emerging from the interrogation room. Your Excellency, now that the Hassan Rio pirates have been dealt with, shouldn't we issue a clarification? The internet's already painting our Yemen kingdom as a bunch of cowards. Henry was a straightforward man. He couldn't stand this kind of thing and had been waiting for this moment. Alright, this mission is yours. Jiang Ye patted Henry on the shoulder. After Henry accepted the mission and left excitedly, Jiang Ye contacted Hand. He relayed the information he'd extracted from Hassan Rio to Hand. The goal was to have Hand's side exercise greater caution recently. Yisrael would inevitably launch a large-scale offensive. Upon hearing this, broke out in a cold sweat. Because they had already planned a night raid against Yisrael early this morning. Given the situation, there was no choice but to cancel the mission. Hand had felt like he could have knelt before Jiang Ye in gratitude, convinced the man was a savior sent by heaven to rescue their Gashan. Otherwise, tonight's raid, it could have led to a major disaster. Ever since the Yemen kingdom failed to issue an official response to the Somali pirates, the kingdom of Yemen's reputation had plummeted. Yet even so, the kingdom of Yemen remained a hot topic. Yisrael specifically paid people to stir up online discourse. They're saying, this time, the kingdom of Yemen has definitely backed down. The kingdom of Yemen lacks naval power. The kingdom of Yemen is doomed to short-term development, and so on. The reason online sentiment is so easily manipulated is precisely because there are far too many gullible netizens. What a pity. I thought the kingdom of Yemen would be a breath of fresh air, but they chickened out against a bunch of pirates. Hard to judge them now. What a bunch of wimps. If it were us Koreans facing this, we'd deliver a powerful counterattack to those pirates instead of cowering or, as rumored online, seeking peace talks with them, a truly shameful act. The Yedong king is indeed capable, but it's a pity he doesn't share our Korean bloodline, otherwise he'd be even more formidable. Yeah, Dragon Nation bloodline is definitely the biggest flaw in the Yemen kingdom. He must envy us for having Korean blood, right? What the heck is the person above talking about? Korea performing at its usual level. Looks like even our Baguette kingdom is tougher than Yemen kingdom, at least we won't bow down to a bunch of pirates. Exactly. But can someone explain that line about no one conquering Balili before the Baguette kingdom surrenders? This is hilarious. This generation of netizens is full of talent. Chapter 204, Unprecedented Backlash. However, with the release of a clarification statement by the Kingdom of Yemen, instantly, netizens worldwide were in an uproar. Yemen Kingdom, at 9:21 a.m. today, our nation successfully eliminated the Somali pirate gang in the waters of the Aden Gulf, eliminating maritime threats to Yemen Kingdom and capturing Hassan Rio, leader of the Hassan Rio pirate gang. This notice confirms that Hittite port will resume normal operations as before. Furthermore, the Kingdom of Yemen pledges that all orders involving transactions with the Kingdom of Yemen shall be protected. Any acts of provocation or ill-intentioned schemes will be at the perpetrator's own risk. Few words. But every word carries weight. Didn't the lighthouse nation want pirates to threaten the Kingdom of Yemen and hinder its maritime development? They even attempted to create panic. To cripple Port Hatta, one of the Kingdom of Yemen's largest ports. Then, the fate of the Hassan Rio pirates serves as both the price and the example. Those who aren't afraid to die can keep coming. As for how the Hassan Rio pirate gang was annihilated, the announcement made no mention of it. The outside world only needs to know that the Hassan Rio pirate gang has been annihilated. Once the announcement was made, the world was shaken. Netizens who had been complaining just moments before were left speechless one after another. What the hell? What's going on? You're telling me there's a twist? The Somali pirate gang was wiped out? Is this real? No way. How did they pull that off? Are you sure it's not fake news? Wang Defu? So sudden? No warning at all. I don't buy it. How could it happen so fast? Do they think Somali pirates are idiots? Even if they couldn't win, they'd retreat, right? So the Yemen kingdom actually has a naval force? They were hiding it all along? Don't get your hopes up. It's probably fake news. The whole thing sparked a lot of skepticism from the start. That's only natural. The reversal happened too abruptly for people to accept it quickly. Jiang Ye decided to have Henry deploy some naval forces to engage the Hassan Rio pirate gang. No. More accurately, footage of their slaughter. The footage, captured from the first-person perspective of the Phonlan warship, documented how the Hassan Rio pirate gang was utterly crushed. In the footage, it began with underwater footage. Netizens watching this scene wore puzzled expressions. Underwater? Is that a submarine? Wow, a submarine developed by the Kingdom of Yemen? Are you sure it'll work? They thought it was a warship. Turns out it's a submarine. And submarines, unless they're nuclear-powered with nuclear warheads, have extremely limited combat capability. You could even say they have none. And they expect us to defeat pirates battle-hardened by centuries at sea? Especially against the elite Hassan Rio pirate crew? The video continued playing. The submarine suddenly surfaced and the Hassan Rio pirates finally came into view. The footage then shifts to the first-person perspective of the Phonlan warship as it begins its ascent. As the gun barrels appeared on the Phonlan warship, when the barrels silently locked onto the Hassan Rio pirates, yet they showed no reaction. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the screen. Holy? So that's how it is? So it was a sneak attack? No wonder. I think I know what happened now. It was a sneak attack. It may not be honorable, but this is war. Who has time for such niceties? The Yemen kingdom does possess some naval strength. Wait, just one warship? How did a few hundred people from the entire Hassan Rio region, with over 100 speedboats, take out so many? Another question arises. One warship, unless it fired weapons of mass destruction from its gun barrels, couldn't possibly take out that many people. Then, netizens finally realized how superficial their thinking had been. After the Phonlan secretly took out 2 people and was spotted by Hassan Rio and his crew, it quickly changed course. Then, during its second sudden appearance, it withstood intense bombardment unscathed, with only its camera tilting slightly. Then came the sudden barrage of Gatling gun like hail of fire that sent the Hassan Rio pirates scattering in disarray. Finally, the Phonlan ship pursued every pirate like a hunter. The entire operation, all accomplished by a single ship acting independently. The audience seemed to follow the Phonlan's perspective, experiencing the tense, thrilling slaughter firsthand. Holy? What the hell is this thing? Is it that powerful? Judging by the footage, it must be an unmanned combat vessel. What blows my mind is its ability to dive, operate on the surface, and survive a full bombing run unscathed. What kind of material is this? It's insane. Yeah, when it got bombed, I thought it was done, for the video was gonna end. But then you tell me it's totally fine, just the camera's tilted? The Hassan Rio pirates seem to have combat boats. Didn't their radar pick anything up? Looks like they didn't. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been completely unprepared. So they must have some crazy radar jamming too? Because the video is first-person perspective. So no one could see the hull data of the Phonlan-class vessel from it. Everyone can only speculate. Judging by the footage, the attack craft deployed by the Yemen kingdom are downright insane. Capable of submerging in surface combat, it combines the capabilities of both a submarine and a combat vessel. Its radar evading capabilities signify extraordinary stealth performance. During the subsequent pursuit of the pirates, the team also discovered that its propulsion system likely utilizes a hybrid configuration combining conventional and nuclear power. This undoubtedly deals a blow to those who claim the Yemen kingdom lacks naval power. Those who claim the Yemen kingdom lacks naval power and that its maritime trade will suffer a major blow. Even those who claim the Yemen kingdom would have no choice but to compromise with pirates and pay for peace. A resounding slap in the face. A resounding slap in the face. Not only did netizens worldwide take notice, but high-level officials across nations swiftly took it seriously. Countries like the Eagle Nation, the Empire of the Sun Never Sets, the White Elephant Kingdom, the Three Nations, the Stick Nation, and the Foot Basin Nation. Because this time, the Kingdom of Yemen deployed yet another rare gadget. No other nation appears to possess such weaponry at present. Purple Palace of the Dragon Nation. Who knew the Kingdom of Yemen had such a marvelous thing? Chen Yunian and Su Jinghua watched the footage with solemn expressions. How many undiscovered secrets does the kingdom of Yemen hold? How many treasures are hidden away? Even the Dragon Kingdom remains unaware, let alone other nations. Because of this, high-level officials from various nations specifically convened professional researchers to repeatedly study the video, attempting to extract some data. In short, one announcement, one video. The entire world sprang into action. Some were stunned. Some scrambled to analyze the footage, others to compile data. The impact was unprecedented. Jiang Ye felt no stirrings within him at such an outcome. This was only natural. It would have been strange if no one paid attention. Shaking his head, Jiang Ye turned to Charles beside him. Have you finished your investigation? Charles replied, yes, I've completed the investigation you requested on the specific circumstances of the Somali Kingdom's regional autonomy. Chapter 205, Money Means Nothing. Covet Naval Base. Lucas, you must tell me what's going on. Give me an explanation, or this won't end here. Veins bulged prominently on Moan's neck and forehead. Lucas stammered, unable to form a complete sentence for a long while. He never imagined the kingdom of Yemen actually had such a treasure. Mons roared, what do you mean, what? Didn't you guarantee this mission was a sure thing? This is how you repay my trust? I'm truly sorry, Minister, but I never anticipated they actually possess naval forces. According to our intelligence, the Kingdom of Yemen never developed offensive vessels. I assumed they. Actually, this whole thing. No wonder, Lucas. The Lighthouse Kingdom's leadership shares that view. But since this has happened, someone must take responsibility. As Minister of Defense, Moans. He certainly couldn't take the fall himself. Lucas became the obvious scapegoat. He may have felt resentful, but no matter how much he resented it, Lucas had no choice. He had no choice but to accept his fate. As for his former arrogance, it had vanished without a trace. Nyo City. An underground research facility in the southern part of the city, heavily guarded year-round. Within a 20-mile radius, guards patrolled around the clock, ensuring no unauthorized personnel could breach the perimeter. Under heavy escort, Obama